The session is called to order. Everybody is requested to rise for the singing of the national anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupit, di ka pasisingil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong baghaw, may nilang ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagtitindig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pang may magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng waraming pagsikta, buhay ay langit sa ating mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga ating pagmamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Please remain standing for a minute of silent prayer and meditation. Thank you. The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I move that we defer the calling of the roll. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
There's a motion to defer. No objection. Here's none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I move that we defer the approval of the journal. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Is there any objection? Here's none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I move that we defer the reference of business. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
There's no objection. Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill 3408. Could the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure? So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House Bill 3408 for the resumption of its proceedings.
House Bill number 3408, an act appropriating funds for the operation of the Government of the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2017, and for other purposes.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, our parliamentary status is that we are in the period of interpellation and debate. For the defense of the budget of the Congress of the Philippines, I move that we recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Committee on Appropriations, the distinguished Carlo Nograles. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
The Chairman is recognized to sponsor the said bill.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I understand that we are now in the period of debate on the budget of the Congress of the Philippines, and we are ready to accept any questions pertaining thereto.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the minority, I move that we recognize the Honorable Michael Eugene De Vera. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
You are recognized from the minority.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. There being no members of the minority wishing to interpolate the budget of the Congress of the Philippines, on the part of the minority, I move to terminate the interpellation of the budget of the Congress of the Philippines. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we, the majority, join the minority in closing the period of sponsorship and debate on the budget of the Congress of the Philippines.
There is
So
a
move,
joint
Mr.
motion
Speaker,
from the majority and the minority to terminate the period of interpellations for the budget of the Congress of the Philippines. Is there any objection? Here is none. The motion is approved. The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I move to suspend consideration of House Bill 3408. So move, Mr. Speaker,
Is
Your
there
Honor.
any objection? Here is none. The motion is approved. The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we take we take up reference of business and direct the Secretary General to read bills and resolutions on first reading. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bills and the resolutions and committee reports of the bills for proper referrals to respective committees.
Reference of business, bills on first reading, House Bill 3832, granting tax amnesty on all unpaid internal revenue tax liabilities. Representative Suarez.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 3833, recognizing and giving life to the constitutional mandate for free and ready access to official records. Representative Subiri.
To the Committee on Public Information.
House Bill 3834, classifying the sale of electricity by electric cooperatives as VAT exempt. Representative Subiri.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 3835, reducing the corporate income tax rate. Representative Subiri.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 3836, punishing dog meat trade. Representative Herrera D.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 3837, defining and penalizing the unlawful use of firearms. Representative Herrera
To
D.
the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill 3838, right-sizing the national government. Representative Velasco.
To the Committee on Government Organization.
House Bill numbers 3839 to 3850, creating additional barangays in Taguig City. Representative Cayetano.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 3851, authorizing cities and municipalities to issue government gratuitous permits. Representative Kari.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 3852, granting scholarships for children of small farmers. Representative Salon and Lee.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 3853, abolishing the irrigation service fees. Representative Salon and Lee.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 3854, creating special poverty alleviation fund. Representative Villones.
To the Committee on Poverty Alleviation.
House Bill 3855, abolishing the road board created by virtue of Republic Act 8794. Representative Bravo Anthony.
To the Committee on Government Organization and the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 3856, requiring all government building construction to have grain harvesting facility. Representative Bunting.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 3857, prohibiting the privatization of government hospitals. Representative Bunting.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 3858, reenacting the provisions of Republic Act 9003. Representative Veron, Bravo,
To the
and
Committee on
Canama.
Government Enterprises and Privatization. House
House Bill 3859, establishing satellite specialized hospitals in Visayas and Mindanao. Representative
To the
Lanete.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 3860, creating a Department of Ocean, Fisheries, and Aquatic Resources. Representative
To the
Bagao.
Committee on Government Organization and the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Bill 3861, defining political dynasty. Representatives Bagao, Villarin, and Katamco.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 3862, institutionalizing people's participation in the budget process. Representatives Bagao, Villarin, Katamco, and Abad.
To the Committee on People's Participation.
Resolutions. House Resolution 409, directing the appropriate committee to investigate the harassment of Aita indigenous peoples at Villanueva.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 410, creating a special committee on persons with disabilities. Representative C.
To
Alvarado.
the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 412, calling for the return by the U.S. government of the 3 bells of Balangiga. Representative Zarate.
To the Committee on Foreign Affairs.
House Resolution 413, expressing profound condolences of the House on the demise of Honorable Senator Miriam
To the
Defensor
Committee on
Santiago.
Rules.
House Resolution 414, expressing profound condolences on the demise of former Senator Miriam Palma Defensor Santiago, Seb Marquez.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 415, directing the Committee on Energy to inquire the alleged predatory pricing of oil products, Seb Zarate.
To the Committee on Rules. The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Bill 3408 as contained in Committee Report Number 2 and direct the Secretary General to read the title of the bill.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill number 3408, an act appropriating funds for the operation of the government of the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2017, and for other purposes.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that it's in the period of interpellation and debate. I move that we begin consideration of the budget of the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority.
Is there any objection? Here's none. The motion is approved.
Before we proceed, may we greet the guests from TESDA in the gallery. Secretary Giling Mamundyong, Director General. Rosana Ordaneta, Deputy Director General for Policies and Planning. Alvin Feliciano, Deputy Director General for TESDA Operations, Diosdado Padilla, Deputy Director General for Community and Local Government Unit Services.
May we request the guests to please rise. Welcome to the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Mark Sambar to sponsor and answer questions, if any, on the budget of TESDA.
The Honorable Mark Sambar is recognized to sponsor the said agency of the government.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, esteemed guests, good morning. This representation is now ready to answer questions for TESDA.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Eugene Michael De Vera.
The Minority Floor Leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. There being no member of the minority who wishes to interpolate the budget of the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, on the part of the minority, I move to terminate the interpolation of the budget of the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority. So move, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in behalf of the majority, we join the minority in its motion to terminate the period of interpolation on the budget of TESDA. So
There's a joint motion from the majority and the minority to terminate the period of interpolations for the budget of Technical Education and Skills Development Authority. Is there an objection? Here's none. The motion is approved. The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we begin consideration of the budget of the National Anti-Poverty Commission.
Is there any objection? Here's none. The motion is approved.
Before we proceed, we'd like to greet the guests in the gallery from the National Anti-Poverty Commission. Secretary Lisa Masa, Yusek Roseliel Barinaga, Yusek Maria Corazon Jimenez Tan, Director Sem Cordial, Director Herilyn Balneg.
May we request the guests to please rise. Welcome to the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Mark Sambar to sponsor and answer questions, if any, of the National Anti-Poverty Commission.
Honorable Mark Sambar is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This representation is ready for questions on the National Anti-Poverty Commission.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Marcoleta for his interpellation of once a gift artist.
Representative Marcoleta is recognized for interpellation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. May I know, Mr. Speaker, if the Honorable sponsor could yield to a few questions by way of interpellation?
Mr. Speaker, it would be my privilege to be interpellated by the Honorable Marcoleta.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Mr. Speaker, Republic Act 8425 is the law that created NAPC on December 11, 1997. So 19 years after that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to know whether or not one of the objectives set forth under the law has been justified. Or may I state one of the state's policies that guided NAPC along the years? To adopt an area-based, sectoral, and focused intervention to poverty alleviation wherein every poor Filipino family shall be empowered to meet its minimum basic needs to health, food, and nutrition, water and environmental sanitation, income security, shelter and decent housing, peace and order, education, and fruitful literacy, participation in governance, and family care. This is the noble objectives of the law. Do you agree, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So 19 years after the enactment of the law, may I know how many of our poor that constitute about 30% of our people have been liberated from poverty? A rough estimate.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, NAPSI has been championing anti-poverty programs for the past 19 years, as the Honorable Marcoleta has pointed out. Over that course, based on the figures of NAPSI, sa 32% poverty incidence, based on their figures, they've lowered it to about 16%. So, sorry, 26%. So there is strides with their programs, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we need to revalidate the percentage given to this representation, because our country, since 1997 and after we signed the Millennium Development Goals in 2002, still revolves around 30% of the poverty incidence rate. Let me rephrase the question, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. With the budget of 3.35 trillion pesos, how many of our poor can be liberated from poverty? This is a more simplified question. Out of 3.35 trillion peso budget for 2017, how much is projected to be liberated from poverty?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, unfortunately, we don't have exact figures on how the 3.35 trillion can be used by the programs of NAPSI to lower poverty. However, the target of NAPSI with convergence programs as well as integrated programs through different agencies, their target is a poverty reduction of 6 to 7% per annum.
Mr. Speaker, that is a very unfortunate answer, because I believe after 19 years, NAPSI should be in a position to report to us how much per budget year it can liberate from the poor, because this is how we can report to our nation that this agency is really doing its job. NAPSI, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, is supposed to coordinate all the efforts of government agencies. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
And that is the way to begin, because if you do not know how to coordinate the efforts of every agency of the government, that is the kind of answer that you will give to every question such as this. For example, let's take the budget of the DPWH, which is about 5.4% of the GDP. It's in the budget. The total budget of the DPWH is 5.4% of the GDP. Our GDP is projected to be in the amount of something like 15.9 trillion pesos. By rule of thumb, do you know, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, how much the 5.4% share of the DPWP budget, DPWS budget, can reduce poverty? By rule of thumb.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, unfortunately, there is no rule of thumb or any empirical data in regards to how DPWH can affect poverty incidents.
Mr. Speaker, a point of order.
The Minority Floor Leader.
I understand that the head of the agency is not around. The head of the agency is not around on the proposed budget that we are debating.
National Anti-Poverty Commission.
Yeah, the head is, I think,
the head.
Our former colleague, Lisa Masa.
1 minute suspension. Session resumed. The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I move to suspend consideration on the budget of the National Anti-Poverty Commission. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your
Is
Honor.
there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I move that we now take up the budget of the Office of the President.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, ask for a few minutes suspension.
Session suspended. Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we would like to greet the officials from the Office of the President. They are led by our Executive Secretary Salvador Medialdea, Senior Deputy Executive Secretary Menardo Guevara, Deputy Executive Secretary for Finance and Administration Rizalina Hustol, Deputy Executive Secretary for Internal Audit Alberto Bernardo, Deputy Executive Secretary for General Administration Michael Ong, Deputy Executive Secretary for Legal Affairs Ryan Alvin Acosta, Undersecretary Mara Victoria Querol. From the ASEAN National Organizing Council, or the NOC, Ambassador Marciano Paynor Jr., Presidential Anti-Organized Crime Commission Undersecretary Jimmy Manabat, Office of the Special Envoy on Transnational Crime, Police Deputy Director General Rex Piad, Philippine Center on Transnational Crime Undersecretary Alan Gisihan, Presidential Commission on Visiting Forces Executive Director Pedro Cesar Rambuanga Jr., National Coast Watch Council Secretariat Executive Director Jose Luis M. Alano. From the Office of the President, Mr. Speaker.
May we request guests from the Office of the President led by Executive Secretary Medialdea, please rise. Welcome to the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, our parliamentary status, we are in the period of sponsorship and debate on the budget of the Office of the President. For that purpose, I move that we recognize our Honorable Chairman of the Committee on Appropriations, the Honorable Carlo Nograles, for his defense of said budget. So moved, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
The Chairman of the Committee on Appropriation, Honorable Carlo Nograles, is recognized to sponsor the budget for the Office of the President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader. The proposed obligation budget of the Office of the President for fiscal year 2017 amounts to 20.030 billion, and total new appropriations is of which is 19.990 billion. Mr. Speaker, we are ready to answer any questions to be propounded by members of Congress.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a few minutes suspension, so move, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended. Sessions resume. The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, our parliamentary status is that we are in the period of sponsorship and debate on the budget of the Office of the President. The Honorable Carlo Nograles has been recognized to sponsor said budget. I move now for the recognition of the gentleman from the 1st District of Albay for his interpellation. I move that we recognize the Honorable Edsel Lagman. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Representative from the 1st District of Albay, Honorable Edsel Lagman, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the distinguished chairman yield to a series of questions?
It will be an honor and a privilege, Mr. Speaker.
The President issued EO number 3, increasing the rates of combat duty pay and combat incentive pay to the Armed Forces of the Philippines and extending the same allowances to the uniformed personnel to the tune of 3,000 pesos a month for combat duty pay and 300 pesos daily, but not to exceed 3,000 a month for combat incentive pay. What is the budgetary impact or magnitude of these grants?
It will amount to 12 billion, Mr. Speaker.
12 billion. Could we disaggregate said amount? How much would go to combat duty pay and how much would go to combat incentive pay?
We will furnish the good gentleman from Albay later on.
Well, when the Office of the President prepared this EO, was there no prior computation on how much it would cost government? I suppose there must be some working studies before this EO was issued. This is not an off-the-cuff issuance, like off-the-cuff utterances.
That's why we're asking for time. The Department of Budget and Management is on their way to Congress, and with them, they will be bringing the disaggregated amounts.
And also the disaggregation between what would go to the armed forces of the Philippines and the national police.
Mr. Speaker, comply.
Then pending, I will go to other question. I will go to that proper time. Mr. Speaker, distinguished power the president to grant process and regional or
that as issuing the executive order is concerned, Mr. Speaker, then that would be well within the prerogative of the President. But as far as allocating the sums needed to effectuate the said executive order, then that will be with Congress exercising its power of the purse.
Since this is only an executive order, and in the hierarchy of issuances, a statute is higher than executive order, is EO number 3 subject to legislative review or confirmation, especially with respect to the magnitude or enormity of the bonuses?
Well, given that we are under a presidential form of government where the executive and the legislative are separate branches of government, we each have our own respective domains, Mr. Speaker. And as far as the executive order is concerned, as I mentioned, that is well within the prerogative of the President, but funding the same will be up to the House of Representatives and the Senate, comprising the Congress of the Philippines.
Is it the position, Mr. Speaker, of the distinguished chairman that executive orders cannot be modified, amended, or repealed by statute?
An executive order also has the force of a law, Mr. Speaker, and I would rather that the executive and the legislative coordinate with each other and support each other in terms of exercising its own powers within its domain. Although there are separate branches of government, we all know that even if it is under separate powers, government can only work well if there is proper coordination between the three branches of government.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished chairman, that begs the question. The question is whether Congress, in its plenary legislative authority, can modify, amend, or repeal executive orders issued by the President. I think this question needs a categorical answer.
Theoretically, then, yes, we are the Congress of the Philippines. Our job is to write laws and pass laws, and we can pass the laws that we want here in Congress, again, subject to the veto power of the President.
Yes, Your Honor, but not only theoretically, but legally, constitutionally, and effectively. This Congress can pass statutes modifying, amending, or repealing executive orders issued by the President. Is that not a correct statement, Your Honor?
That's provided under the Constitution, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker.
The grant of this kind of bonuses or pay for the military and the police started formally under Presidential Decree number 1527, dated 11 June 1978, wherein personnel of the Integrated National Police performing hazardous duties were granted hazardous pay in the amount of 120 pesos per month. This was during martial law. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. President. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, distinguished Chairman. In EO number 2017, dated 22 March 1985, the late President Marcos increased the combat pay of personnel of the armed forces of the Philippines and the hazard pay of officers and men of the Integrated National Police to 240 pesos a month, or an increase of 100% from the then existing 120. Is that correct? Madam, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor.
Truth be told, Mr. Speaker, I do not have the executive orders that the good gentleman from Albay is talking about. We are trying to retrieve those executive orders, but I would suppose that the good gentleman from Albay have the papers with him, and if I may ask that I be given or furnished a copy as well, so I can follow with the papers and myself.
Mr. Speaker, I am willing to give the distinguished sponsor copies, but I would surmise that before this executive order was issued, the Office of the President had the history of the various issuances, granting allowances and bonuses to the uniformed officers and men of the armed forces of the Philippines, as well as the PMP. Are they not aware of these issuances, Your Honor?
Yes, the good gentleman is correct in his supposition. Obviously, before the executive order of President Duterte was issued, they looked at the previous executive orders that were issued by previous presidents. But just to speed up the deliberations, Mr. Speaker, I had requested that the good gentleman also furnish this representation. Otherwise, we'll have to go through the papers. But in any case, Mr. Speaker, I have with me a digital copy of Executive Order number 1017. Is this the executive order that the good gentleman is referring to?
Yes, Your Honor. It's Executive Order 1017, dated 22 March 1985.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and based on PD 1017, the rates of combat pay of officers, enlisted personnel, draftees, and extended trainees of the AFP, and the hazardous duty pay of the officers and men of the Integrated National Police shall be 240 pesos a month.
And that was a 100% increase from the then existing 120 pesos a month. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Yes, mathematically speaking.
Under EO number 658, dated 06 September 2017, President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo increased the combat pay of the uniformed members of the Armed Forces of the Philippines by 150 pesos monthly, in addition to the 240 existing combat pay, or a total of 390 pesos a month, which is 62.5% increase. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Naka-ready na, no?
We are privileged that the former president is here and she has affirmed.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you,
Mr.
distinguished Chairman. Executive Order number 15, dated 20 December 2010, President Benigno Aquino rounded the combat allowance to 500 pesos per month, or an increase of 28.21% per month. Is that correct, Your Honor?
For purposes of expediency, may we know the executive order, Mr. Speaker?
It's Executive Order number 15, dated 20 December 2010.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, 260 per month in addition to the 240 pesos per month.
Or a total of 500 pesos per month?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Or an increase of 28.21%. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mathematically.
Under EO number 38, dated 28 April 2011, President Aquino maintained the 500 per month combat duty pay and the combat incentive pay of 150 pesos per day, but not to exceed 1,500.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Correct.
That's correct.
Now we go to Executive Order number 3. Under President Duterte's EO, the combat duty pay is increased from 500 a month to 3,000 pesos a month, or a whooping increase of 500%. Is that correct?
Mathematically speaking, yes, Mr. Speaker.
While the combat pay of uniformed personnel of the PNP is increased from 340 per month to 3,000 per month, or an increase of 782.35%. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Yes, I would suppose the mathematical computation of the good gentleman is correct.
While the combat incentive pay was increased from 150 pesos a day, but not exceeding 1,500 per month, to 300 pesos a day, but not exceeding 3,000 pesos per month, or an increase of 100%. Are these figures correct?
Yes. Mathematically speaking, again, the gentleman is correct, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished chairman, I am not against giving increases in the combat duty pay and combat incentive pay to the uniformed officers and men of the armed forces of the Philippines and the Philippine National Police. However, an inordinately enormous percentage increase may be hyperbolic in the language of the President and not justified, considering that other government officials and personnel are likewise entitled to increase bonuses and incentives. What is the take of the distinguished chairman on this observation?
I think, Mr. Speaker, what we first have to remember is the incident in Mamasapano, where many of us here held marathon hearings about the incident in Mamasapano. We all heard the tales of the widows whose husbands had perished. The good gentleman of Albay was not here, but his son was here, and I believe that he participated also during the hearings when we investigated the Mamasapano incident. And I believe the stories that were told, as particularly from the widows, really had a significant blow into the hearts of many of our colleagues here at the House of Representatives. And I believe that this House will support the President in his executive order. Before the President issued the executive order, he asked the opinion of our Budget Secretary if we can afford to provide for all of these for our uniformed personnel, and the Budget Secretary said that we can. And therefore, as the President issued this executive order to show his full support to our men in uniform, especially as he wages this war against drugs, criminality, and terrorism, I believe it is but just that this House supports the President in his decision. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, it is true, I was not a member of this House when this unfortunate incident happened in Mindanao. But I was fully cognizant of what happened. As a matter of fact, I wrote a commentary in the Philippine Inquirer on this particular incident. But is the distinguished chairman telling us that this unfortunate incident justifies this inordinately huge percentage increase in the bonuses of men in uniform?
During the hearings in the investigating the Mamasapano clash, Mr. Speaker, one of the issues that was particularly brought to fore and shed light on was the low hazard pay and combat pay that we were giving to our men in uniform, considering that they risk life and limb in doing their duty for the country. So during those hearings, a lot of us here in the House felt sorry and were shocked, in fact, that we were giving our soldiers a very low amount for combat pay. If you consider the amounts that we're giving, Mr. Speaker, and the risk that these soldiers take every day and when they go into battle, I believe that the amount is, to me, is justified. In fact, some would even say, mababa pa nga yan, Mr. Speaker. Kung tutuusin na ang buhay ng sundalo ang nakasalalay dito, ang kanyang kalagayan at ang kalagayan ng kanyang pamilya ay nakasalalay dito. Kung tutuusin, Mr. Speaker, itong pera na ito, itong halaga na ito, napakababa po kung titingnan natin na ang katumbas naman nito ay maaring kamatayan ng isang sundala.
Your Honor, as I've premised my interpellation, I am not against granting increases in the bonuses of men in uniform. But what I am saying is that we should not grant an inordinately huge increase to the tune of 500% to the detriment of other personnel of government, which also would need a modicum of increase in their bonuses and incentives. The distinguished chairman referred to hearings conducted in the aftermath of this unfortunate incident in Mindanao. May we know whether in those hearings there was a recommendation that the combat pay should be increased by 500%?
Meron ba? It was discussed during the hearings, but there was no mathematical computation as to how much we would be increasing the combat pay of our soldiers, Mr. Speaker. So I suppose that it was an open-ended, the result was just an open-ended figure. And at the end of the day, we leave it to the prerogative of the President in terms of how much he believes is just and proper, subject, of course, to Congress exercising our power of the purse to grant the appropriate appropriation and allotment of the funds. But again, as mentioned, Mr. Speaker, I know for a fact that the President consulted with the Secretary of Budget and Management in terms of whether or not we can grant this and whether or not government can afford this. And indeed, the Secretary of Budget and Management affirmed that this is a sum that government can afford to spend, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, if the increases in bonus and incentives are adequately reasonable and moderate, then we could say that this is an up remuneration and recognition of the combat duties of men in uniform. However, if the increases are inordinately huge or almost hyperbolic, then there is the sneaking suspicion that government is buying the loyalty of men in uniform for some ulterior motives. What is the take of the distinguished chairman on this observation?
I think the suspicions of the good gentleman is misplaced, Mr. Speaker. I believe that the President has been very candid, forthright, and transparent in his intentions to really increase the pay of our men in uniform. In fact, he has been stating this even before the campaign period when he ran for President. He stated it during the campaign period when he ran for President, and he is doing it now that he is sitting as President. And I believe that the reason that the President has provided in granting these increased pay is that, number one, as mentioned, these men in uniform risk life and limb every day, particularly when they are sent to battle, and therefore it is incumbent upon us in Congress to pay them properly. Number two, the President has mentioned that we need to do this in order for our men in uniform not to be tempted to do corrupt practices or be corrupted by other people in the performance of their duty. We have to make our men in uniform feel that government is there to support them all the way, and therefore there is no need for them to engage in corrupt practices. And number three, the President has always said that by granting all of these additional benefits to the men in uniform, he will make it his personal mission that if any man or woman in uniform, whether police or military, engages in any corrupt activities, it will be the President himself that they should answer to. So with the increase that the President is asking to give our men in uniform comes the guarantee that the President will be on top of this, and the guarantee that if any of our men in uniform is corrupt, the President will take it personally and he will impose justice and mete out justice severely, Mr. Speaker.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, distinguished Chairman, in his campaign sorties, the President did not say how much he was going to increase the bonuses. In his various visits to military camps, the President did not articulate how much he was going to give. Is that not correct?
I cannot say for certain, Mr. Speaker, whether or not he gave a figure. I think he gave, I'm not certain if he gave a figure, but
okay.
He promised increased pay, he justified the increased pay, and perhaps in his wisdom, he left out stating the exact value because perhaps he wants Congress to be the bearer of good news. I could only surmise, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Your Honor, I would strongly urge Congress in its plenary power over the purse to review EO number 3 and find out whether these inordinately huge increases would be reasonable and would not prejudice other personnel in the bureaucracy. But we always submit to the wisdom of Congress and to the collective action of the super majority in the House. Now, Mr. Speaker, distinguished Chairman, are the uniformed officers and personnel of the Philippine National Police covered by the civil service?
They are, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, because the Constitution says civilian in character. Now, are the uniformed officers and personnel of the armed forces of the Philippines covered by the civil service?
The AFP is covered by the AFP manuals and regulations, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any provision of law or the Constitution which exempts uniformed officers and men of the armed forces of the Philippines from the coverage of the civil service?
The AFP is covered by AFP regulations, which is even stricter than civil service regulations, Mr. Speaker.
But my question really is there a provision of law or a provision in the Constitution which exempts the uniformed officers and men of the armed forces of the Philippines from the coverage of the civil service?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the AFP has a civilian component, and that civilian component is regulated by the Civil Service Commission. But as far as AFP is concerned, they come into the service under the regulation of AFP regulations and manuals. I'm trying to read through the Constitution, particularly on the sections on Civil Service Commission. So I would suppose it is just by practice, Mr. Speaker, that the AFP falls directly under AFP regulations and their manuals and guidelines, and it being stricter than the Civil Service Commission, then the regulation of the AFP has, by practice, always been under AFP guidelines and regulations, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Under Article 9B, Section 2, Paragraph 1 of the Constitution, it provides, and I quote, "The civil service embraces all branches, subdivisions, instrumentalities, and agencies of the government." Is the Armed Forces of the Philippines an instrumentality of the government?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm reading the same provision.
Yes. Now, the civil service under our Constitution is a central personal agency of the government. Does the civil service have jurisdiction to review the frequency and amounts of bonuses issued by government agencies and instrumentalities?
Mr. Speaker, in the Administrative Code of 1987, Chapter 2, Coverage of the Civil Service, Section 7, Career Service, if I may read into the record, that career service shall include paragraph 5, commissioned officers and enlisted men of the armed forces, but provides further, Mr. Speaker, that it shall, however, maintain a separate merit system, Mr. Speaker.
So that answers my previous question with respect to the coverage of the civil service over uniform officers and men of the armed forces of the Philippines.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Now, Section 4 of Article 9 provides, and I quote, "The Congress shall provide for standardization of compensation of government officials and employees, including those in government-owned or controlled corporations with original charter, taking into account the nature of the responsibilities pertaining to and the qualifications required for their positions." Under this provision, Congress has the jurisdiction to include the uniformed officers and men of the armed forces of the Philippines, as well as the PNP, in the standardization of compensation. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Is that correct?
that's correct.
That's correct.
We have plenary powers of
Okay.
lawmaking, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Now, I'm just curious, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, what is the difference between combat duty pay and combat incentive pay? Because from the EO, there is a blurred distinction.
For combat duty pay, according to the budget circular of DBM dated October 3, 2016, this is budget circular number 2016-6. For combat duty pay, this is for officers and enlisted personnel of the AFP performing combat duties or activities, and uniformed personnel of the PNP engaged in actual police operations. That's number one. Number two, this should be defined in regulations to be issued by the Secretary of National Defense and the Director General of the PNP. As regards combat incentive pay, Mr. Speaker, this is given for members of the AFP and uniformed personnel of the PNP who, number one, figure directly in actual combat against members of various insurgent, terrorist, and lawless elements. Then subject to the following conditions. A, the operation must be for a specific combat mission duly covered by an operational order or OPORD, O-P-O-R-D, or a fragmentary operation order or FRAG-O for the AFP and or mission order for PNP. Letter B, the personnel involved in combat must be in the published task organization of the OPORD or FRAG-O or mission order, as the case may be. And, well, letter C condition is that total additional combat incentive pay shall not exceed 3,000 per month. So those are the respective definitions, Mr. Speaker.
In other words, Mr. Speaker, distinguished Chairman, with respect to combat duty pay, the uniform personnel involved is in the periphery of combat, but not in the actual combat. But with respect to combat incentive pay, the personnel involved is in actual combat. Is that correct, Your Honor?
No, Mr. Speaker. My understanding is if for combat incentive pay to operate, they must be part of the uniformed personnel. If AFP, must be part of an OPORD or a FRAG-O. And for PNP personnel, they must be part of the mission order. And number two, there must be an operation. And number three, the operation is in direct actual combat against insurgent, terrorist, or lawless elements. That is for combat incentive pay to operate. For combat duty pay to operate, they must be performing still actual combat duties or activities for the AFP, and for the PNP, engage in actual police operations. So not in the periphery, Mr. Speaker, but in actual combat or police operations.
Okay. Well, as a layman, I cannot decipher very well the differences in the military parlance. But I think there is need for Congress to have an initiative to really distinguish between the two, so that there will be no misimpression that this will be double bonus.
Yes.
And I think that legislation can be in order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I agree. We can exercise oversight function, but I would like to assure the good gentleman from Albay that there are specific regulations that must be issued by the Secretary of National Defense for the AFP and the Director General of the PNP for these combat duty pay and combat incentive pay to operate. But I agree with the good gentleman from Albay that Congress can come in, exercise our oversight, and we can craft legislation that will put more body or put more details into the operation of these different pay incentives, Mr. Speaker.
Your Honor, I would like to reiterate my appeal that the Congress must exercise its plenary power in the appropriation of funds, so much so that it must review the enormity of the grants, bonuses, and incentives provided for under Executive Order Number 3. Let me go to another point, and I will just abbreviate my questions or statements because I understand that there are no other members of the House who would like to propound questions with respect to the office of the President. Now, the President also issued the Memorandum Circular Number 4, or by authority of the President, such circular was issued.
That is with regard to courtesy resignations.
Yes, correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker.
Well, I have made this statement before, and I would just like to reiterate it. That to me it appears that Memorandum Circular Number 4 violates the Equal Protection Clause. Because while it demands the resignation of covered appointees by previous administrations or previous presidents, it does not require such resignation from appointees of the incumbent president. And it appears that this circular is a sword of Damocles hanging over the covered officers and personnel of the bureaucracy. Now, let me go to some other points. The proposed budget of the Office of the President has ballooned to an increase of 600.3%, the biggest among the departments and agencies of the government. Well, there may be some justifications for this, but with respect to the intelligence and confidential funds, also there was an inordinate increase. Even with respect to the President's contingent fund, it has escalated from 2.5 billion to 5.5 billion, or an increase of 120%, or 3 billion. Well, of course, the distinguished chairman would always say this is subject to the collective action of the supermajority. But I would like just to bring to the information of possibly the public that these are enormous increases. Let me know, of course, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, contingencies cannot be predetermined or not subject for the moment to empirical forecasts. But considering the huge increase of the President's contingent fund, may we know what contingencies are expected in 2017?
Is the good gentleman talking about the contingent fund?
Yes. Because that has increased by 3 billion or 120%.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, as the good gentleman knows, contingent fund um, is used to cover the funding requirements of new or urgent projects and activities of national government agencies and GOCCs, such as the legal obligation of the government arising from final and executory decisions by competent authority, including arbitration awards, mediation settlement, compromise agreements, as well as requirements of newly created offices or deficiencies in the appropriations for, let's say, local or external travels of the President. And I believe that given all of these uses and purposes of the contingent fund, and granting that the President has just recently assumed his office, granting that there are new policy directives and specific strategies that the President is engaging and looking into and in fact acting on, then the contingent fund is supposed to provide for all of these exigencies and events and eventualities that we cannot predict will happen in 2017. So given the many changes that the President is in fact effectuating in this new administration, we have felt that the contingent fund would be given this amount, and we feel that we're comfortable with the amount. Again, knowing that this is a new administration and we don't know what occurrences and eventualities will happen during the course of the year of 2017. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, what the distinguished sponsor has read are the traditional uses of a contingent fund. But considering the huge increase of 3 billion for 2017, that is why I was asking what contingencies are being expected to happen in 2017 to justify an increase of 120% from 2.5 billion to 5.5 billion. Or again, is this the
Well, Mr. Speaker,
cap estimation?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we all know that next year we have 3 big events that are happening in the country. First is the Philippines hosting of the 30th ASEAN Summit on April of 2017. The second is the 50th founding anniversary of the ASEAN, the Golden Celebration, which we in the Philippines have been privileged to host. And of course, there is the 31st ASEAN Summit, plus related meetings. I would like to put on the record that the biggest increase in the budget of the Office of the President has to do with our hosting of these 3 major events, wherein the Philippines will be the showcase of the world and all eyes will be on our country as gracious hosts. Now, I admit that we have allocated an amount for the hosting of these events. But again, in a perfect world, Mr. Speaker,
the amount that we in Congress are allocating for the office of the President so that we can play gracious hosts to the leaders of the nation. And mind you, we are talking here about 22 nations. We are playing host to 22 nations, Mr. Speaker. And admittedly, although we have given an amount lodged in the budget of the Office of the President to play host to these 22 countries, we don't know in 2017 if a contingency might come up during the course of our hosting of this event. I'd also like to mention that even if you say that we have allocated a big amount of 15 billion to play host to this, Mr. Speaker, that 15 billion is in fact a decrease from the initial proposal of 29 billion. In other words, the budget that we've allocated to the Office of the President so that we can host these 22 countries has been trimmed of its fat, has been trimmed to the smallest possible amount na hindi naman tayo mapapahiya. But again, we cannot predict what will happen in 2017 over the course of our hosting the 22 nation delegates, Mr. Speaker. So that's the reason why contingent fund has increased to 5.5 billion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished Chairman, it is for purposes of transparency that we make specific allocations. With respect to the hosting of the golden anniversary of ASEAN, we are proposing, the government is proposing 15 billion. With respect to the other two hostings, I think the budget would also have the necessary budget for these two other events. Why don't we place the appropriation in the specific or particular event to be funded, rather than have a lump sum appropriation in the contingent fund, which is not transparent?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the 15 billion that was allocated for our hosting has actually been broken down as follows. Transport and telecommunications, 58 million from, well, let me go back. For transport and communication expenses, the proposal was 593 million pesos. But what was approved was only 58 million. For tourism, hospitality, social events, and site enhancement, the proposal was 903 million. What was approved was only 670 million, Mr. Speaker. For media affairs and strategic communications, the proposal was 1.5 billion. What was approved was only 1.4 billion. For business and investment, the proposal was 178 million. The approved was 177 million. For security, peace and order, emergency preparedness and response, the proposal was 4.2 billion. What was approved was only 2 billion. For finance management, budget and procurement, the proposal was 264 million. What was approved was only 171 million. And for the National Organizing Council, what was proposed was 13 billion. What well, 13.9 billion, what was approved was only 10.9 billion. So this is what I was talking about, Mr. Speaker, that we've actually trimmed it down to the barest necessities. And may I point out, Mr. Speaker, that that budget is supposed to cover the 3 hostings already. The 30th ASEAN Summit, the 31st ASEAN Summit, and the 50th founding anniversary of the ASEAN. So those 3 hostings will actually be broken down to several events. The events are as follows: working group meetings, 79 events; senior officials meetings, 30 events; ministerial meetings, 14 events; and the leaders' summits, 2 events, and 3 commemorative events. So for a total of 128 events, Mr. Speaker. So given the cut in the budget, given the amount that is being proposed, and given the number of events that we will be hosting, I believe that the budget should be enough. But again, barring any unforeseen circumstances, any unforeseen eventualities, it should be enough. But of course, we don't live in a perfect world, Mr. Speaker, and we have to prepare for any contingencies. And that is why we're putting it in the contingent fund. And the gentleman from Albay also used to be a chairman, the chairman of the Committee on Appropriations, and he understands very well, Mr. Speaker, that the contingency fund is there specifically because we cannot predict what contingencies will happen in 2017, particularly with the hosting of the ASEAN summits, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, when I was chairman of the Committee on Appropriations, the contingent fund was barely ₱1 billion. But anyway, I am not interested in those details because they are specific and transparent. What I am saying is that why don't we put these expenditures in the preparation for these various events rather than lump it together as contingent fund, which is not transparent at the time the budget is approved by this Congress. That is all I was asking, Your Honor. Now, last November 2015, the Aquino administration hosted the APEC and spent 10 billion or 476 million per member country, given the APEC has 21 member countries. In the proposed budget in the Office of the President, the amount of 15 billion is appropriated for the country's hosting of the golden anniversary of the ASEAN in 2017. This would translate to 1.5 billion per member country, including the Philippines. I think we should be able to exercise the congressional power of oversight so that we will find out how exactly, how particularly this huge allocation is spent by government.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, let me...
Look at this. 476 million per member country of the APEC. It has 21 members. But with respect to the ASEAN Golden Anniversary, it is 1.5 billion per member country, including the Philippines, because there are 10 member countries. With that statement, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, thank you for accommodating these interpellations, and thank you to the leadership of the House for allowing me to interpellate with respect to the office of the President. Proper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may I just point out that the APEC 2015 hosted 36 events in total, while the 2017 ASEAN, we will be hosting 125 events. But even if we compare APEC 2015 with the 10 billion budget for 36 events to the ASEAN 2017 hosting, wherein we allocated 15 billion for 125 events, if we do the math, then on a per event basis, the 2017 hosting is much lower than the 2015 hosting. Mr.
Thank you, Honorable Gentleman. The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the 3rd District of Quezon, Danilo E. Suarez, Minority Floor Leader, for his interpellation.
The Honorable Minority Floor Leader, Danny Suarez, is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the distinguished Chairman of Appropriation yield to some clarificatory questions?
It will be an honor, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Office of the President, on two issues, I'll just be delving on two issues, Mr. President. On the proposed budget that will entail a total of, am I correct, 19,990,000,000
Yes,
will
Mr.
be the
Speaker,
requested.
in
But
new
bulk of this will be spent on the proposed ASEAN.
the amount for the ASEAN is 15.459.
Correct, but this will be a very dramatic event considering that this will put us on the limelight. I'm just curious, those guests that were invited in Laos, will they be coming here as well?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I'm
Yes,
talking about
of course.
the U.S. President, the head of Russia, China, though they are not member of ASEAN, but they were there. So, this head of state will be attending the ASEAN next year.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, allow me to read for the record the states, the various states that will be visiting our country: Brunei, Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Myanmar, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, Australia, India, Japan, New Zealand, People's Republic of China, Republic of Korea, Russia, United States, Canada, and from the European Union, of course, Timor-Leste as a guest, and the UN Secretary General.
The UN?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Is also
it will
invited.
be a very interesting meeting between, will still be UN President Ban Ki-moon.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Will be finally meeting our President
and the
personally.
And the new President of the United States, Mr. Speaker.
You're talking about Hillary Clinton, of course.
I'm not a voter of the United States elections, Mr. Speaker.
That sounds me to be a Democrat. I'm just kidding. Under the distinguished chairman, amidst this beautiful hall, air-conditioned room, flag lights, and then afterwards we have a very sumptuous lunch, is the fact that half a kilometer away from these institutions are our citizens that needs help. And no less than a good number of media have come up with let's say a wake-up call saying, Mr. President, you're doing your job well in eradicating drugs and putting attention on what we call criminal activities. But the Office of the President, as well as other executive offices, what he's saying is, do your job and I will do mine. The President will never be successful if he will do it by himself. And there is a particular area in the Office of the President that can handle employment in millions. So, before this representation, I did take up the chance of talking to the Executive Secretary and the assurance from the satellite office of the President that indeed they will constitute and institute this program that will entail employment nationwide. Though I need just a clarificatory question that indeed the Office of the President and their satellite office will be instituting this very noble program.
Yes, he has affirmed. No less than the Executive Secretary has affirmed.
Thank you very much, distinguished sponsor. Mr. Speaker, inasmuch as there will be no other member of the minority who would like to raise question on the proposed budget of the Office of the President, I move that we terminate the period of interpellation. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the majority, we join the minority in terminating the period of interpellation on the budget of the Office of the President. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There's a joint motion from the majority and the minority to terminate the period of interpellations for the budget of the Office of the President. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of interpellation on the budget of the Office of the President is hereby terminated. The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we begin consideration on the budget of the Presidential Legislative Liaison Office.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Before we continue, Mr. Speaker, we would like to greet the guests from the Presidential Legislative Liaison Office in the gallery today. Here is the Secretary of Fellow Cebuano, Secretary Adelino Sitoy, Yusek Bernardo Sayo, Yusek Antonio Gallardo, Asek Victorio Casuay.
Guests from the Presidential Legislative Liaison Office, please rise. Welcome to the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Chairman of the Committee on Appropriations, the Honorable Carlo Nograles, to sponsor and answer questions, if any, on the budget of the PLLO.
Honorable Carlo Nograles, the Chairman of the Committee on Appropriations, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the Presidential Legislative Liaison Office, or PLLO, our total obligations proposed is 52.629 million, wherein 50.111 million are new appropriations. We're ready to answer any questions from any member of Congress, Mr. Speaker.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Orestes Salon of Agri-Party List.
Honorable gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of minority, there being no interpellators, we move to close the interpellation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in behalf of the majority, we join the minority in its motion to terminate the period of interpellation and debate on the budget of the Presidential Legislative Liaison Office.
There's a joint motion from the majority and the minority to terminate the period of sponsorship and debate for the budget of Presidential Legislative Liaison Office. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate on the budget of the Presidential Legislative Liaison Office is hereby terminated. The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill 3408.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session until 1 o'clock this afternoon.
The session is suspended until 1 o'clock this afternoon.
malimot Mrs. Deliba. Testing the testing. Testing anta.
Sam? Sam? Opo. Wala po minority. Wala po minority. Good afternoon po. Mr. Energy. Pasensya ka na, hindi ako naka-attend kanina. Pasensya na. Pasensya na, hindi naka-attend ako. Wala
walang tao.
Sessions resume. The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Bill 3408 and ask the Secretary General to read the title of the bill.
Directing the Secretary General to read the title of House Bill 3408.
House Bill 3408, an act appropriating funds for the operation of the government of the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2017, and for other purposes.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that it's in the period of interpellation and debate. Therefore, I move that we resume consideration of the budget of the National Anti-Poverty Commission.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman, the Honorable Mark Sambar of PBA Party.
The Honorable Mark Sambar, Vice Chair of Committee on Appropriation, is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This representation is once again ready to answer questions for the National Anti-Poverty Commission.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Abdullah de Mapuro of the 2nd District of Lanao del Norte for his interpellation.
Representative from Lanao del Norte, Honorable Abdullah de Mapuro, is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the name of the Commission, National Anti-Poverty Commission, it must be mandated to help us reduce poverty. May I know from the time that the Commission has been organized until now, how much is poverty incidence in the country reduced?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, from a poverty incidence rate of 32%, the NAPC was able to decrease it to 26% presently.
30%, and now presently
26% po,
46%.
Your Honor. 26.
26?
Yes.
26%?
Yes, Your Honor.
So about 4%. And
ang starting po was 32%, Mr. Speaker. So
6%.
they were able to roughly 6 to 7% po ang decrease.
And over a period of how many years, Mr. Speaker?
Your Honor, over a period of 18 years.
How many years?
18.
18 years?
Yes, that is
That's
correct.
too long, Mr. Speaker. I think we need the Commission to be more effective. And I understand that their budget is very low. Only 200 million pesos. Is it correct, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, it is 195.437 million pesos to be exact.
May we know, Mr. Speaker, if they can be more effective in, for example, integrating the different livelihood projects that the different departments are doing. I understand that they seem not to be talking to each other in undertaking livelihood projects. For example, the Department of Agriculture may be doing training, but they are only up to training. And they do not know if those trainees that they have taught have done the livelihood that the government spent for training them. I think another example, Mr. Speaker, in my province, the Department of Science and Technology gave equipment to a cooperative of bangus for bangus processing. But the cooperative did not have enough supply of bangus, meaning that the Department of Agriculture could have helped them have more supply of bangus. And they also failed to sell their products to far places, from Tubod, for example, to Iligan City or to Cagayan de Oro City, near places, much nearer than Cebu City. This is because the Department of Trade and Industry did not help them market their products. An agency in our government must integrate the different efforts of our departments in reducing poverty, and I think the proper agency for it is the National Anti-Poverty Commission. May we know if, Mr. Speaker, from the Commission, if their budget is increased, can they be more effective in integrating the different livelihood projects, employment projects that the departments are doing? Can they be more effective if we increase their budget?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, absolutely. If we can increase their budget, I'm sure the National Poverty Commission, Anti-Poverty Commission, under the leadership of Secretary Lisa Masa, will be able to give more integration to the programs through our different departments to help alleviate poverty, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to propose not move to give the decision to the leadership of the House that we increase the budget of the Commission to make them more effective, and we likewise increase the budget of the DICT, Department of Information and Communication Technology, especially in their countryside development of internet employment. And we should also be increasing the budget of the Department of Trade and Industry mentoring program so that we can have more effect in alleviating poverty in the country. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the point of the Honorable Dimaporo is very well taken, and I think NAPSI will support such a move by, or such a proposal by this august body, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Neil Abayon.
Honorable Neil Abayon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, I'm simply here to close. There being no other member of the minority who wishes to interpolate on the budget of the National Anti-Poverty Commission, I therefore move to close the period of interpellation. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in behalf of the majority, we join the minority in its motion to terminate the period of interpellation and debate for the budget of National Anti-Poverty Commission.
There is a joint motion from the majority and the minority to terminate the period of sponsorship and debate for the budget of National Anti-Poverty Commission. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate on the budget of National Anti-Poverty Commission is hereby terminated. The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we begin consideration of the budget of the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes to allow the technical staff and resource persons of the committee access to the floor.
Session suspended. Sam. Tol. Sam. Sessions resume.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of the budget of the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency.
No.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, let us recognize the presence of Director General Alex Paul Monteagudo, Assistant Director General Ruth Galila, Assistant Director General Carol Luz Guerrero, Assistant Director General Melinda Agustin, Assistant Director General Robertson Lapus, Assistant Director General Jeffrey Sedosta, all of the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, Mr. Speaker.
Guests from the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, may you please rise. Welcome to the House of Representatives. The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Chairman of the Committee on Appropriation, Representative Carlo Nograles, to sponsor and answer questions, if any, on the budget of National Intelligence Coordinating Agency.
The Honorable Chairman of the Committee on Appropriation, Representative Carlo Nograles, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader. The total proposed obligation budget of NICA, or the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, is 723 million pesos, of which 693 million are new appropriations. We're ready to answer any questions from the members of the House.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize our minority leader, the congressman of the 3rd District of Quezon, Honorable Danilo P. Suarez, for his interpellation.
The Honorable Minority Floor Leader from the 3rd District of Quezon, Representative Danny Suarez, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. I'll have to admit, distinguished sponsor, totally alien to the activities of NICA, and I will just pick up some points of interest. The only thing I know about, on what I've read, is the security plate. Sila po ba ang nagbibigay ng security plate? Yung sinasabing pag may sasakyan, security plate yan.
They recommend and give clearance for the issuances of security plate, Mr. Speaker. But more than that, they're the ones that coordinates, gathers the information and intelligence from all intelligence agencies or agencies that are in charge of intel. They're the ones that gather it, collate it, and they provide it to the President, Mr. Speaker.
Security plate, that
Well,
means yung mga backup, yung mga ginagamit ng civilian na backup niya, yung mga plaka nun are security plates.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's still the LTO that issues the security plate, but it is the NICA that recommends and processes the requests for security plate. But ultimately, it's LTO that issues the security
Do
plate.
they pay the LTO for those plates, distinguished sponsor?
No, Mr. Speaker.
It's free.
I think LTO is paid.
So may I know
no,
the...
libre. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Yes. Kasi government siya.
Yeah, but their plate number is not red. It's civilian.
Yes, it is, Mr. Speaker.
So, hindi po ba distinguished sponsor?
Yung proseso, Mr. Speaker, is that it is still LTO that issues the plates. Ang National Security, ang NICA, sila lang po yung nagre-recommend. At walang bayad sa NICA, yan.
On unforeseen incident, heaven forbids, an accident that involves a vehicle with security plate. Ang pag sinabi na ang dito ho sa nakasagasa, ito po ang plaka ng sasakyan. Normally, you just find out from the LTO kung saan nakarehistro yung plakang yon at malalaman natin kung sino may-ari. Di po ba distinguished sponsor? Ngayon, kung ito po ay security plate, sino makakaalam nun?
LTO pa rin, Mr. Speaker.
Sasabihin ng LTO, security plate ito. Ganun po ba?
Yes, sir. Pero, yes, Mr. Speaker, but ultimately, alam ng LTO kung kaninong nakarehistro.
And they will be just like any ordinary citizen, will be subject to the law. Kung meron ho silang nagawang traffic violation, hindi ho exempted yung security plate.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
May we know the output of this office, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker? What do they do? Because we're requesting almost 700 million peso budget here. And as I've said, I will repeat, I'm totally alien to the activity. Though I've heard of this word NICA. Ano po yung kanilang function at ano po yung output nila?
Kasama po sa major final output ng NICA, Mr. Speaker, is the intelligence reports generated, the inputs to policy and decision-making, intelligence reports disseminated to the concerned government entities, anything that has to do with national security issues and concerns, sila po yung nag-gather. They also provide the President and the National Security Council with these intelligence reports. They formulate plans and policies for intelligence and counterintelligence efforts. They collect, process, and disseminate intelligence reports as needed concerning the national security. They provide services for the security of personnel, documents, and installations of agencies and other relevant security services. They ensure the proper implementation of the national security clearance system in government. They provide they work as secretariat to the National Anti-Terrorism Council and other functions that may be delegated to them by the President, Mr. Speaker.
What you just mentioned, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, is what the intelligence operative of the armed forces is doing. Same thing with the Philippine National Police and maybe with the National Bureau of Investigation. So
that's correct, Mr. Speaker.
Hindi ho ba redundant ito?
They're the ones that collate all of the intel reports. They collate all of the intel reports from the different intel agencies.
These agencies are mandatorily have to report to NICA all their findings?
Yes, because NICA is the one that reports, summarizes, and collates the reports to the President and the National Security Council. So that's why yung pangalan po is National Intelligence Coordinating Agency. So they coordinate with the different
I would
intel.
like to assume, distinguished sponsor, that what they gathered and report to the President are classified. Is that, am I correct there?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Very few people can see it. There's for the eyes of the President only, parang ganon.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So, if I will ask a question, like, how many armed operatives of the New People's Army are there in my province? Will they know the answer?
Right now, they're free to say that the general number is in the vicinity of 5,000, but nationwide. But for your specific district or province, they'll have to crunch the numbers first.
5,000 in the province of Quezon?
No, 5,000 nationwide, Mr.
Nationwide.
Speaker. For your specific province, Mr. Speaker, they'll have to...
Then that's not classified. That's not classified, distinguished sponsor.
That's why they gave a rough estimate, Mr. Speaker.
So, is this 5,000 armed? Fully armed?
I have the document here, Mr. Speaker, but the first word on top of the document says secret, classified.
Secret.
So I don't think I'm allowed to mention it here.
You have seen it, Your Honor. So,
well, I'm defending their budget, Mr. Speaker.
Distinguished sponsor, I just would like to set a hypothetical example. Nagather ng army na merong movement sa isang areang ito ng mga terrorists and they're going to take action on it. In an event of an hour, maybe wala na po yung mga armed element. Can they make their own move on that without even consulting NICA on that?
Yes, it's within their mandate, Mr. Speaker.
So, you're saying, distinguished sponsor, that we are appropriating 700 million of taxpayers' money to an agency that just collate information data of other intelligence operative.
They also conduct counterintelligence. So, meaning
Counterintelligence.
meaning to say they have to verify the veracity and truthfulness of the intel reports before they feed it to the President. So, hindi pwede basta subo lang ng tayo ng subo ng intel report sa ating mahal na Pangulo. Meron din po yung NICA who has access to other intelligence reports from
Ano
other
ang
intel
equivalent
agencies.
dito sa Amerika, distinguished sponsor?
Siguro ang pinaka-equivalent niya sa United States would be in terms of intel gathering, CIA po.
CIA. Pero wala silang agent na CIA, gano'n.
Wala po.
We're both, distinguished sponsor, we're both alien here. Kayo ho ay chairman ng APRO, ngayon lang nyo ito nakita. Minority ako, ngayon ko din ito nakita. So, but at the end of the day, we're saying, I will move to terminate interpolation of NICA for a certain office that we are appropriating 700,000 that I totally cannot comprehensively say that I cannot understand their existence. So, in the meantime, distinguished sponsor, I will have to ask another agency, which is the National Security Council, that might enlighten me on my query on what is the relation between National Security Council and National Intelligence Coordinating Agency. With that, distinguished sponsor, can we temporarily defer the proposed measure for this until we hear and interpolate on the office of the National Security Council? I move that we defer the... Pwede kong tanungin si General Esperon? Okay.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Because there was an earlier motion that we consider the budget of the NICA, but since the interpellations of the gentleman would result into two agencies being asked, I amend the earlier motion to include that of the National Security Advisor.
Is there any objection?
National Security Council.
The Chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, the head of the National Security Council is someone whom I respect and know very well. In a very brief question, does the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency coordinate their activities with the National Security Council?
Before the chairman answer the question, the chair recognizes again the chairman of the Committee on Appropriation to also sponsor the budget of the National Security Council.
Yes, yes, Mr. Speaker. The proposed obligation budget of the National Security Council is 147.19 million pesos, of which 142.231 million are new appropriations. We're ready to answer the questions of any member of Congress
The
who wish
Majority
to
Floor
interpellate
Leader.
us on this matter.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Gary Haliano of Magdalo Party List for his interpellation on the budgets of National Security Council and National Intelligence Coordinating Agency. I so move.
The representative from Magdalo Party List, Honorable Gary Alejano, is recognized to interpolate the sponsor of the budget of the National Security Council and National Intelligence Coordinating Council.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Floor. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. May I just ask the distinguished sponsor if he's willing to take some questions from this representation?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it would be an honor.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. I just would like to ask for the sponsor what is the mandate of the National Security Council, including that of the National Security Advisor.
The mandate of the National Security Council is the principal advisory body on the proper coordination and integration of plans and policies affecting national security. It consists of two distinct offices, the Council proper and the Office of the National Security Advisor. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. I just would like to reiterate that the National Security Council provides technical support to the national security proper. It also provides policy advice to the President on national security. It also provides guidance and direction to the operation of the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency and the Philippine Center on Transnational Crimes. And of course, lastly, it coordinates at the policy level the fight against terrorism through the Anti-Terrorism Task Force. Are these correct, Mr. Sponsor?
Yes,
Mr.
that's
Speaker?
correct, Mr. Speaker. What was read into the record by the gentleman from Magdalo Party List is correct. Of course, there is a wider enumeration, but the statements, the points made by the good gentleman from Magdalo Party List is correct. It's part of the mandate of the National Security Council.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. I just would like to ask next my question. Is crafting of the national security policy and the national security strategy part of the mandate of NSC?
Yes, it is. In fact, Mr. Speaker, what we have presently, and I'm sure the good gentleman from Magdalo Party List knows about this, is the national security policy of 2011 to 2016. And currently, the National Security Council, it being a new administration, has been given direct orders by the President for them to craft the new national security policy of 2016 to 2022.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. That's good to hear. May I request for such authority or directive from the President to the National Security Council to draft the new national security policy and national security strategy?
Yes, both the national security policy and the national security strategy is now being formulated in tandem with the national development strategy of the Philippines.
What I was asking, Mr. Sponsor, is if we can provide for the authority or a directive coming from the President, official document, so that we would be able to know the contents of such directive.
So far, it was a verbal order by the President as discussed during their cabinet meeting last Monday, but we will be happy to provide the good gentleman from Magdalo Party List with the executive order directing the formulation of the national security policy for 2017 to 2022. I have with me, Mr. Speaker, a draft of the executive order that has not yet been President because, as I said, it was a verbal order issued by the President in the Cabinet meeting held last Monday. So the written executive order will be issued in a few days from now.
In that document, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, would you know the timeline within which these national security documents would be finished or complied with, Mr. Sponsor?
In the draft, Mr. Speaker, it says on or before November 30, 2016.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. My next question is about, Mr. Sponsor, would you give us the meaning and purpose of national security policy and strategy?
The national security policy is a statement of principles that should guide national decision-making and determine courses of action to be taken in order to attain the state or condition wherein the national interests, the well-being of our people and institutions, and our sovereignty and territorial integrity are protected and enhanced. The purpose of the national security policy is to identify the strategic priorities to establish the correct balance in the guns or butter debate for the allocation of scarce resources and to establish the prioritization, among others, between external and internal defense. The national security policy lays down the fundamental and comprehensive framework on interrelated issues and concerns that may impinge on national security.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. Sponsor. Would you agree that the definition of national security strategy is how specifically the national security policy would be undertaken?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Speaker. The policy is policy, but the strategy is the action plan to put into action what is enshrined in our national security policy.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. We're talking about national security policy. This is a policy. And in relation to that, do you agree that any policy, including the national security policy, should be aligned with or responsive to what we value as Filipinos? We call this Filipino national values.
Yes, it must be. And that is the reason why when we formulate the national security policy and national security strategy, it must be in tandem with our national development efforts and our strategies, and of course to the interests of the Filipino people.
I mentioned that, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, because our Filipino values, national Filipino values, refers to the set of values that the majority of the Filipino have historically held important in our lives. Ito yung mga bagay na vina-value natin, importante po sa atin bilang Pilipino. Now, would the sponsor educate us or inform us, of course, as basis of the NSC crafting of the national policy, the present Filipino national values? What are our national values?
Well, part of our as far as national values in tandem with the national interests are concerned, these would be socio-political stability, territorial integrity, economic solidarity, ecological balance, cultural cohesiveness, moral and spiritual consensus, external peace and harmony.
I understand, Mr. Speaker, that is part of the national interest. I will go to that later.
But for the meantime, I was asking about our national values as a people. And in connection with this, would you agree that the following are our values as Filipinos? Unang-una, hiya or sense of shame, amor propio or self-esteem, harmony, pakikisama, utang na loob. Would you agree with this, Mrs. Sponsor?
Yes, I agree.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Sponsor. How about being hospitable? We're known for that. Filipinos are known to be hospitable. Pakikipagkapwa, respectfulness, respect for female members of society. Are these our values of Filipinos?
They are, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How about fear of God or being religious? Abhorrence of acts of cheating and thievery. Value of family or solidarity of family. Security of our economy. Joy and humor. Are these part of Filipino values?
Yes, they are, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Then, therefore, Mr. Sponsor, do you think we need to revisit our values as a people, considering that we, especially here in Congress, have become more tolerant and silent to the utterances and action of the President?
I think regardless of who the President is, whose administration it is, I think revisiting, reflecting our values is something that every Filipino must practice regularly, regardless of administration, regardless of president, regardless of national and the economic situation. I think it is inherent in every person to constantly review and reflect on his values. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Sponsor, I raised this because we heard the pronouncements of the President, like, you know, we read in the news, we heard about the cursing of the President, and all of us, including our children, have heard about this, in that I myself is confused whether right now we're now shifting to a different set of Filipino values, and maybe because of our silence and because of toleration maybe on our part, maybe we have to review our values because hindi naman ho tayo nagre-react na kahit meron ng nagmumura, especially ating presidente, hindi ho tayo magbigay ng kaukulang aksyon, especially in Congress, because as I've said, all policies of our country, of our government, should be based on our values. Kasi otherwise, kung hindi align ito sa values natin, then it will not serve the purpose. It will not serve the interest of the Filipino people kung hindi naaayon sa binavalue natin. Kaya nga po nagkaroon ng disconnect if we hear something, di ba ho, dito sa atin sa plenaryo, sinesensure ho natin pag may mga words na medyo hindi akma doon sa nakasanayan o yung values natin. That is why I raised that point, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, because if we continue to be silent and if we continue to tolerate such kinds of pronouncements, especially to the number one person in the country, then I think we don't have that kind of values anymore, and I think we should revisit our values.
Well, I think, Mr. Speaker, the President gives a lot of importance and respect to the people who still show that they have their Filipino values intact. the President has and is not making any attacks against people with values. Hindi po ang mga tao na may ganyang mga Filipino values, mga katangian na magaganda, ang kinakalaban ng ating mahal na Pangulo. Ang kinakalaban ng ating mahal na Pangulo, ang mga tao na walang values, ang mga tao who have vices. So we must be able to distinguish between who the President is attacking and who the President is aligned with. The President is aligned with, is friends with, kakampi po ng Presidente ang mga Pilipino na merong mga magagandang katangian. Ang kalaban ng ating mahal na Pangulo ay yun po mga walang magandang katangian, kundi puro mga bisyo lamang.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Ang ibig ko pong sabihin, kahit sino pa po ang pinapatungkulan ng salita ng ating Presidente, ito po ay naririnig ng lahat, kasama na po ang kababaihan at kabataan. Kung inaalaw po natin, tatanungin po tayo ng ating mga kabataan, iyang bang pagmumura, maraming anyo po yan, paano natin mapapaliwag, tama po ba yan sa mga teachers na nagtuturo sa ating mga kabataan? Hindi po nila maiintindihan kung anong sinasabi niya, kung kanino nakadirect yung mga salita na yan. Kaya nga, hindi ba ho dapat maging maingat ang ating Pangulo sa pagsabi ng ganito dahil yung nakasanayan sa bahay, bawal ang magmura. Mayroong disconnect sa Filipino values. Kaya nga po, hindi sometimes maiintindihan ng iilan o ng karamihan dahil hindi po ito konektado. But just the same, Mr. Sponsor, I just raised that issue because that is part of crafting national policies, especially national security policy. I will proceed to the next question, Mr. Speaker. Would you agree, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, that policies must serve our national interest?
Yes, of course, Mr. Speaker.
I would like to mention, according to Hans Morgenthau, who was one of the major 20th century figures in the study of international politics, the meaning of national interest is survival, the protection of physical, political, and cultural identity against encroachments by other nation-states. And it has two general classifications. The first one, this is necessary or vital components of national interest. At ang pangalawa po, variable or non-vital components of national interest. Necessary or vital components ng ating national interest, again, according to Morgenthau, the vital or primary components of the national interest that to be foreign policy seeks to secure our survival or identity. He subdivides identity into three parts: physical identity, political identity, and cultural identity. I raise this question, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, because we have issues relating to the very identity of the country, to the very political identity of our country. In the physical identity, this includes territorial identity. And the political identity, ito po yung democratic way of life. Ito yung pinapahalagahan natin na may kalayaan, may demokrasya. Means political economic system, and then cultural identity stands for historical values that are upheld by nation as part of its cultural heritage. Would you agree, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, na pag itong vital interest ang nalagay sa balag ng alanganin, a nation can even go to war if these vital interests are compromised?
That would be of last resort, Mr. Speaker. I don't think any nation would want to go to war, but it is not our priority, our intention to go into war. It is not an instrument of national policy, according to the Constitution, to go into war, Mr. Speaker.
I understand, Mr. Sponsor, that war is not a policy of our country. But I mentioned that we have national interest to protect. And one of the classification is the vital national interest. Nang ibig sabihin po nito, na pag ito ang vital national interest ang malalabag ng ibang bansa, kaya po ng Pilipinas na makipagyera lamang madependehan ang ating bansa. Kahit na meron po tayong polisiya against war. Ano pong example po nito? Physical identity. Kung talagang hahawakan natin that we will not go to war with any nation, pag na-violating physical identity, that is territorial integrity, hahayaan ba natin ang ibang bansa na apakan tayo dahil ayaw natin makipaggera bilang polisiya?
Again, as I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, war will be an option of last resort. The elements of our national security include socio-political stability, territorial integrity, economic solidarity, ecological balance, cultural cohesiveness, moral spiritual consensus, and peace and harmony. And peace and harmony includes peace and harmony among nations. If there is a threat in the territorial physical integrity of our nation, there are other ways of resolving differences with other nations besides war. In fact, as a matter of policy, we have taken it that the state, our state, shall undertake the necessary steps to ensure that the Filipino national community's welfare, well-being, ways of life, institution, territorial integrity, and sovereignty are enhanced and protected. So, in other words, Mr. Speaker, as I said, in the community of nations, I believe war is an option of last resort. I think that there are other ways, more diplomatic ways of resolving conflicts, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. I am not saying that we will go to war. And I'm not saying that there are no other ways how to resolve conflicts. I am just saying and confirming on your end, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, that there is such thing as vital national interest na pwede pong labagin ng ibang bansa. Pwede nating maharangan, pwede magkaroon ng ibang kaparaanan upang hindi malabag ito. Pero ang sinasabi ko na ang bansa ay kayang makipaggera kung ito ay nilabag na. Because in spite of our efforts, example, our issues at West Philippine Sea, in spite of all our efforts using peaceful means, hindi pa rin nare-resolve. And on the contrary, patuloy pa rin kinakain ang ating teritoryo. Ito yung sinasabi kong ang vital interest ay dapat hindi malabag because a country can go to war in case your identity, physical identity through territorial integrity are violated.
I think our policy is consistent with the Constitution, and I state Article 2, Section 2, the Philippines renounces war as an instrument of national policy. So I think, Mr. Speaker, that the President is correct in continuing the diplomatic approach, and I believe that is the reason why the President is going to China on the 20th and 21st of this month. We pursue peace by dealing with all nations and all, particularly our the neighboring states. The military instrument is just one of the instruments, but diplomacy, information, economic, legal, intelligence, fiscal, geographic, population, all of these have to be taken into context, into consideration.
I understand, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. I fully agree with you, and the provisions you've read are based in the Constitution. It just so happened that, I'm saying one thing and you're saying one thing. Ang sinasabi ko lang po na meron tayong vital interest na pwedeng tayo bilang bansa. Let us put it this way. In spite of all our efforts, hypothetical question, gumawa pa rin ng airstrip o nireclaim ang Scarborough Shoal. In spite of all our efforts, nag-encroach sila sa ating mga isla. And since we denounce war as a policy, hayaan na lang natin sila kasi tayong mga Pilipino ay hindi talaga tayo makipagyera. Kaya nga wag na lang natin patibayin ng ating armed forces. Kasi anyway, hindi naman talaga tayo makipagyera. Ang ibig ko pong sabihin, na at the end of the day, I just would like to emphasize that all nations of the world have their vital national interest to protect. That is why when the interest of other country conflicts with the interest of other country, doon po natin nakikita yung friction. And usually the friction is military. And now, if we have the mindset of saying we don't adopt wars as a policy, then yun ang titingnan ng ibang bansa. Itong mga Pilipino, hindi talaga ito pipiyok. Hindi talaga ito magrereklamo. Kaya pakapaka na lang natin ito. Yun po yung point ko. Even if we will try all the means, peaceful means, in order to avoid conflict.
Well, let me just clarify, Mr. Speaker, that our country, our government has not abandoned any claims on the Scarborough Shoals or in any territory where we have historical and legal rights over. We are just stating for the record that according to our Constitution, our country adheres to the policy of peace, equality, justice, freedom, cooperation, and amity with all nations. Of course, obviously, Mr. Speaker, we are not an island to ourselves. We have to have good working relations with other nations, particularly our neighboring countries, and we will always adhere and we will always follow the diplomatic track in dealing with other countries and other nations. But I do agree with the gentleman from Magdalo party list that we must obviously protect our national interests, our sovereignty, our national integrity, and our national territory. But as a matter of policy, the President is still following the letter and intent of the Constitution as part of the Declaration of Principles and State Policies. Perhaps when we go into the phase wherein Congress will be constituted into a constituent assembly and we start discussing changes or amendments to the Constitution, then the gentleman from Magdalo Party List will be most welcome to, of course, give his recommendations in terms of changing, amending, or crafting a new set of declaration of principles and state policies. The mandate of the AFP has always been to defend, and I'm sure the good gentleman from Magdalo Party List knows this. We will not declare war, but the AFP, when called upon, will fight to defend the country.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. I think hindi naman ho tayo nagkakaiba. Kanina pa ho.
Yes.
I agree, and even I don't recommend going to war just because we are pissed off by other country. I agree that that should be the last resort. But again, that is still part of our option, the last resort. And the moment we go to the last resort, then, as a country, we should be socio-political stability. Matibay na socio-political. At nasa ilalim po nito, harmony among Filipinos. Nation building under rule of law, constitutional democracy, full respect of human rights, and good governance. Would you agree with this, Mr. Sponsor?
Yes, I agree. That is part of the national security policy of 2011 to 2016 under socio-political stability.
Stabilidad dahil dapat merong rule of law, may hustisya po ang Pilipino, nagalang tao. Would you agree, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, that the Philippines is signatory to the International Declaration of Human Rights?
Yes, we are. In fact, we have gone the extra mile, Mr. Speaker. If you read our Constitution, we have in fact created a commission on human rights to act as watchdogs in guarding the protection of human rights in our country.
Sa ating pong pinirmahan sa International Declaration of Human Rights, meron po ba tayong mga obligasyon na kailangang sundin? Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, in general terms, as signatory, then we are in full cooperation with other signatories and with other nations to our obligation to safeguard the human rights of every Filipino and to respect human rights all over the world, Mr. Speaker.
In relation to that, hindi po ba tama lamang na makinig ang ating gobyerno sa mga hinaing na merong mga alleged violation of human rights sa kasulukuyang war on drugs?
Nakikinig naman po ang ating gobyerno. In fact, whenever there are incidents of attacks against human rights, not only the Commission on Human Rights is there to investigate and even prosecute, but even our investigating arms and prosecutorial arms of government are ready to lend a hand in the protection of human rights, Mr. Speaker.
It's good to hear, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. However, I remember that Representative Bagilat has filed a resolution for the House of Representatives to conduct investigations on the alleged violation of human rights in the conduct of war on drugs. However, up to now, hindi pa rin ho nabibigyan ng aksyon na maganda sana po ay matingnan ho natin kung meron nga talagang paglalabag sa karapatang pantao.
I think the committee will be acting forthright. It's just that we know, Mr. Speaker, that when the budget is on the floor, no other business can be conducted by Congress. But if we end today, then in the next few days, the proper committee will act on the resolution. I would surmise, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that information and encouragement, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. I hope that we would be able to have such kind of investigations here in the House of Representatives to once and for all dispel the notion that human rights are violated in the country. I will go to the next one. As part of our national interest, integridad ng ating teritoryo. Tama po ba ito, Mr. Sponsor?
Yes, territorial integrity is one of the elements of national security.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Kasama po dito ay ang preservation of our exclusive economic zone and its protection from illegal incursions and resource exploitation.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Ang ating exclusive economic zone ay 200 mile from our shore towards the sea. So meron po tayong napakalawak na exclusive economic zone na meron po tayong karapatan na magamit para sa ating mga kababayan. Lahat ng resources that could be found within the EEZ will be able to help the country and our people. Ngayon po, meron po tayong issue dyan, again, sa West Philippine Sea. May tanong ko lang po, nakakapangisda na ba ang ating mga mangingisda sa Scarborough?
Yes, partly, Mr. Speaker. I think I would suppose that's also one of the sensitive topics to be discussed by the President in his forthcoming visit to China.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. The next one, economic solidarity. Ito yung pagbubuklod para sa matibay na ekonomiya. And then ecological balance o balancing pangangalaga ng ating kalikasan. And cultural cohesiveness. Meron po tayong collective sense of value to the principles of freedom and human dignity of a person. Would you agree with this, Mr. Sponsor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Again, they're part and they're included in the elements of national security.
Yung pagbibigay ng value sa human dignity and human life, kasama po ba yan sa ating national security?
Yes. Giving value to human dignity is part of cultural cohesiveness.
Yung mga suspect ng illegal drugs, kasama po ba sila sa ating dapat ang kanilang karapatan at ang kanilang dignidad ay mapangalagaan?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. We have laws and rules, and in fact, the Constitution provides that anyone is presumed innocent until proven otherwise. So they have rights under our Constitution, and government is there to protect the rights of any Filipino, even those suspected of committing crimes or.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. I think right now, I would not agree that the due process and rule of law are being observed, especially in those war against drugs. But nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, you've stated your answers earlier.
May I just point out, Mr. Speaker, that as far as there have been, if there's a question about whether the rights of suspected criminals have been violated or there was some abuse on their rights, we have the Internal Affairs Service of the PNP that is there to investigate the police. The CIDG is there to investigate killings of unidentified suspects. The NAPOLCOM is there also to investigate the police. The Ombudsman is also there to investigate government officials. So we have these institutions in place to curb any abuses by any government official or government agency in this war against drugs, crime, and terrorism.
I'm afraid, Mr. Sponsor, that these institutions somehow are limited in this process of implementing the war on drugs. Instead of strengthening these institutions, they have become, I believe, weaker as we cut short in the process of finding justice in this country. And I stated that because that's part of the national interest, that has an implication to national security. Because if people does not see that rule of law and due process are observed, then we will have internal instability. But again, I respect your opinion, Mr. Sponsor. I'll go to my next question. Mr. Sponsor, would you please tell us how we can secure this national interest?
To secure the national interests, we have government as our ally and the instrumentalities of government to put into effect our national security policy.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, meron pong 5 kaparaanan paano ma-achieve natin ang ating national interest. However, I will discuss just 2 of these methods. First, diplomacy as a means of national interest. Diplomacy is universally accepted means for securing national interest. It is through diplomacy that the foreign policy of a nation travels to other nations. It seeks to secure the goals of national interest. Diplomats establish contacts with the decision makers and diplomats of other nations and conduct negotiations for achieving the desired goals and objectives of national interest of their nation. At ang pangalawa po, alliances and treaties. Alliances and treaties are concluded by 2 or more states for securing their common interest. This device is mostly used for securing identical and complementary interests. However, even conflictual interests may lead to alliances and treaties which like-minded states against the common rivals or opponents. In line with this, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, are the adversarial pronouncements of the President against the United Nations, European Union, and the United States, who are our traditional allies and even treaty allies, degrade our relationships with them and thus put our national interest at stake?
Well, our country's foreign policy, Mr. Speaker, consists of self-interest strategies chosen by the state to safeguard its national interests and to achieve goals within its international relations milieu. And part of our state policies, as enshrined in the 1987 Constitution, Article 2, Section 7, states that we should pursue an independent foreign policy. So, in relations with other states, our paramount consideration should always be national sovereignty, territorial integrity, national interests, and our right to self-determination. In other words, Mr. Speaker, it is not for any state or any country to dictate to us what foreign policy we must pursue as our own sovereign and independent state. We are free to pursue our own foreign policy, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. You mentioned about independent foreign policy. Can you please tell us, members of this House, what is independent foreign policy?
Again, reading from the Constitution, basically it means that in our relations with other states, we must always put as our paramount consideration our national sovereignty, territorial integrity, our national interests, and the right to self-determination. So, independent foreign policy simply means, Mr. Speaker, that we must pursue a policy free from any influence by any other country.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. I believe that our foreign policy or independent foreign policy should serve the national interest. That is the primordial objective of our policy, to serve our own national interest. The moment you are forced to do something at the detriment of your national interest, then that is dependence and subservience. Would you agree, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, especially if you are doing it under the dictates of other nations, under the dictates or the influence of other governments other than your own. Again, your primordial consideration must be for the welfare of the Filipino people and not any other people in the world or any other nationality in the world.
I understand, Mr. Speaker, that independent foreign policy is not about isolation.
No.
I've said that there are ways how to achieve our national interest. And part of this are diplomacy and alliances and treaties. Now, Mr. Speaker, for me, independent foreign policy is about serving our national interest, even if I will align myself with the interests of other countries. As long as my national interests are served, it doesn't matter if I will align myself with other countries because kasama po yan na nakipag-alyansa po tayo, nakikipag-diplomasya para lamang ma-serve ang national interest. Ngayon po, take for example, Israel. Pwede ba nating masabi ang Israel ay talagang wala ng kalayaan sa kanilang foreign policy dahil almost 90% ay nakabase o nakadepende sa United States? I don't think so. Because Israel is surrounded by Arab states. At karamihan po dito ay kalaban ng Israel. And because ang national interest niya ay ang kanyang identity, ang kanyang teritoryo, he has to align with other countries that would be able to protect his country, their country, and survive. Kaya nga po, hindi ibig sabihin ng independent foreign policy ay i-isolate natin ang ating sarili at hindi na po natin kailangan ang ibang bansa. Yes. In relation to that, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, on almost every occasion, the President, does not fail to hurl invectives and insults to these nations I've mentioned, an international organization. The President even said that he is about to cross the Rubicon when it comes to our relationship with the United States. Should we sever our ties with the United States and even EU? Would the National Security Advisor know its implication to our economy, to our defense, and our security, Mr. Speaker?
I think, Mr. Speaker, we must reconcile the two sections in the Constitution. Section 2, which of Article 2, which states that we adhere to a policy of cooperation and amity with all nations. And Section 7, wherein we must pursue an independent foreign policy, and of primordial consideration is our right to self-determination. So it's a sensitive balance in harmonizing Section 2 and Section 7 of Article 2 of our Constitution. And in balancing those two sections and in balancing and harmonizing those two sections, the President is saying that we will cooperate, we will be friendly with all nations, regardless of whoever nation that is, whether it is a superpower, whether it is a major power, whether it's a small nation. We will adhere to cooperation and amity with all nations. But when it comes to executing our laws in our country, other nations must also respect the independence and self-determination of this country and our government. Yun lang po ang sinasabi ng ating mahal na Pangulo.
So ang ibig pong sabihin na yung lahat ng ginagawa ng ating presidente sa yung mga pronouncements against the United States, UN, and EU are part of that provisions, Mr. Speaker. Nang ibig sabihin nun, dahil kailangan ho natin ng independence o independent foreign policy, kailangan nating murahin sila, Mr. Speaker.
Well, as the President of the United States said, he has accepted that our President has very colorful language. So, kasama na po yan sa amity and cooperation. Dapat intindihin natin, intindihin nila ang ating Pangulo tulad ng ating pag-intindi ng mga Pangulo ng iba't ibang bansa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nabanggit ko lang ho yun dahil natural lahat ho tayo ay nakukonfuse at nababahala ng mga pronouncement because any word that comes out from the mouth of our President is a policy. Hindi po yan joke lang na pwedeng bawiin at i-interpret ng mga secretaries. Anything that the President says becomes part of the policy of our country. At hindi lang po local audience ang ating ang nandyan, kundi international community. Now, I will go to my next question, Mr. Speaker. I will not anymore belabor on that issue, but I would like to emphasize that these pronouncements have implications to our country. Hindi po ito biro lamang, no? I'll just mention briefly. Sa ating OFW, meron po tayong around 25 billion last year. And around 40% ng remittances ng ating OFW ay nanggagaling sa United States. Pwede pong maapektuhan yan, just in case. Ang trade po natin sa EU ay around $14.5 billion. As a United States, meron po tayong around 20 billion total trade last year. Pagdating naman po sa BPO industry, na kung saan ang West, ang ating kliyente, ay umaabot ng 25 billion, aabot ng 25 billions sa ngayong taon, sa 2016. At ito rin ay posibleng magiging collateral damage. At ang BPO industry po natin ay merong 1.2 million jobs. Kaya nga ho, importante po sa National Security Council, National Security Advisor, na titingnan yung mga implications ng sinasabi ng ating Pangulo dahil merong implications sa seguridad. Pag nawalan po ng investment, nawala yung mga negosyo, nawala po ng trabaho, tayo po lahat ang apektado. Nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, I will proceed to my next question. I understand that you have limited time. That is why I opted to interpolate in the plenary, because in the committee you only have 3 to 5 minutes. And these are very important issues in the country. I will go now to my next question. Can the sponsor, Mr. Speaker, brief us of the current threats to national security? Ano pa po yung mga threats to national security natin? Dalawa po yan. External threats at saka internal threats. Meron po ba tayong update dyan para malaman ng taong bayan ano po bang mga threats sa atin?
In general terms, terrorism, illegal drugs, criminality, and territorial dispute, Mr. Speaker. So in the internal environment, we have internal armed conflicts like the communist insurgency, secessionist movement, terrorism, criminality, graft and corruption, partisan armed groups, poverty. Then in the external, we have international terrorism, transnational crimes, illegal drugs, piracy at sea, trafficking of small arms, cyber crimes, climate change and global warming, environmental degradation, disasters and crises, health concerns. Of course, on resource issues, food security, human resources, and energy resources. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Are those the internal security threats? Does it include the external threats?
Both already. I enumerated both internal and external threats, Mr. Speaker.
I just would like to clarify if China is still part of our external national security threats.
Well, again, I go back to Section 2, Article 2 of our Constitution, that we must cooperate and be friendly with all nations. We have to agree that China is rising as the world's second largest economy. They've surpassed Japan. They have a huge population. They are growing rapidly in terms of industrial and technological breakthroughs. We include China whenever we talk about our foreign policy. Mr. Speaker.
I just would like to get the direct answer from the sponsor. Threat po ba sila sa ating bansa? Yun lang naman po ang aking tanong. If they are part of the external national security threats to our country.
May I remind the distinguished gentleman from Magdalo Party List about our provision in our internal rules, Section 91, that we are only allowed not more than 1 hour in a debate or questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to the last part of my interpellation, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the indulgence.
I'm not prepared to make that categorical statement. I would rather that we engage China and continue to engage China in diplomatic talks. We have engaged China in trade relations. We have engaged China in diplomatic relations, and I will not make any statement that will be to the detriment of our national interests, Mr. Speaker.
I agree that we should continue to open up diplomatic avenues to China. Nakakagulat lang po na hindi masagot ng National Security Council o National Security Advisor na yung China ay threat sa ating bansa. If that is the answer of our sponsor, then magkakaroon po tayo ng problema when it comes to dealing with other countries dahil hindi po natin alam kung kalaban ba o hindi. No? But again, gusto ko lang emphasize that we have a standing claims at panatag in Spratlys Islands at ang China po ang nag-reclaim niyan. Kung hindi natin tinitingnan aggressive at threat sa atin yan, then kawawang bansa naman ang Pilipinas. No? And secondly,
with due respect to the interpellator, unless there will be a motion to extend your time limit to question the sponsor, I will allow you to question or debate with the sponsor. But for the meantime, there are no motion for the extension of your time. May I appeal to the gentleman to please wind up your interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've mentioned a while ago that I am now on the last part of my interpellation, and since this is very important issue affecting our country, I hope that the Speaker would allow this representation to finish my interpellation, considering the fact that I have not conducted interpellation in other agencies of government. I know your timeline, but I hope that you would give me some leeway in this interpellation, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, I will give you only 2 minutes.
Well, yun nga po ang nakakalungkot na pati dito sa plenaryo ay may limit na rin po ang pag-interpellate. Nonetheless, I am a good soldier and I will abide by the rules. Again, tanong ko lang po, Mr. Sponsor, ang Communist Party of the Philippines, New People's Army, and NDF, threat ba ho sila sa national security?
I think we have to be a little sensitive in our pronouncements here in Congress. Mr. Speaker, as the good gentleman knows, there is an ongoing peace talk and negotiations with the CPP, NPA, NDF, and I'm not ready to make a categorical answer to his question, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. I understand and I appreciate that we have ongoing talks, and I support that actually with CPP and NDF. I just would like to clarify whether they are still threats, because all the funds of our government will be utilized and allocated to these specific security threats, Mr. Sponsor. Panghuli na lang po, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for this opportunity. Gusto ko lang i-emphasize po that right now, I'm saddened by the fact that we're not willing to state what are the threats to national security. Kasama po tayong lahat na mayroong concern sa ating bansa. And we have given too much leeway on the part of the CPP, NPA, NDF, considering the fact that they are now part of the government. Actually, they're holding sensitive positions in government, and considering the fact that there is no agreement as to the limits of their power, then it is just logical that they are going to use their power, their resources, in order to pursue their common objective and the ultimate objective. Wala pa pong peace agreement with the CPP, NPA, NDF. Wala pa pong conclusion. Madalawa pa pong pwedeng mangyari dyan. Pwedeng mag-fail, pwedeng mag-succeed. However, we should be careful because in the past, nag-fail po ang ating peace talks. That is why we should learn from the lessons of the past. And now, they are now part of the government. And it's very dangerous on the part of the government to allow members of CPP to get hold of the billions of pesos in their disposal. And I would like to remind this August chamber that the CPP, NPA, and NDF are one, and they are working for a common objective that is to topple the government and replace the present system with their own system, which is communism. And just a warning, Mr. Speaker and the sponsor, even if I fully support our peace talks, and I hope that it will be consummated. So thank you, Mr. Sponsor, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you, honorable gentlemen. The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we recognize the next interpellator, let us also acknowledge our guest from the National Security Council, Director General Hermogenes Esperon Jr., National Security Advisor, Deputy Director General Rufino S. Lopez Jr., Deputy Director General Vicente M. Agdamag, Assistant Director General Filonila D. Balitaan, Assistant Director General Ray Roderos, Assistant Director General Maria Carmina Acuña, and Assistant Director General Lorenzo Claveo. Mr. Speaker.
Guests from the National Security Council, please rise. Welcome to the House of Representatives. The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize again the Congressman of the 3rd District of Quezon, our Minority Leader, Honorable Danny Suarez, for his interpellation.
We recognize for his continuation of interpellation the representative from the 3rd District of Quezon, Minority Floor Leader Danny Suarez, to interpellate the distinguished sponsor on the budget for the National Security Council and National Intelligence Coordinating Agency.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished sponsor, the last question that I raised in between the working coordination of NICA, as they said that all of the intelligence report gathered and submitted to NICA, and they're the one who. So the question is, do they just read it? Do they react? Do they give comments? And then after doing those procedures, who do they submit the papers?
There is what you call an intelligence cycle, and part of the intelligence cycle is that they verify these intel reports. And one of those that they submit to the intel reports to that have been verified is the President and the National Security Council.
So, in a nutshell, distinguished sponsor, the National Security Council, in the event that there is necessity, will be the one to present the issue to the President. Am I correct there?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Actually, the National Security Council exercises oversight function over the NICA, or the National Intelligence Coordinating Authority.
Just for comfort level, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, does NICA have in their memory bank character records of sensitive personalities in the country?
It's classified as confidential, Mr. Speaker.
So I just would like to find out if my name is there. So
Yes, they do. They do have in their record.
I hope they are well-meaning and nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, the budget being asked for such a very important agency is not really big. I'm just surprised how they can perform well considering the proposed budget for 2007 for such a task. Intelligence and National Security Council reporting to the President on the status of our country's standing. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the minority, we don't have any more questions to raise on the proposed budget of the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency and the National Security Council.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the majority, we join the minority in terminating the period of interpellation on the budget of NICA, NICA, and the NSC, National Security Council.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of interpellation from the joint motion of the minority and majority for the budget of National Security Council and National Intelligence Coordinating Agency is hereby approved. The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we begin consideration of the budget of the Presidential Management Staff.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Before we continue, we would like to greet the acting head of the Presidential Management Staff, Ferdinand P. Cui Jr.
May I request the guests from the Presidential Management Staff to please rise and welcome to the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Committee on Appropriations, the Honorable Carlo Nograles, to sponsor and answer questions, if any, on the budget of the Presidential Management Staff.
The Honorable Chairman of the Committee on Appropriations, Representative Carlo Nograles, is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the Presidential Management Staff, or PMS, total obligations proposed is 412.5 million pesos, of which 393.8 million pesos are new appropriations. We're ready to answer any questions from any member of the House of Representatives.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that to recognize the Honorable Antonio Tino of ACT Teachers Party List for his interpellation.
Congressman Honorable Tino is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Magandang umaga, magandang hapon sa kagalang-galang na chairperson ng Committee on Appropriations. Isang tanong lang po. Nung nakaraang administrasyon po, matapos ang Bagyong Yolanda, at bilang tugon ng Aquino administration sa kalagayan ng daan-daan libong, in fact, milyong mga kababayan natin na naging biktima ng Yolanda, ay nangako po ang Aquino administration, particularly ang Office of the President, na magbibigay ng partikular na tulong sa mga government employees, mga empleyado ng national government na nasalanta ng bagyong Yolanda. No? At sa konkreto, ang naging commitment ay magbibigay ng 100,000 pesos financial assistance para sa mga government employees na totally damaged ang kanilang tirahan dahil sa bagyong Yolanda, at 30,000 pesos para sa mga government employees na may partial damage sa kanilang mga tirahan. So dahil dito ay nag-execute o pumirma na ng mga deed of donation sa pagitan ng Office of the President at ng iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno para sa mga empleyado nila. No? At sa kaso halimbawa ng Department of Education at mga empleyado ng Department of Education, ibig sabihin mga public school teacher at non-teaching personnel ng Department of Education, nakakadalawang batch na po ang na-identify na mga empleyados nila na biktima ng Yolanda mula sa Tacloban, mula sa Leyte or Eastern Visayas Province, mula sa Northern Iloilo, sa probinsya ng Capiz, at sa iba pa, no, sa iba pang mga bahagi ng Visayas hanggang Mimaropa na direktang tinamaan ng Yolanda. At mula 2013 ay nagkaroon na po ng sabi ko nga, may 2 batches na na-identify, tapos may release na ng first tranche o kalahati nung pinangakong amount ang nabayaran. No? Sa bahagi ng mga empleyado, pinag-submit na po sila ng liquidation. Ibig sabihin, mga resibo para ipatunay na meron nga silang naging damage na nagkakahalaga ng 100,000 for totally damaged, 30,000 for partially damaged. Ang problema po, Mr. Speaker, at kagalang-galang na sponsor, hanggang ngayon po, magtatatlong taon na mula nang nasalanta sila ng Yolanda, first tranche pa lamang po ang kanilang natatanggap. Kaya halos araw-araw po ay may natatanggap po tayong mga text, mga email, mga communication, especially from these teachers and other government employees in the Yolanda-stricken areas. Nagtatanong po kung ano na nangyari sa ipinangako ng Office of the President at nangangamba na dahil bago na ang administrasyon, baka nakalimutan na po ito. No? So, maaari po bang maitanong, Mr. Speaker, kung ano na po ba ang status ng financial assistance na ito? At makakaasa pa po ba ang mga government employees na biktima ng Yolanda na maibibigay yung buong amount na kinumit sa kanila ng nakaraang administrasyon?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to assure the good gentleman from ACT Teachers Party List na hindi po nakalimutan ni Pangulong Duterte ang kalagayan ng ating mga empleyado. It is unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that I have to report that under the previous administration, about 71,233 employees of the national government who were affected by typhoons Sendong, Pablo, and Yolanda, and the 7.2 magnitude earthquake in 2013, were provided calamity assistance from the President's Social Fund. And totoo po ang sinabi ng kagalang-galang na representante ng ACT teachers na ito po ay consisting of 2 tranches. Subalit, kinalulungkot ko pong sabihin na ang tanging na-release lamang ay yung first tranche. Only the first tranche of the financial assistance was released. And ang second tranche, nakatenga pa, hindi pa po naka-release. And the reason for that, Mr. Speaker, is that unfortunately, the first tranche of the financial assistance have not yet been fully liquidated by partner agencies. And in our practice of disbursing funds, unless you have liquidated the first tranche, then you cannot liquidate the second and the other tranches, so on and so forth. So, kinalulungkot ko pong sabihin, Mr. Speaker, that the first tranche has not yet been liquidated by the partner agencies, and that is the reason why the second tranche has not yet been released. But, just let me state for the record that the Office of the President, under this new administration, is currently reviewing the processing of the financial assistance, including the liquidation of the first tranche of the financial assistance. So hindi po nakakalimutan ni Pangulong Duterte ito pong dapat natin ibigay na tulong sa mga national government employees natin, at ito po ay tinututukan talaga ng ating bagong administration at tinututukan talaga ng ating mahal na Pangulo.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, at ginoong sponsor sa paglilinaw na yan. Una po, napakahalaga po ang assurance na binigay nyo on the record na hindi nakakalimutan ng administrasyong ito at ni Pangulong Duterte ang commitment sa mga biktima ng Yolanda at iba pang kalamidad, at makatitiyak sila na mababayaran ng buo ang financial na assistance na ito, partikular yung second tranche. Gayunpaman, Mr. Speaker, nababahala rin tayo na ang on the record, ang dahilan kung bakit hindi pa nare-release ang second tranche ay yung non-liquidation ng ilang mga ahensya. So kung sa kaso ng mga teacher na umuugnay sa atin, di mukhang ang responsibilidad ay nasa Department of Education. Nababahala tayo sa partikular dahil nga ang ulat sa atin from the field ay on the individual level, nagbigay na po sila ng mga kinaukulang documentation at resibo para sa liquidation. So obviously, ang bara ay nasa administrasyon na po, nasa ahensya na, sa level na ng ahensya at hindi na sa level ng individual. Mr. Speaker, sana po ay makakuha po tayo ng commitment sa, well, whether sa PMS, sa Office of the President, at kahit sa kapulungang ito, no, na kumilos po tayo, kalampagin na po natin ang mga kinaukulang ahensya ng gobyerno dahil magtatatlong taon na po ay hindi pa nakokompleto ng gobyerno ang commitment nilang tutulungan ang mga nasalanta ng Yolanda at iba pang kalamidad. No, alam ko po na sa ibang mga pagkakataon ay isa sa mga pangako ito ni Pangulong Duterte na iwawasto niya ang naging mabagal na tulong ng nakarang administrasyon sa mga biktima ng Yolanda. So hopefully, Mr. Speaker, Congress and the Executive can work together to finally give what is due to the victims of Yolanda, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Maraming
Mr. Speaker.
salamat po. Yun lamang.
Salamat.
The
Thank
Majority
you
Floor
sa
Leader.
kagalang-galang na representante ng ACT Teachers Party List. Makakaasa po kayo, katunggalin niyo po ako, kasama niyo po dito, natututukan natin ito. Thank
The
you, Mr.
Majority
Speaker.
Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable John Bertis.
Representative Bertis is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. There be no other member of the minority who wish to ask questions on the budget of PMS. On the part of the minority, Mr. Speaker, I move to terminate the period of interpellations of the budget of PMS. I so move, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the majority, we join the minority in its motion in terminating the period of sponsorship and debate on the budget of the presidential management staff.
There is a joint motion from the majority and the minority to terminate the period of sponsorship and debate for the budget of presidential management staff. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate on the budget of the presidential management staff is hereby terminated. The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we begin the consideration of the budget of LEDAC, or the Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
But before that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge the Supervising Officer, Director Rowena Dalusong.
The guests from the Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council, please rise. Welcome to the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend the session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Sessions resume.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the 1st District of Davao City, Carlo Nograles, to sponsor and answer questions, if any, on the budget of LEDAC.
The Chairman of the Committee on Appropriations, Honorable Carlo B. Nograles, is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're ready to answer any questions with regard to the budget of the Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the gentleman from Agri Party List, Congressman Orestes Salon, for his interpellation.
Honorable Orestes Salon from the Agri Party List is recognized.
Thank you, the Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, on the part of the minority, there will be no more interpellators, so I move to close the period of interpellation on the Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the majority, we join the minority in terminating the period of sponsorship and debate on the budget of Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council.
There is a joint motion from the majority and the minority to terminate the period of sponsorship and debate for the budget of Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate on the budget of Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council is hereby terminated. The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we begin consideration of the budget of Anti-Money Laundering Council.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Before we begin, Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge the presence of the Executive Director of the Anti-Money Laundering Council, Attorney Julia Bacay-Abad.
Attorney Julia Bacay-Abad of the Anti-Money Laundering Council, please rise. Welcome to the House of Representatives. The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the 2nd District of Albay, Congressman Joey Sarte Salceda, to sponsor and answer questions, if any, on the budget of the Anti-Money Laundering Council.
The honorable gentleman from Albay, Congressman Joey Salceda, is recognized to sponsor the Anti-Money Laundering Council budget.
Ready to answer questions, Your Honor.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize the Honorable Harry Roque of Kabayan Party List for his interpellation.
The gentleman from Kabayan Party List, Honorable Harry Roque, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. Would the good sponsor yield to a few points of interpellation on the budget of the Anti-Money Laundering Council?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I am fully cognizant of the law that not only created the Anti-Money Laundering Council, but also of the law that provides for the functioning of the Anti-Money Laundering Council. I am fully cognizant of the fact that the workings of the AMLAC, because it is an exception to the general rule that there is secrecy bank transactions, should also be conducted in the utmost in a confidential basis. My first question, though, Mr. Speaker, is I recall that in the instance of then Vice President Jojo Binay, for some reason, the media got hold of a copy of alleged bank accounts of the then Vice President, which were said to have been frozen by the AMLAC. This despite the provision in our laws enacted by this Congress that these transactions shall be absolutely confidential. May I know, Mr. Speaker, from the sponsor, how this confidential piece of information was obtained by the media, knowing fully well the policy of absolute confidentiality in the functionings of the AMLAC?
Well, as you already said, Your Honor, that they have authority and the duty to freeze accounts that are subject of suspicion or investigation. So they have to file with the court. So apparently, Your Honor, the only potential source of that leakage of the media are court records. And no other, Your Honor.
Court records. So, Mr. Speaker, the good sponsor is not considering the possibility that this information was in fact leaked by the AMLAC itself, because I understand that at the time of the leakage of this information, the case still had to be filed with the Court of Appeals, meaning it is only AMLAC as the petitioner that had the information on what these alleged bank accounts to be frozen were.
The Chief of ALMO says that definitely they did not leak it to the media, that the only potential source of release is really through their filings with the court, Your Honor.
Well, I'm very, very intrigued, Mr. Speaker, by this answer, because a couple of years ago, I was compelling the same office, AMLAC, to freeze the property of the Ampatuan clan on the basis of COA reports issued attesting to the malversation of billions and billions of taxpayers' money in the ARM region. And after 3 long years of having sued initially the AMLAC just to freeze the assets of the Ampatuans, a case was finally initiated in court, and Mr. Speaker, what? We were not even provided access to the court records in the regional trial court. I say this, Mr. Speaker, to highlight the fact that it is highly unlikely that any leakage on any AMLAC matter will originate from the courts. Nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, I am sure that the Supreme Court and the court administrator will not appreciate the answer of the executive director of the AMLAC attributing leakage to our courts.
With due respect, Your Honor, to somebody I fully respect, having been the author of 3 laws which eventually fell to my authorship, your point number 2 proves the answer to my answer to number 1. The mere fact that AMLA did not give you the records proves that they're so strict, and the only potential leak would be the court records, Your Honor.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, let me clarify my statement. It was the court that insisted on confidentiality and not AMLAC, Mr. Speaker. It was the court that denied us access to even court records that were filed upon our prompting, having sued AMLAC for dereliction of duty for failure to freeze these assets. So it is the courts that ensured confidentiality and not AMLAC. And that is why I find it difficult to accept the answer of the good sponsor that the leakage could have been our courts.
I guess, Your Honor, that we are in the realm of possibilities, Your Honor, but the AMLAC Executive Director is right here beside me, and she definitely denies releasing any records on the Binay case filed in court. So there's only one. And I guess, Your Honor, that I don't know what recourse there is to find out whether it is really the court that released the records of the Binays to the media, Your Honor.
May we know, Mr. Speaker, to the good sponsor, if there was any investigation conducted by the AMLAC on this leakage. And this was not an ordinary leakage, Mr. Speaker. It was the banner story of the country's biggest newspaper.
In the case of Binay, after we filed a petition for bank inquiry with the Court of Appeals, they were able to file a petition for certiorari with the Supreme Court. That means they were able to get a copy of the petition which we filed with the Court of Appeals, because they were able to file a petition for certiorari with the Supreme Court. Assailing the bank inquiry that we...
Meron ba kayong, did you...
Meron.
Inquire ba kayo sa... May I ask for 1 minute suspension, Your Honor?
Session suspended.
Hindi, pero...
Sessions resume.
In one simple language, Your Honor. Yes, they did internal investigation.
And what action, if any, Mr. Speaker, did AMLAC do as a result of its investigation?
The results of the investigation, Your Honor, is that it cannot come from them or from any of their personnel, Your Honor. And may I ask for 1 minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Wala naman laman eh. Wala laman.
Taken. What's investigation, internal investigation?
Sessions resume.
Your Honor, this is what you might call a legal vacuum, in the sense, what would a petitioner do if it is yours, it's the releasing. So, Your Honor, of course, entire whether local or universal, AMLA actually as and seek clarification records to find a way in the biggest broadsheet of our, Your Honor. So the long and short of it, Your Honor, themselves convinced that from them, but they cannot do. There is for them that maybe takes the court.
May I speak for sponsor if they initiated a complaint in the court where they suspected the leak to have come from, in order for the court to conduct its own investigation?
No, Your Honor.
May I know, Mr. Speaker, why did not take any such step, knowing that the entire integrity of the law was compromised when the basic principle of confidentiality was breached in the manner that it was in that instance?
Because you cannot impugn, Your Honor, anyone in the court. In short, it has, whom would you implead? The whole court where it was filed, the justice, the clerk of court. In short, Your Honor, it is, in a sense, Your Honor, a vacuum in our entire legal system on how to deal with this. And, Your Honor, and then I think at the appropriate time, Your Honor, perhaps we could cover the gaps in our law, either any of confidentiality, perhaps standards by which the courts can handle cases that emanate essentially, especially with respect to petition for freeze by the AMLA as a very special body within our anti-corruption, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that our apparently in ensuring confidentiality in its transaction. My question then, Mr. Speaker, is perhaps we should consider giving this office 1 peso balance, until 1 peso budget, until such time that it can ensure confidentiality in its transactions as provided by law.
At the appropriate time, Your Honor, I will be willing to consider that motion and perhaps offer a substitute wherein we can put a special provision with respect to how AMLA behaves with respect to the implementation of the law, the 4 laws that guide AMLA, which were the creation of this Congress, Your Honor. So I will not have difficulty, Your Honor, in acceding, because apparently this is one big hole that needs to be filled. And therefore, Your Honor, if that's the way to pressure ourselves in the entire body politic in addressing this issue, Your Honor, yes, Your Honor, I will gladly consider at the appropriate time, Your Honor, the suggestion of the honorable gentleman, Your Honor.
I appreciate the candid response of the sponsor, Mr. Speaker, but let me now go on to my next point. The Committee of Justice of this August Chamber has been conducting an investigation in aid of legislation on the drug trade in the National Bilibid Prison. I am sure, Mr. Speaker, that the good sponsor, like this representation, read the remark of the Secretary of Justice complaining that the AMLAC has not been cooperating with the Department of Justice insofar as accounts identified by the Department of Justice and accounts mentioned in the committee investigation conducted by the Committee of Justice. May I know from the good sponsor why, according to the Secretary of Justice, in this instance, where apparently a sitting senator appears to be involved in the drug trade, the AMLAC this time refuses to cooperate. And yet, in the instance of Vice President Jejomar Binay, its findings somehow became banner story in a newspaper.
Your Honor, I think looking at their rendition of the chronology of the investigation pertaining to the drug trade in Bilibid, which is being linked, rightly or wrongly, to Senator De Lima, I have here, Your Honor, their full report, starting with August 7, when the President announced the list of government officials allegedly involved in the illegal drug trade. All throughout, Your Honor, you can see and read in this full page, Your Honor, and I can gladly share this with you, wherein you can always say that AMLA DOJ coordinated on the procedure of sharing information involving individual involved in the matrix. The AMLA received the letter request of the NBI for financial intelligence involving individuals mentioned in the matrix, and the NBI is properly within their realm and domain of action, Your Honor. In other words, Your Honor, they have the powers to take action on the information that was shared. The AMLA shared with the DOJ Secretary through the NBI the requested financial information. In short, Your Honor, it's the whole report of AMLA from August 7 until September 22, Your Honor, is filled with events that essentially show that all the information that can be originated by AMLA is being actively and dynamically shared with the DOJ as well as the NBI, Your Honor.
If that is the case, Mr. Speaker, may I know from the good sponsor why it was that the Secretary of Justice, to quote him, complained that AMLAC was not being cooperative in this investigation? And that was a statement made by Secretary Aguirre.
I think it's only because, Your Honor, that AMLA has to follow certain procedure so that it will not undermine, Your Honor, the integrity of the information that is being shared. Because if it is a fruit of a poison tree, then it is also a poison. So in other words, Your Honor, we don't wish to undermine the integrity of the information simply because we did not follow the procedures that are set by law on how AMLA handles the information it is able to derive or that naturally passes through its entire operation, Your Honor. In short, Your Honor, it is a little unfortunate that the DOJ expressed such frustration when, in fact, at a certain point, Your Honor, after the procedures were complied with, AMLA was actually very cooperative and, in fact, collaborative with the DOJ in terms of deriving the information necessary in order to arrive at truthful resolution of the issues that are facing the nation right now, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, while I appreciate the answer of the good sponsor, it bolsters my personal observation, Mr. Speaker, that AMLAC appears to be very political in deciding whether or not to follow the rule on confidentiality. When it was a member of the opposition then, confidential transactions became banner stories in newspapers. When it is an investigation against a particular individual now, they honor confidentiality to the T. And that is my question now, Mr. Speaker. What should be done to ensure that AMLAC, given its very sensitive functions, will not be used for political ends? Because the two instances that I have just mentioned in today's afternoon's deliberation indicate that AMLAC makes political decisions depending on personality involved in its investigation.
As I've said, Your Honor, I have already accepted willingly your suggestion that the need for reform within AMLAC in order to preempt selective justice that is essentially being alleged right now in the line of questioning, Your Honor, that we can put very specific special provision under the 96 million budget of the AMLA so that, Your Honor, that they shall be so guided with respect to how they cooperate with other agencies, regardless of personalities. And therefore, Your Honor, it is a learning experience for AMLA, and starting, Your Honor, from a lot of other high-flying cases, Your Honor, where such selectivity of justice was at times not alleged, and times right now it is being alleged, Your Honor.
Going back to our ongoing investigation in the Committee of Justice, witnesses have testified that they have deposited hundreds and millions of pesos into specific accounts, equivalent, according to one witness, to 200 kilos worth of shabu. And yet, Mr. Speaker, contrary to the provision of the relevant law, these amounts should have been red flagged by AMLAC automatically and should have been investigated by AMLAC. My question is, why was it even necessary for this chamber to conduct an investigation when the reality is, had only AMLAC done its job of verifying these red flagged amounts, it would have come to the conclusion that these amounts were being used for illegal purposes.
It's not AMLAC's mandate to prevent prohibition of drug trafficking. It's other agencies' mandate.
Well, Your Honor, AMLA provides the tool, the weapon, and sometimes, as you allege, the toy. But nonetheless, Your Honor, the principal arm of the government in prosecuting drug lords are other agencies, Your Honor. In short, Your Honor, they can red flag some of this information out of 45 million suspicious transactions, Your Honor, or covered transactions, Your Honor, per year, and 90,000 suspicious transactions per year. And therefore, Your Honor, it is only usually they would red flag these 90,000 suspicious transactions. But, Your Honor, it is upon when, for example, when Ombudsman referred a certain problem, or when the NBI and the DOJ referred a certain problem, that they dive more deeply into a particular set of transactions, so that, Your Honor, in aid of the requirements of our law enforcement agency, Your Honor. In other words, Your Honor, AMLA is not a law enforcement agency. But what is essentially done is to allow law enforcement agency to capture the traces or the tracks of people, especially those that are suspected of predicate crimes that goes into the financial system, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Speaker, I take it that the good sponsor concedes that the red flagging required by law, which should prompt investigations in suspicious transactions, do not actually result in investigations as far as the AMLAC is concerned.
It does, Your Honor, but there are 90,000 suspicious transactions every year. And that's almost only 1,000 pesos per transaction based on the current budget. And you're talking about transactions that proceed over time, Your Honor. And as I've said, we're talking about 45 million covered transactions and 90,000 suspicious transactions per year. And therefore, Your Honor, if there is an exogenous trigger, like a request from the Ombudsman or the NBI DOJ, that they immediately provide or share the information so necessary, including the analytics, so that the law enforcement will be strengthened and reinforced, and therefore, and essentially, Your Honor, I think the role is not law enforcement but case build-up, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Speaker, my next question therefore is, given that there are 90,000 transactions red flagged by AMLAC, what criteria do they have, if any, that would prompt them to investigate from the 90,000 suspicious transactions? And I ask this question not only in relation to our ongoing investigation, but also in relation to another instance of money laundering involving huge sum of money which went uninvestigated by the AMLAC, and that is the money heist from the Bangladesh Central Bank. There must have some sort of criteria on which transaction to investigate, given precisely that there are 90,000 suspicious transactions.
Actually, Your Honor, huling-huli yung lahat po, Your Honor, ng AMLAC doon. At nakapagbigay po sila ng early warning, kaya nga lang po nilabag nung remittance at saka po nung bank branch system na RSPC. Kaya nga, dahil po sa AMLA, sa efforts nila, na-fine po ang RCBC ng 1 billion ng Central Bank. Yung total transaction was 81 million or almost 33.2 billion. Pero po yung fine po ng BSP, ang RCBC by 1 billion. Tinatanong ko nga siya kanina, bakit walang criminal case? Pero at least, Your Honor, yung 31 million po, yung buong 81 po, accounted for po. Yung 31 po, napunta po sa Soler. Yung 29 million po, dinisburse to individuals by PhilRem. At yung balanse po na halos 21 million po ay ganun din po. Pero yung isa po, kay Kim Wong yung 29. So yung 21 po, yan po ay yung na-disperse po to individual. In short, Your Honor, they're doing their job, but sometimes because of the 90,000 suspicious transactions, then there is a system of prioritization, Your Honor, that AMLAC. And usually, Your Honor, top of the list, of course, is a request by Congress or NBI and DOJ or by the Ombudsman, Your Honor.
But my question on the Bangladesh Central Bank case is, why did not AMLAC freeze the account? Yes, it is true that fines were imposed on banks, but only after full-blown Senate investigation. But AMLAC could have frozen those accounts because it knew that it was suspicious. It did not. Why, Mr. Speaker?
Freeze po nila, kaso nirelease pa rin po ng bank branch manager po ng RCBC. Kaya nga po, yung buong bangko, pinenalize po ng BSP. Kasi nga, meron po sila command responsibility dun sa behavior po dahil sila po nag-hire nung bank branch manager na yun. So, sa mga tweet, Your Honor, hindi po totoo, according to our perception, as if, you know, those monies were recovered without the action of AMLAC. In fact, pagkapasok po na red flag, nilagyan po ng freeze, kaso itinuloy pa rin po ng bank branch manager with, of course, some doon po sa pagpapalit ng pera from dollars to pesos, doon po yung nahuli, yung pagsabwat ng masasabi nating Treasury Department ng RCBC. Kaya po, na-filean po sila ng todo-todo. Halos po, dun sa na-recover, halos po yun po ang penalty ng BSP doon po sa RCBC. I would take, Your Honor, your understanding that the media accounts vis-a-vis what the AMLA has done is a little bit, Your Honor, that AMLA has been, by its nature and by the 4 laws that govern it, have to be very cautious and careful in the way they relate with respect to the other stakeholders of our economy, Your Honor.
Let me be more specific, Mr. Speaker. My question is, why did they not go to the Court of Appeals to freeze this account?
Nakalabas na po eh. Freeze nila, nilabas pa rin, Your Honor eh. So kaya nga po, Kaya nga po, inano yung RCBC, napakalaking fine po, halos 1/3 po ng buong transacted amount, naging fine. So, kasi po binayolate ng bank branch manager, kasi po pagpasok dito, may 4 suspicious, fictitious accounts that were created in the bank branches, at doon po kagad ipinasok po nung treasury from the correspondent bank in New York, or SWIFT, through manipulation, na ipasok po ng RCBC, diretso po yan doon sa account, the 4 fictitious accounts. So, na-flag out po ng Central Bank ng Bangladesh, freeze po ng AMLA, kaso, yun nga po, nirelease agad ng bank branch manager at nirelease din kaagad ng PhilRem, Your Honor. So, it is what you might call a legislative freeze. So it's up to really the other players in the economy to behave. So kuminsan po, we create laws. So it's the implementation, it's really sometimes constrained by the fact, not just by timing, by the lack of technical resources on the ground, Your Honor. So
Now, my final question, Mr. Speaker, is that it has been a while since we enacted the money laundering law. My final question is, how has the international community evaluated the manner by which we have implemented this law, noting that the passage of the law was also in response to demands made by the international community?
Your Honor, yung state of play with respect to the Philippines, to FATF, the task force, Your Honor, ay we are still in danger, Your Honor. In fact, the FATF will send a delegation to the House to lobby na masama po ang casino. Kasi po sa buong mundo, iilan na rin lang po tayo na hindi sinasama ang mga casino under the coverage po ng transaction monitoring, or under po the ambit or the domain of AMLA with respect to the full powers of AMLA in terms of reporting, as well as, of course, in terms of suspicious transaction and all the other powers that AMLA has, Your Honor. So, mukhang nakukulangan pa nga po yung AMLA. Kaya in that sense, Your Honor, na tama po kayo, pero hindi po nagiging issue yung selective justice, pero I understand, Your Honor, because when I watch TV, sometimes I feel the same way. Nung lalong-lalo na, yung kay Corona, bigla naman nakabulat-lat. Yung kay Binay, dahil kalaban nga po nung nakarang administrasyon. Pero ngayon naman, sinasabi mo nga na yung mukhang pinapahirapan. Pero hindi naman po, Your Honor, kasi binasa ko po isa-isa, bago ko po dinipensan to, pinag-aralan ko naman po na ginagawa po nila ang kanilang trabaho. So kung ano man po ang ating suspetsa, sa pananaw ko, Your Honor, ang AMLA po, ginagawa po nila ang kanilang trabaho, naaayo po sa 4 na batas. At kung dadagdagan, mamarapatin natin na dagdagan palalo para maging mas malakas at maiwasan kung ano man po ang masasabi nating pagkiling sa mga puwersa politikal. Siguro, Honor, kailangan po maging mas klaro sa AMLA na yung po ay may parusa po kung sakasakali po kung mapatunayan na may pagkiling po ang AMLA sa kanya pong pagbibigay ng impormasyon o sa kanila pong paghahabol ng mga kaso laban po sa mga individual, lalong-lalo na ang mga personalities exposed to politics, Your Honor, or PEPs, Your Honor.
Well, again, thank you for that very candid answer, Mr. Speaker, because that is precisely my personal observation as well. Given the fact that AMLAC thrives under conditions of confidentiality, unfortunately, my personal observation is this confidentiality has enabled AMLAC to be used as a political tool. I have no further questions, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, and thank you to the good sponsor as well.
Thank you, Honorable
Good
Gentleman.
afternoon.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that to recognize the distinguished minority floor leader, the Honorable Danilo Suarez of the 3rd District of Quezon, for his interpellation.
The distinguished minority floor leader, Danny Suarez, is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished sponsor, some minor interpolation. May I know the key officers of this particular office? Who are the top officials or executive of AMLAC?
Top officials. The governor is the chairman. The governor is the central bank governor, Your Honor, is the chairman.
The SEC chairperson and insurance commissioner are the members.
The members of the SEC commissioner and the insurance commissioner, Your Honor, are the members of the AMLAC commission. And the officers, Your Honor, are the chairman, AMLA, is Amando Tentanco. Contact number 708-7212. Teresa J. Herbosa, AMLA chairperson, Securities and Exchange Commission. Contact person 727-4543. Emmanuel F. Dooc, Commissioner ng Insurance Commission, 525-2115. Julia Bakay Abad, Your Honor, Assistant Governor and Executive Director ng AMLAC Secretariat. Vincent L. Salido, Head ng Compliance and Investigation Group. Nandito ba siya? Wala po siya dito. Arnold G. Frane, Head Legal Services Group. George C. Tan, Head ng Information Management and Analytics Group. Rowena C. Destura, Administrative Financial Services Division. And Maria Rhea M. Santos Mendoza, Council Secretary ng AMLAC Secretariat, Your Honor. So yun po ang mga responsible officials ng AMLA, Your Honor.
Can I request for a 1-minute suspension?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Session suspended. Sessions resumed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These key officers, distinguished sponsor, minus the Bangko Sentral, are they career officers, distinguished sponsor?
Yung sa baba.
Yung sa baba, we are
May seso ba kayo?
career officials.
They're all career officials, Your Honor, those that are in that list.
They are all.
Yes,
So,
Your Honor.
may I ask Mr. Dook, how long have you been with the... Oh, I know him. He was with the commissioner for... Mr. Julia Bakay Abad, Assistant
Siya po.
Governor. How long have you been with AMLAC?
With AMLAC po since 2006, before that. Office of the Solicitor General before that, Your Honor.
Ilan taon na po siya sa AMLAC, distinguished sponsor?
Since 2006, 10 years.
2006.
6. Yopo, Your Honor.
Ito pong si Mr. Salido.
3 years. It's been
More than 3 years, Your Honor.
3 years.
Opo, more than 3 years.
Mr. Arnold Prane.
Since 2003, Your Honor.
Mr. Tan, George Tan.
Since 2004.
2004.
Yes, Your Honor.
And Rowena Destora.
since 2002.
Since 2000 po, original po, under Boy Aquino.
And the last one is Maria Rhea Santos Mendoza.
Since 2000.
More than 3 years, Your Honor.
Distinguished sponsor, I will have to collaborate with the sentiment of the previous interpolator. When it was all over the broadsheet, radio and television, about the opening or freezing several accounts of then person allegedly involved with the Vice President during the previous several months ago, which is rather very fresh. So can we have a chronological event? What transpired to this decision of opening those accounts?
Thank you, Your Honor. Nakuha niya eh. On November 18, 2014, Your Honor, the Office of the Ombudsman requested the AMLAC Secretariat to conduct an investigation into the financial transactions of then Vice President General C. Binay, certain members of his immediate family and close associates, for possible violation of AMLA as amended, and this referral stemmed from the complaint affidavits filed by Nicolas Ching Enciso and Renato L. Bundal with the Office of the Ombudsman. Enciso and Bundal charged blah, 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 blah. In another complaint, Bundal also claimed, again, Your Honor, I can provide you a copy with this. So what did AMLA do with the request of the Ombudsman? One, acting on the Ombudsman referral, the statements of assets and the silence of Binay, his wife, former Vice Mayor Ernesto S. Mercado, and Erwin and all the Binays were looked into. Two, transcripts of the testimony of Mercado before the Senate Blue Ribbon Subcommittee over so many days. And three, records of the companies on file with the SEC, presumed or suspected to be linked to then our His Excellency, our Vice President Binay, his associates Nimningan, Baloloy, Li Chu, and others. The AMLAC Secretariat also looked into the financial transactions and bank records of the above person to trace the flow of funds to the above persons among themselves and other persons with personal, political, professional, and business links to them. So the initial investigation were then submitted to the Senate, and the Senate gave the office of, the AMLAC Secretariat gave the Office of the Ombudsman a copy of its investigative findings as requested in its letter referral. And on May 7, that was April...
What year, distinguished sponsor?
2015, Your Honor. So that the submission is April 8, 2015, where the Council and the AMLAC, through the Office of the Solicitor General, filed the petition for freeze on May 7, 2015, or 3 weeks thereafter, Your Honor. And agreeing with the findings of AMLA, the Court of Appeals issued a freeze order on 11 May 2015. I guess, Your Honor, that is almost this, but I can have this, Your Honor.
So, distinguished sponsor, on a nutshell, who triggered this investigation?
Ombudsman, Your Honor.
The Ombudsman.
There was a case filed in the Ombudsman, Your Honor.
Who did the filing? Who did the filing?
The filing, Your Honor, was done by Nicolas Ching Enciso VI and Renato L. Bundal, Your Honor. There are 2 cases filed with the Ombudsman, Your Honor.
And this filing triggered the closure of more than 200 bank accounts. Is that correct?
Can I check, Your Honor, for statistical accuracy? Acting on the said recommendation, Your Honor, on October 30, 2015, the AMLAC issued Resolution Number 65 to file through the OSG a petition for civil forfeiture with the RTC against 159 accounts and 19 real properties in the names of Binay, Limlingan, Baloloy Chu, and other persons and entities, Your Honor.
And are they still, what's the status of this? It has been lifted or still frozen?
Several respondents, Your Honor, Binay, Junjun, Limlingan, and Chu, filed on various dates their respective comments and oppositions to the petition, and including motions to dismiss. Others, however, did not file their comment despite the notice of the PAPU and the APU. Ano yun? The case is scheduled for pre-trial, Your Honor.
Pre-trial?
That's right, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, we, you and me, and maybe the members of this plenary understand this is a political prosecution. Yung pong involved na kandidato na 200 accounts raised on the allegation of money laundering, it was trimmed down to 150 something. Tapos na po yung election, natalo na yung kandidato. So my question is, bakit frozen pa po yung account ng mga taong ito? Ano ho yung kinalalaman nila dito sa political exercise nung nakaraang Mayo?
Frozen pa ba? Well, at least, Your Honor, I can say na frozen pa po. Eh, nasa pre-trial po. Yun lang po ang may sasagot ko.
Hindi, but this is the rational, distinguished sponsor. Ang bilis mo mag-freeze ng account. Pero napakatagal naman ninyong alisin yung freeze order. In the meantime, yung mga tao na negosyo, ginagamit yung pera kung saan-saan, panggasto sa pamilya, natutulog po o frozen sa bangko. Just because they were suspected of being part and parcel of a political machinery.
Hindi naman ganun kabilis, Your Honor. Siguro,
Well,
kung
ano pong, how do you dissect the meaning of all this action? Bearing in mind, Mr. Sponsor, ito lang po ang kandidato na binuksan ng mga account. Yung natitirang kandidato, wala naman eh. You don't call that a political prosecution?
Your Honor, halos lahat po na napasok po sa PDAP scam, inimbestigahan din. Nagkataon lang po na si...
Well, let's not go to the PDAP scam because
yes, Your Honor. Ang
it's a very
sinasabi ko lang
sensitive
po,
subject that we're saying here na tatlo po nating kasamahan sa mataas na kapulungan, nakakulong, pero yun po naman kasamahan nila na involved sa PDAP o DAP, wala ho namang kaso.
kaya nga po ini-introduce ko po na wala akong pinipili ang AMLA kung meron po
I beg to disagree, distinguished. Namimili po ang AMLAC kung sino ang kanilang gustong buksan at isara. This is a glaring example. Imagine, on those 200 plus account, there is only one B9. So, ano ho yung lateral o collateral damage ng ibang sinara ninyong account on the mere suspicion na ito ay kasama doon sa tao? Plus the fact that, distinguished sponsor, yung pong nag-trigger dyan, yung pong hearing sa Senado na sinasabi natin na overprice ng mga allegation ng mga building structure sa Makati, which is, wala po naman nangyari sa lahat ng investigasyon. So, ang relevant issue dito, nagaya ng sinabi po ng aking kasamahan na Deputy Minority Leader is this. Let's put henceforth an end to this issue. Kung nagamit na ho itong opisinang ito at umabuso dito sa kanilang panunungkulan, ay dapat ho naman i-rectify nila yung kanilang kamalian. Kawawa yung ibang account na hanggang ngayon frozen.
Were frozen. Merong probable cause and we were affirmed by the Court of Appeals and even the Regional Trial Court.
Yung iba, kaya nga po, hindi po yung 200 plus na lang natitira. Kasi yung iba po walang probable cause at lahat naman po ng kanilang aksyon ay idinadaan po sa isang proseso. At yung natitira pong 159, yun po ay the motion was granted by the Court of Appeals, Your Honor. So dumaan po siya sa proseso. Ang importante,
You're saying, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, na nasa Court of Appeals na ang kasong ito.
yung freeze order po, in-issue na po ng Court of Appeals. 6 months po yung effectivity. Freeze pa rin?
No, petition for civil forfeiture.
So hindi na siya freeze.
No more. Civil
Hindi na po siya freeze. Nasa lower courts na rin po for civil forfeiture na lang po.
Better seek another answer from your principal, distinguished sponsor.
Yun po.
One minute suspension, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended. Happy birthday. Sessions resume.
Mr. Speaker, I move to defer the proposed budget of AMLAC until such time there will be a confidence provision wherein this office can never be used again for political purposes. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, ask for a
The
few
majority
minutes
floor leader.
suspension.
Session suspended.
Nasa special provision na nga eh. Willing na nga po, lagyan ng special provision ng budget ninyo na may penalty pag there is a special recourse. Kung may selective justice or at least there is a recourse, if you feel there is selective justice, politically motivated. Kasi marami naman nakakaramdam nun. Hindi nga, papalagay ko eh. Hindi mo pwede. Hindi ba nito? Pero hindi naman. Si Boy Aquino pa yun. Si Boy Aquino pa yun. May provision ba dito na pag na transportation na susunod.
start with the lead.
Session resume.
Mr.
Majority
Speaker,
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend consideration of the budget of the AMLAC. So move. Or
There
the
is a
anti-money. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to suspend the budget of AMLA. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we begin consideration of the budget of the Department of Transportation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Before we go on, Mr. Speaker, we would like to acknowledge and welcome to the House of Representatives the members of the Department of Transportation family, Secretary Arthur Togade, Undersecretary Gary V. de Guzman, Undersecretary Anel Lontok, Undersecretary Roberto Lim, Undersecretary Noel Quintanar, Undersecretary Raul Creencia, Undersecretary Romel Gavieta, Undersecretary Felipe Hudan, and all the heads of the attached agencies and corporations that are with us today.
To the House of Representatives, the officials of the Department of Transportation.
Mr. Speaker, we are in consideration of the budget of the Department of Transportation, inclusive of all attached agencies and corporations. We move that we recognize the gentleman from the Lone District of Malabon City, Congressman Ricky Sandoval, to sponsor and answer questions, if any, on the budget of the Department of Transportation and the attached agencies and corporations. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Sandoval is recognized to sponsor the budget of the Department of Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon to honorable colleagues. I would like to give the highlights of the budget of the Department of Transportation. And I'm ready to accept questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable John Bertis III of AXO-OFW party list for his interpellation.
The Honorable Bertie of the party list OFW is recognized to interpellate the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Is the Honorable Sponsor willing to yield for some questions?
Gladly, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this representation has time and again raised the issue of the illegal collections of airport terminal fees from overseas Filipino workers. That was the MC-08 issued by the former General Manager Honrado of MIAA. We fought long and hard for the exemptions of OFW from terminal fees and travel taxes. Kaya po sukdulan ang galit ng aming sektor nang ang exemption namin ay inagaw ng nakarang administrasyon nung na-integrate ang collection ng terminal fee sa mga ticket. At natatandaan ko rin po na nang naupo ang ating mahal na sekretary ng Department of Transportation, pinangako niya na ipapatigil niya ang paniningil ng terminal fee sa aming mga OFW. We want to know, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, if the current MIAA and DOTC leadership will still deny OFW their exemptions by continuing the integration of fees in tickets. Remember, this is not just an economic issue for us. This is also emotional because these exemptions are for a simple recognitions of our contributions and sacrifices to our country.
Mr. Speaker, I understand that there is a case ongoing and that the airport authorities have won this case. However, this withstanding, the sector of air under Secretary Tugade is reviewing that on how we can help our OFWs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Alam po natin na maraming OFW na exempted sa terminal fee ang hindi nag-refund dahil sa haba ng pila at kakulungan ng mga refund facility sa ating mga airport, especially in the provincial airport. Magkano na po ba ang unrefunded terminal fee collection na naipon? Saan po nakalagak ang pondo na ito at ano ang planong paggamit nito? May we request a report on this, Mr. Speaker?
Yeah. So far po, ang total na collection is about 100 million. Pero 70% po nito ay naisoli na. Ito pang mga refund na ito.
Just for clarification, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, you said 100 million po?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, because this is a computed number of OFWs.
There are 50,000 OFWs leaving the country every month. And only less than 12% are refunded. So at 550 multiplied by the rest of that number is, I doubt it, for the past 2 years, 100 million lang po ang perang hawak nyo na unrefunded. More or less, from our computation, is around 1.6 billion ang hawak po ng MIAA.
Yan po ang number na binigay as of now. But re-reviewin po natin yan. At sisiguruhin po natin na ang tamang bilang ay bibigay sa ating representante at ng OFW at sisiguruhin po natin na ito ay i-refund 100%.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Alam mo naman po natin na labag sa Republic Act 122 ang paniningil at ang kaming mga OFW ay exempted sa pagbabayad ng terminal fee. Ito ay sinuproceed lamang ng isang MC08, which is kaya rin ng ating bagong pamunuan na ipatigil ang paniningil na to. At natatandaan ko rin po nung nakaraang hearing sa Senado na bakit nyo inimplement ang paniningil ng terminal fee na alam nyong wala pa sa sistema nyo or hindi pa hindi nyo pa na-provide ang computer system on how you can able to exempt our OFW. So, pwede po ba natin malaman, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, na ang timeline kung kailan nyo kami bibigyan ng report at ipapahinto ang paniningil ng terminal fee sa aming mga OFW?
Please rest assured that with this new, our new secretary, that we are reviewing this very well. And we hope to give the Honorable Congressman a solution before December.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. And to end, I would like to thank you, the General Manager of MIAA, for opening up the lounge for our OFW. Maraming salamat po sa aming galing sa aming sektor. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Amy De Jesus of Cabrera Party List for her interpellation. I so move, Your Honor.
The Honorable Amy De Jesus is recognized to interpellate the sponsor.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, at magandang hapon po, Ginoong Sponsor.
Magandang hapon po, Mr. Speaker.
Ang representasyong ito po ay kumikilala sa malaking ambag ng isa sa pinakasikat nating public transpo o isang utilidad, no, na naglilingkod sa mas marami, ang LRT. Kailan po ba yung LRT-1 ay ibinigay sa pribado?
Ito po ay binid ng 2013 at in-award po ng 2014. So mga 2 taon na po, Mr. Speaker.
Sa kasalukuyan po, ano po ang matitingkad na problemang kinakaharap nito mula po nung masa pribado ang LRT? Mula sa kamay ng pamahalaan, ibinigay po sa isang pribado. Ano po ang assessment ninyo o evaluation ninyo doon sa mga hinaharap nitong o naharap nitong problema?
Sa ngayon po ay dati rin pong problema ng mga maintenance natin at mga problema sa bagon dahil ito po ay mga luma na. Ngunit under this privatization o pag-transfer po natin sa isang pribadong kumpanya ay sa tingin po natin ay mas natutugunan nila ang ganitong problema dahil wala silang mga problema katulad ng gobyerno na doon lalo na po sa pag-procure ng mga spare parts.
Mr. Speaker, siguro naman po araw-araw nating napapakinggan ang mga pahayag sa iba't ibang programa kaugnay ng patuloy na hinaharap na problema ng mananakay. Ngayon po, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, ang nais ko pong irehistro dito, yun namang problema ng mga empleyado. Umabot po sa aming kaalaman na ang mga empleyado na mula doon sa LRTA na nasa ilalim pa ng pangangasiwa ng pamahalaan at pumasok na sa mga pribado, pumasok na sa negosyante, no, na ang kahulugan sa kanila, pumasok sila doon, siyempre, ayaw nilang mawala ng trabaho. At nung pong sila ay pumasok doon sa pribado, inaasahan nila na makakakuha sila ng separation pay mula sa gobyerno dahil ang mga nagpursige po na makapasok uli doon sa pribado, no, ay mula sa 3 to 15 years ay mga naglingkod na. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, pwede po malaman kung ang separation pay po ng mga empleyadong ito ay naibigay na.
Ako po ay nagpapasalamat sa tanong na ating kinatawan ng party list dahil ito rin po ay isa sa mga bagay na aking tanong at aking inalam. At pagkatapos po na ito ay ma-privatize, ang ating po mga empleyado doon ay inimbita para sumama mo sa private sector. At yung iba po ay natanggap at yung iba man naman po na ayaw sumama ay nabigyan ng kanilang mga separation pay. 95% po ang binigyan ng separation pay. Yung 5% po na natitira ay mga documentary requirements lang po ang inaantay.
Ang ibig sabihin po dito sa papasok na budget sa 2017, tinitiyak po, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, na may makukuhang separation pay itong hindi pa nabibigyan. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, may we know your commitment on this?
Sinisiguro ko po ang ating kinatawan ng Gabriela na meron pong matatanggap dito sa budget na ito ang mga naiwang mga empleyadong ito. Documentary requirements lang po ang natitira.
Salamat po sa sagot, pero ang isa pa po na inihain na problema ng mga empleyado, and in fact, sa katunayan po, ngayong umaga nagkaroon ng pagkilos at kinikilala po namin ang inisyatiba ng mga empleyadong ito na hingin ang karapat-dapat sa kanila. Dahil ang isa pa po na idinadaing nila, yung kaugnay naman doon sa isang memorandum na ang pakahulugan mula pa noon pong April 27 na may first batch na nakareceive ng 44 na memorandum, second batch, 22 pong empleyado ang nakareceive, na ang sinasabi, hindi nagtatali, unconfirmed count and amounts. At ito po, yung naging dahilan, bakit sila ay tinanggal sa trabaho. Ano po ang take dito, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor? Dahil, sabi ko nga, nung tinanong ko sila, nasa regression stage pa po ang pagkakaalam nila at ang magiging natural na regression stage, ibig sabihin dahil may turnover, maaari nga, katulad ng nabanggit ni Mr. Sponsor, inaayos pa yung sistema. Ang masaklap po nito, doon sa nabigyan ng show cost memorandum, sinasabi nila, dumadaing sila, na imposible na ang malalaking halaga ay hindi nagtatali doon sa kanilang inientrega. Ano po ang update dito, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor?
Ang tungkulin ng pamahalaan ay para maibigay yung mga kakulangan sa mga sweldo, lalo na yung separation pay ng ating pong mga employees ng LRT. At pagkatapos po noon, nalipat na sila sa private sector. Ito po ay strictly employer-employee relationship na po. At nagtatapos po ang pananagutan ng ating pamahalaan pagkatapos po silang bayaran ng separation pay. Kaya kung ito pong mga sinasabi nila na mga hindi pagtutugma ng malaking halaga ay galing po sa ating gobyerno, ito po ay pwede po nating talakayin at idudulog natin sa pamunuan ng LRTA.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, ito po ay isang malinaw, napakalinaw na pagpapakita na noong ibinigay sa pribado at nagkaroon ng problema, ang kahulugan po ba nito? Wala na talagang concern, wala nang accountability ang ating ahensya. Dito sa isang public utility na libo-libo ang siniserbisyuhan, at ang mga empleyado ay patuloy na naghahangad na maging bahagi ng pagbibigay ng serbisyo. Kayo po ba, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, wala na talaga kayong hand, wala kayong pwedeng gawin kaugnay ng pagtataguyod ng interes ng mga empleyadong ito?
Mr. Speaker, ako po'y nakikiisa sa ating kinatawan sa pagtataguyod. Ngunit meron pong hangganan siguro ang ating responsibilidad sa kanila. Sila po ay binigyan natin ng separation pay. Sila po ay tinulungan nating magkaroon ng mailipat sa pribadong sektor dito sa bagong management ng LRTA. At hanggang ngayon po ay sinisiguro po natin yan. Ngunit kung sakali man dito sa kanilang paglipat ay magkaroon sila ng problema, ito po ay hindi nasakop ng pamunuan ng LRTA at ito po ay sakop ng employer-employee relationship ng bagong namumuno. In fact, Mr. Speaker, sa ating pagsasalta ngayon, magmula noong hindi pa ito nasa privado, 77 na bagon ang tumatakbo. Ngayon pong nasa private na 90 po. So, nag-increase po ang number at efficiency ng ating mga bagon dito po sa paglipat nito.
Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, pagdating po talaga sa usapin ng efficiency, napakadali pong tunggaliin yan. Dahil araw-araw, talaga pong may naririnig tayo. Pero I will not delve on this. Ang gusto ko po talagang irehistro, maliban po dito sa binabanggit ninyo na wala ng pananagutan ang ahensya dito sa issue ng gumagampan ng isang public utility, hindi po ba, Mr. Speaker, patunay ito na kapag pumasok ang negosyante, talagang ang hangad nila ay higit na profit? Do you agree, Mr. Speaker? Do you agree, Ginoong Sponsor?
I agree. Pero po, siyempre hindi natin isasakripisyo ang pagpapatakbo nito.
I said that and I mentioned that, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, because the other scheme that has been going on, no, dito po sa ipinasa nating LRMC na ngayon, na pag-aari na ng pribado, ang malungkot po dito, yung pong mga tinanggal nila, yung pong mga sinuspindi nila, agad-agad na kumuha ng panibagong employees. Ito po ang malungkot. Yung pong mga kinuha nila sa kalakhan ay through agency. At yung pong sahod ng mga kinuha nila ay higit na mababa noong ang mga empleyado ay direktang hired ng ating LRTA. Ito po ay isang issue na napakagandang ipakita sa mamamayan na hindi garantiya. And in fact, ipinapakita pa nga na nung ibinigay sa pribado ang pamamahala ng isang public utility na ang pinakamaraming nag-a-avail ay mga estudyanteng mahihirap, empleyadong mahihirap, at mga pangkaraniwang manggagawa, ito po ang apektado at directly affecting the employees of the employees who are now under the private partnership. At ito po, I just would like to reiterate and manifest that this representation believes that the letter which I saw, dated August 25, sent to Honorable Secretary Arturo Togade, and again another follow-up with regard to this issue, which you mentioned is an employee-employer relationship between the private owner and the employees. I reiterate, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, ano ba ang pananagutan? At hindi ba dapat bilang ahensya, bilang departamento ng isang public utility, hindi ba nararapat lamang na hindi natin bibitawan ang ating tungkulin sa pagtitiyak at pangangalaga ng mga empleyado at manggagawa ng kasalukuyang LRT. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, can I have your comment on this?
Mr. Speaker, ang LRTA po ay merong oversight function. Kaya kung ano man ang nakikita nating nagkakamali ang private sector natin ay pwede pong sitahin ng ating LRTA. Ngunit, doon po sa sinasabi ng ating representative from Gabriela na nawawalan na ng pananagutan ng ating pamahalaan o LRTA dahil sila ay nagkaroon na ng employer-employee relationship dito po sa bagong namamahala ng LRTA, hindi po nangangahulugan na kung sakaling ito po ay nasa labas na ng LRTA, ay nasa labas na ng pangangalaga ng ating pamahalaan ang mga taong ito. Dahil meron naman po tayong dole kung saan pwede nilang dalhin ang kanilang mga hinaing dito po sa bagong kumpanyang ito.
Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, kinikilala ko ang ahensya, ang iba't ibang ahensya at ang mga convergence na ito ng ating pamalahan. Nevertheless, again, hearing the pleads, no? Alam niyo po, pakiusap na talaga ang naririnig namin dito sa mga manggagawa. This representation really hopes, no? That you can contribute to push, no? I-push po natin dahil ito po ay private yan. Bahala ang negosyante dyan, bahala ang dole dyan, pero sana po, inaasahan po ng representasyong ito na hindi natin bibitawan ang pagpapahalaga sa public utilities, ang pagpapahalaga sa mga manggagawa nito, at pagpapahalaga sa patuloy na pagbibigay ng serbisyo sa higit na maraming nating mananakay. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, with that, I would like to end my interpellation. And since I already had some consultations with two USECs, two undersecretaries on this matter, again, I will pursue my request that some of the workers and employees of the LRT affected by the said issue be given enough time for them, no, to personally ventilate their issues to our secretaries. Yun lamang po, Ginoong Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will assure the Honorable Representative of Gabriela that we will make sure that in the exercise of their oversight function over LRTA, that your concern be given a priority. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Edsel Lagman of the 1st District of Albay for his interpellation. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Edsel Lagman is recognized to interpellate the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished sponsor, I have no objections to the budgetary allocations for the Department of Transportation. I have only some policy concerns. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, did the President ask Congress for emergency powers to address the traffic crisis, or was it Congress which volunteered to grant emergency powers to the President to solve the traffic mess?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the President asked Congress for emergency powers to solve the traffic problems.
In answer to the request of the President, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, the distinguished sponsor is aware that there are pending bills in the House as well as in the Senate granting the President emergency powers to address the traffic problem.
Yes,
More
Mr. Speaker.
particularly, House Bill number 03 and Senate Bill number 11, among others. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
The thrust of these bills is to exempt the infrastructure, commodities, and services procurement by the President or his alter ego or delegate to address the crisis from the Government Procurement Reform Act, Republic Act 9184, to expedite the process of procuring and implementing the projects. Is that correct, Your Honor?
That is correct. That is one of the wishes of the Transportation Department, Your Honor.
And another wish of the Transportation Department is to exempt the infrastructure development and right-of-way projects and allied projects addressing the crisis from the issuance of TROs, or what we call temporary restraining orders, or injunctive processes of courts lower than the Supreme Court. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
In other words, with respect to the exemption from the Government Procurement Reform Act, it is the proposal that the President or his alter ego or delegate can enter into negotiated contracts and other alternative methods of procurement without being hampered by the Government Procurement Reform Act. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
But, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, this may not be necessary because under the Government Procurement Reform Act, there are already exempted transactions which would include negotiated contracts, shopping, among others. Is that correct?
That is correct. Although, Mr. Speaker, this only applies to limited situations, not all situations.
But
And,
if we read these exemptions, they would cover the acts sought to be exempted from the Procurement Act. This grant of emergency powers to the President to address the traffic crisis may be just an exercise in futility because under existing law, the President can do it. He can have negotiated contracts and other methods of alternative procurement. In fact, in the Senate bill, the language of the law was just copied.
Mr. Speaker, partly what the honorable gentleman from Albay, what he's saying is true. However, this is only with limited cover. Without the special powers, procurement of transportation projects will have to undergo rigid and lengthy process competitive bidding under RA 9184 and RA 7718, the BAT law. This hampers the urgent need to procure quality goods and services related to major transportation projects. Although, Mr. Speaker, Annex C of the revised RRR of RA 9184 provides for a period of 113 to 144 calendar days for infrastructure projects and 124 calendar days for goods and 170 days for consulting. The department's experience on various projects proves that the procurement process takes more than this. And we have seen this already, Mr. Speaker, in the procurement of radar systems, in the procurement of X-ray, in the procurement of other goods in the Department of Transportation. In fact, a lot of the capex of the Department of Transportation, maybe at least 10 billion of last year's project, was not even implemented by the previous administration. And this is the reason, siguro po, medyo takot na rin yung ibang mga namamahala dito na mademanda dahil lahat na lang po ng bidding sa Department of Transportation, merong na-TTRO, merong nadedemanda. It is high time po na ibigay natin sa kanila ito.
Well, the failure to implement is lack of political will because the law is the exceptions are provided. And I think the department, the president, should be able to fully take advantage of these exceptions rather than be lukewarm in its implementation for fear of being sued.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I will assure you that under the President Duterte and under Secretary Tugade, that they have the political will to change. And let us give them our full support and let us trust them. Give them the special powers that they need in order for them to solve not only the traffic problems of Metro Manila, but also the different sectors like rail, air, and sea.
Well, it's not a question of lack of trust to the present administration. It is a question of not implementing what the law already provides. And what I am saying here, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, is that this grant of emergency powers would not be necessary because these powers sought to be granted are already addressed by existing laws. Now let me go to the concern of having these infrastructure projects, road right-of-way, and other programs relative to resolving the traffic problem be exempted from what is known as the temporary restraining orders or injunctive processes of courts lower than the Supreme Court. Is the gentleman, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, aware of the existence of Republic Act 8975?
Yes, Your Honor.
That is all-encompassing, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, that it would cover the acts sought to be exempted from TROs and injunctive reliefs. Let me quote the particular provisions. First, with respect to definition of terms, what is a national government project? The law under Section 2 defines national government projects as those referring, quote, to all current and future national government infrastructure, engineering works, and service contracts, including projects undertaken by government-owned and controlled corporations, all projects covered by Republic Act Number 6957 as amended by Republic Act Number 7718, otherwise known as the Build, Operate, and Transfer Law, and other related and necessary activities such as site acquisition, supply or installation of equipment and materials, implementation, construction, completion, operation, maintenance, improvement, repair and rehabilitation, regardless of the source of funding. Under this all-embracing definition, what other projects of the Department of Transportation which would be needing exemption from TROs and injunctive relief to address the problem to necessitate the grant of emergency powers to the President?
Mr. Speaker, case in point is the TRO on our driver's license. If that is the case, then maybe we should not have any problem with our driver's license right now. But see, Mr. Speaker, what we want to do is go beyond that. Not only in the TRO, in the right-of-way acquisition, where we have a lot of problems, that we clear a right-of-way, and because it is taking a long time to implement, that the urban poor goes back to where they come from. What we want to do is go beyond that, to cover not only the right-of-way, we also want to cover the goods, we want to cover driver's license, we want to cover consultants, the whole lot, so that the problems of the transportation of our country can be solved.
Well, the concerns of the distinguished sponsor is covered by Section 3 of Republic Act 8975, which I quote, prohibition on the issuance of temporary restraining orders, preliminary mandatory injunctions. No court, except the Supreme Court, shall issue any temporary restraining order, preliminary injunction, or preliminary mandatory injunction against the government or any of its subdivisions, officials, or any person or entity, whether public or private, acting under the government direction to restrain, prohibit, or compel the following acts. A, acquisition, clearance, and development of the right-of-way or site or location of any national government project. B, bidding or awarding of contract project of the national government as defined under Section 2 hereof. These are the national government projects. C, commencement, prosecution, execution, implementation, and operation of any such contract or project. D, termination or rescission of any such contract project. And E, the undertaking or authorization of any other lawful activity necessary for such contract or project, which would cover precisely all of those other projects, like what you say, the driver's license, etc. So, I think it is an exercise in futility for this Congress to enact the Emergency Power Act, because there are existing laws already covering the acts, programs, projects, services, consultants, which are sought to be exempted from the Procurement Act and from the injunction processes of courts lower than the Supreme Court. So I think we should save time, and at the same time, save the public from alarm Because each time we say about emergency powers, the public is alarmed reasonably because of past experiences. Now, I am appealing to this Congress not to proceed with a bill or measure which are already covered by existing law. To my last point, Mr. Speaker, distinguished Chairman, was there any other country where the executive asked for emergency powers to solve a nasty, messy traffic situation?
Mr. Speaker, this representation is not personally aware of any country, but I am sure that there are a lot of countries that have traffic problems in Asia.
That's correct. There are many countries having traffic problems, but their chief executive doesn't ask for emergency powers to address a traffic situation. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, thank you for the opportunity to ventilating these policy questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Lito Atienza from Buhay Party List for his interpellation.
The Honorable Lito Atienza from Buhay Party List is recognized to interpellate the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, with the kind indulgence of the Honorable Sponsor, we would like to express today in this chamber some of the frustrations of our public. Some of them are already calling the Department of Transportation as the Department of Exasperation, because people get exasperated with the nagging problem of traffic. Before I even start on my line of questioning, we would like to congratulate the leadership of the department now because of the successful removal of the Tanimbala racket at our airports, where we saw decisive action by government produces beneficial results immediately. Inaksyonan, natapos ang Tanimbala. Pero itong problema po natin ng traffic na paulit-ulit, araw-araw, umaga, tanghali, gabi, ay hindi po natin maapuhap. Para bagang ang solusyon ay hindi alam ng mga namamahala. You hear the airwaves full of suggestions. You go to any fora, they are discussing the same. So ideas are being given. But I'm just wondering, Mr. Speaker, does the Department of Transportation today even listen to or see the problem and listen to the suggestions of people, well-meaning people, like this representation? We already stated our well-meaning suggestions in our budget hearings, but we did not see immediate action as a reaction to our well-meant suggestions. Nakikinig po ba sila?
Nakikinig po, Mr. Speaker. At sa katunayan po, dito po sa first 100 days ng ating Secretary, Tugade, ay kulang-kulang 30,000 ang nahuli nila sa mga traffic violation po nila. At dapat pong intindihin natin na hindi lang siyempre ngayon itong problemang to. 3 years ago, 5 years ago, kanito na rin po ang problema natin. At ngayon po, meron na tayong bagong Secretary ng Transportation. Ako po ay umaasa, at siguro po tayong lahat ay umaasa na sa pamamagitan niya na mamibigyan tayo ng bagong pag-asa dito sa traffic. At yan rin po ang ating inaasahan na dito po sa kanyang hinihinging emergency powers ay makatulong po ito at mabigyan na tayo ng solusyon.
Maganda po yung talumpati ninyo.
Pero ako po hindi nagugulat ng mga statistics eh. Meron pong kasabihan akong talagang aking kinakapitan. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. Maraming nagawa, di dapat maramdaman natin. Pero hindi natin nararamdaman ito eh. Yung aming sinabi noon, hanggang ngayon, nandiyan po yung mga bus sa Buendia, naghambalan. Wala pong pumupuna. Are we talking to sensitive officials or are we talking to bureaucrats who have already been mummified in their positions? Dahil, alam niyo, pag inalis po ninyo yung mga bus na nakaparada sa main avenues, malaking bagay na po yan. It will improve further the flow of traffic. If you address the defined choke points in the metropolis, immediately we will have an improvement. If you clean up all the side streets of Metro Manila, we're talking about the city streets, they are called. Pag nilinis po yan ang lahat ng illegality, I would say we would improve the traffic conditions by 30%. Baka hindi na po tayo mag-uusap ng emergency powers. Pag nakita po natin nagtatrabaho na ang lahat. Personally, Mr. Speaker, I use side streets coming to the Batasan and going home to my house because I find it more a faster route and more convenient, and I reach home by probably 2/3 of the time rather than passing by EDSA. So hindi pa ba natin tinatanggap na pag nilinis natin lahat ng kalye sa Maynila, lahat ng kalye sa Mandaluyong, sa San Juan, sa Pasay, palagay ko mabilis po tayo makakarating sa ating paroroonan. But if we are all concentrated at EDSA, then we are automatically creating a problem. And mind you, Mr. Speaker, this problem has caused road rage, violence in the streets of Metro Manila, killing a passenger, killing a driver, a motorist, killing a law enforcer, a traffic enforcer. Abay, hindi po tayo dapat magdalawang isip, umaksyon, sapagkat kung hindi po, umiinit na ang ulo ng mga tao. Doon sa nakaraang Department of Transportation, talagang nagalit ang mga tao. Ngayon, galit na po sila. Dahil wala pong pagbabago gaano. The MRT breaks down every other day. Akala ko po thing of the past. Pero hindi po. Obviously, the same people are running the MRT except for the top man maybe. And no serious change therefore has been felt by our commuters. I wouldn't indulge in pesos and centavos at this point because the money is not the material thing, but rather the commitment to improve the service of the department. Nakikita ko po ang kaibigan kong masipag na sekretaryo, alam ko namang he means well. But the point is, if he is dependent on the same people who ruined the past administration's performance, he will suffer the same. And I don't want that to happen.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure the honorable gentleman from Buhay Party List that the Secretary is doing everything in order to put in a solution. In fact, there is now a phasing in and phasing out. Hindi naman po tayo pwedeng basta magtanggal po ng mga tao, tapos wala tayo ipapalit. So, give him enough time, mapapalitan na po itong mga taong ito para ma-improve yung ating mga MRT, LRT at kung ano pa. At the same time, dito po sa ating mga traffic problems, yung mga binabanggit kanina ng ating kinatuwa ng Buhay Party List, lalo na yung mga illegal parking, mahigit 5,000 na po ang tinatanggal po natin dito. At sa mga traffic rules violators, apprehended 171,000. Sa obstruction, loading, unloading, prohibited zones, 165,000. Mga kolorum, pinapag-aralan po. Lahat ng bagay po ay binibigyan ng halaga dahil lahat naman po ng gagawin ng ating mga sekretary at ating mga ahensya ay palaging, kung meron tayong aksyon, ay meron pong palaging reaksyon. Kaya ito ay inuuna natin bago po natin isa publiko. Pero I will assure you, Mr. Speaker, that the department is doing everything to solve Not only the traffic problem in EDSA, but also the railway problem, the air problem, and the sea problem.
Maraming salamat po sa inyong makukulay na paraan upang mailagay natin sa tamang pananaw ang ginagawa ng department. Ang tanong ko po ay simple. Naalis na po ba yung terminal ng bus sa Buendia and Taft Avenue? I'm talking about the BBL, LLI, na niluwagan ng Buendia, ginawa nilang almost 6 lanes. Hinati sa gitna, ginawang terminal ng bus yung kalahati. Is that the right way of managing our limited road space?
Pinapag-aralan po yan. Yan din po isang concern ng ating Department of Transportation.
Ano po?
Na tanggalin po siguro that ngayon po ay pinapag-aralan po nila kung ano po ang
Hindi
gagawin.
po. Ngayong hapon, pwede pong puntahan, alisin yung mga barrier doon at alisin yung mga bus doon, hilahin nila. Hindi na po paparada yung mga bus doon bukas. Pero kung hindi po magbubunga itong ating palitang ito, ay para tayong nagbubulahan. Huwag natin bulahin ang taong bayan sapagkat nararamdaman nila ang hapdi ng hindi pagtugon sa nakikita nilang pagkukulang ng gobyerno.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, ito po ay under the Pasay LGU, hindi po ang Department of Transportation.
Mr. Speaker, this is where we cannot agree. The department gives up and raises its hands on basic requirements of making the vehicles run on our narrow streets. The LGUs will not dare stand up to the authority of the national government. We have the Department of Transportation, we have the DILG, we have the PNP, now the Highway Patrol is even in command, and I don't see any mayor in Metro Manila saying no to simple direction of removing illegally parked buses in the highways. I cannot see that, and I cannot accept that. I was mayor for 9 years, and I'm proud to say, no department even had to say anything. I did my job. I believe that the mayors in Metro Manila would want to do that job. But unless the department secretary and his people would remind them about it, nag them about it, and file charges against them, if they do not react, administrative charges can be filed against them. They can even be removed from office. That's the law. So what are we talking about? Helplessness? I do not believe that the Department of Transportation is helpless. It has all the authority and the backing of a powerful president. President Duterte, no less. I don't see President Duterte as a lame duck. He's just starting. And if he calls up these mayors, I'm sure they will move. And President Duterte should be briefed properly by the Secretary of Transportation. I don't think he has time to even know about illegally situated terminals, illegally parked vehicles, illegal use of narrow roads and streets. Kailangan po sinasabi yan. I'm sure they held cabinet meetings and these items could be taken up and action can be taken. Please, do not feed us with helplessness. If a department is helpless in the face of serious challenges, then we are admitting that they are failing. And I don't think they should fail at this point in time. They are just at the point of takeoff, and they should succeed. They must succeed. Otherwise, all of us will suffer.
Mr. Speaker, from this far, I see the fire in the eyes of the Representative Atienza. And I see his rage and his anger regarding this matter. And this is exactly why we need the emergency powers. Right now, there is not a singular authority that manages traffic. Lahat po ng puntahan nating lungsod, may kanya-kanyang patakaran, may odd even, mayroong plus minus, at kung ano-ano pa. Pag binigyan po natin ng emergency powers ang ating Department of Transportation, diyan natin makikita na pwedeng mag-override. Ito pong mga tinatayong mga bus terminal ng ating mga local government. Yung ating pong mga problema sa traffic problem na sa palagay ng ating kinatawan galing sa Buhay Party List ay wala ng solusyon. Kaya po hinihingi ko ang suporta natin dito sa emergency powers.
Galang-galang na sponsor, I'm sorry to say, the issue and the solution is not the granting of emergency power. The solution is a dedicated effort at enforcing the law. The political will should be there. The laws are already in place. You don't need an emergency power to clear streets of illegally situated cars. Many of them are dilapidated, lying on top of rubber tires and wooden blocks. Di po emergency power ang kailangan dyan. As I said, I did all of this already, so I don't think, and I will not buy the idea that one needs emergency powers to enforce the law. Lahat po ng mga nakabalandrang kotse, sasakyan, jeep, tricycle, lahat po yan, tinapon ko sa Smoky Mountain. Wala pong nakapagdemanda ni isa sapagkat alam nilang mali sila. We warned them. We gave them 3 days to clear all of these illegally situated barnacles of the streets of the city of Manila. And those who removed them were not affected by our directive. But those who were hard-headed had to be content that their garbage, which I considered, their derelicts, which I considered as garbage, they had to pick them up at the Smoky Mountain pile of garbage. Ganun po dapat ang makita natin eh. Otherwise, we're all grappling with the problem of EDSA. EDSA is not Metro Manila. EDSA is just a highway that traverses Metro Manila. Metro Manila is composed of thousands of streets which can be utilized. Pag-aaral ang kailangan. Certain times of the day, 2 ways ang gamit ng kalye. Certain time of the day, 1 way, going home or going to work. Lahat ng traffic lights dapat synchronized. Yung busy streets, matagal. Yung hindi naman masyadong busy, cross-section, maikli lang ang kanilang timing. Pero wala pong nag-aaral niyan because we experience this. I'm sure my colleagues experience them. Sometimes you are waiting for your green light, wala naman dumadaan doon sa kabila. O kaya naman meron traffic enforcer, binibigyan niya ng benepisyo yung mga jeepneys and buses using the other lane or the other road. So lahat ito contribute to the growing situation of a traffic crisis in Metro Manila. It should not be. It doesn't have to be. I'll give you another example. If you pass by one of the newest avenues in Manila called Sobel Rojas Avenue, ito po'y bago sapagkat kami gumawa niyan. Ang ganda-ganda pong kalye yan. Papunta po ng Makati yan. From the boundary of Manila. Tingnan nyo, dumaan kayo ngayon doon. Hindi na kayo dadaan ulit sapagkat may squatter na po sa gitna eh. Kailangan po ba ng emergency power yun? Hindi po. Tatawagan lang po niyo si Mayor Erat. Erat, i-clear mo yan Sobel Rojas. Kung hindi, ikaw i-clear ko sa City Hall. Susunod po yun. But we need somebody to wield the baton, to wield and exercise his authority. Otherwise, we are all helpless. And let me remind the gentleman, in Metro Manila now, there is anarchy, in fact. In spite of the pronouncements of the Secretary of Transportation, anarchy is the rule of the day. Check the side streets of Metro Manila, many of them now are even gated. Naglagay ng gate ang mga barangay chairman. And at certain times of the day, they close it. Sinasarhan at their discretion. Pinapayagan po ba ng Department of Transportation yan?
Mr. Speaker, kinakilala ko po ang kakayahan ng ating dating Mayor Atienza. At alam niyo, matagal ko pong naging boss to si Mayor. At talagang napakagaling, napakaganda ng kanyang mga sinasabi. Siguro po, dapat umpisahan natin ng pagbibigay ni Mayor Atienza ng seminar kung paano pong ginagawa ito. Ngunit, bago po natin gawin yan, I would like to assure the good representative of Buhay Party List that even without the Mayor saying it or the representative saying it, that they are already in coordination with the local government units. And that they are saying that the mayors are going to cooperate with the Department of Transportation. And the Department of Transportation also is in coordination with the MMDA. In fact, the Good Secretary has called upon Chairman Orbus so that they can have a coordination. He is talking also to the local government units. Kaya it's a big task, but we are starting in the right foot, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker.
We've been saying that, Honorable Sponsor. Namamaos na po kami na isuggest, kausapin nyo mga mayor. Utusan nyo mga mayor. Isama nyo sa trabaho ang mga mayor, kasama nyo lahat ng mga barangay. There are 17 mayors, there are 2,000 barangay chairmen, there are about 20,000 tanods all over Metro Manila. Hingan nyo ng tulong yung mga yan. Hindi naman pwedeng tumanggi. Pag tumanggi, kasuhan nyo. So I dare the Secretary of Transportation work with the institutions. Work with the present setup. Do not ask for an emergency power without us getting convinced that you're already doing your job and you still lack the necessary effects requiring emergency powers. Otherwise, we will have a very, very serious doubt as to how these emergency powers will be used eventually. If you cannot exercise your ordinary powers under ordinary times, we feel emergency powers may only be abused by people who did not even do the basics and now requiring us to grant them special powers. Kaya nga ang amin pong hinihingi ay gawin po naman nila lahat ng magagawa under existing laws. Hindi kailangan ng special law to open up all of these illegally arrogated streets in certain portions of Metro Manila. Na pag dumaan kayo, maski na kayo'y sumusunod sa Waze. Alam po ng ating honorable sponsor yung app ngayon na nakakatulong ng malaki. Tanungin natin saan magaang ang daan. Waze. Sumunod ka. Turn left, go straight, 200 meters, turn right, go left, make a U-turn. Then you face a blank wall. Dahil tinayuan ng barangay ng wall yung kalye. So even Waze, an internationally accepted way of following practical routes, does not work because there is anarchy. I am saying with firm conviction, one of the main reasons why we have an exacerbated situation is because of the anarchy that has been allowed by the past administration. 6 years of anarchy allowed by the present administration. Very sad to admit, because we thought, and we would like to think, President Duterte is not like President Noynoy Aquino. They are poles apart in character and determination, and we know President Duterte can really develop more impact and effects in his program. Sa nakaraan po, talagang hindi pinansin yan. Kaya inumpisan ko po yung tanimbala. Isipin nyo, hindi makorek-korek yan ng nakaraang administration. Sandaling panahon, nawala po yung racket na yan sa airport. So itong mga nangyayaring anarchy and improper, ineffective use of limited road spaces in Metro Manila can be improved if the technical men of the Secretary would sit down, study each and every street, and see which time of the day maraming dumadaan dito. Gawin ninyong two-way or one-way, headed towards Makati, towards Manila. Certain times of the day, one-way, headed for Novaliches, Quezon City, going home. Pag hindi po pinag-aralan, simple study, wala po tayo talagang makukuhang resulta. Hindi po kailangan ng emergency power yun. Yung po'y emergency action siguro. And a lot of common sense. Dahil malaking improvement ang may dudulot ng perfectly timed traffic lights and properly studied use of limited space. Lahat po yan magagawa ng mga tauhan ng ating department. Now, shifting to another topic, Mr. Speaker, the LRT line, Dasmariñas line, was promised by the former president to be finished last December 2015. Sabi niya, pag hindi natapos yan, papasagasa ako sa tren. Naalala po ba niyo yun? Pag hindi natapos yung linyang yan, magpapasagasa ako sa tren. Sinabi po ng dating Pangulo. Tatanungin ko, tapos na po ba yung LRT Dasmariñas line? O ano nang stage ngayon yun?
Ngayon po ay nasa right-of-way acquisition at sa ngayon, isa na lang po ang problema. May mga nakatira pang urban poor. At pag na yun naayos, ay magtutuloy-tuloy na po ito.
Nagpasagasa po ba yung dating Pangulo na nangako? Hindi po natin nakikita, baka nagpasagasa na nga.
Wala
anyway,
po akong balita, Mr. Speaker.
That is very, 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 very exasperating again. See, that particular line should be servicing already our commuters headed for Laguna, Cavite, and Batangas. But now, they are still in the negotiations for the purchase of certain parcels of land. That's about 3-4 years from completion, maybe 5. Maybe at the end of the Duterte administration, hindi pa rin tumatakbo yan kung ganyan ang ating paggawa ng ating pangangailangan. That's a major line that should have been given, that should still be given now, special attention. Meron na po kontratista yan, di po ba?
Siguro po, Mr. Speaker, kung talaga nahihirapan sa pagtatanggal ng mga right-of-way, problema natin doon sa mga squatter doon, siguro tawagan natin si General Bato, matukhang at mabigyan tayo ng solusyon dito. But ito po ay inaasikaso na ng ating department.
Sino tatawagan po ninyo? Si Matubato?
General Bato.
Honorable sponsor, that line, we hope, gets done immediately because we know that the winning bidder for that line has been collecting already the income from the main money-making line, which is the original LRT. Are we correct in our knowledge and information?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Kumokolekta na po ng almost 2 years lahat ng kinikita po ng money-making line, the original LRT. The only money-making line, kanilang kita. Diyan lang ako nakakita ng kontratang talagang yan ang tinatawag na tubong linugaw. Ginigisa hindi lang sa sariling mantika, kundi umani na hindi pa nagtatanim. Dahil yung kinikita ng money-making line ay kinukuha na nila. So it is to their advantage that the contract is not completed because they will collect and they keep on collecting while the assignment under their concession agreement is not delivered. Then who suffers? Tayo po lahat na nagdurusa. We hope the Secretary of Transportation would act on that with dispatch.
Certainly, Mr. Speaker.
People are already exasperated over that particular promised service. Now, on the common station, Honorable Sponsor, ganun din po ang istorya. Horror story po ito on how administrations abuse their authority, again, to the detriment of a suffering commuter people. Yung po'y dapat natapos na under the Arroyo administration, nabitin, hindi na asikaso, 6 na taon. Nung isang araw, nagpirmahan po sila. Nakita po namin sa pahayagan yun. Yung po bang problema roon na yung Line 7 will meet up with MRT 3 in a convenient manner so that the commuters will not walk the 700 meters that they would have suffered through, including the senior citizens who would have had to go down, go upstairs, and walk about 700 meters. Yung po bang kanilang agreement na pinirmahan, hindi po ganun ang nilalagay. Dahil hindi po namin nakikita pa yung provision, again, yung agreement, wala po tayong kopya nun.
Mr. Speaker, maganda po ang binanggit ni Congressman Atienza tungkol dito. Dahil napakatagal na problema na po ito. Hindi magkasundo sa common station. Ngunit dito po sa ating sa nangyari po ngayon, kailan lamang po ay nagpirmahan na magkakaroon ng isang single station kung saan kumbinyenteng makakatawid ang mga pasahero magmula sa LRT, MRT at MRT Line 7. Hindi na po kaparisan dati na merong isang istasyon sa may SF, isang istasyon sa may Trinoma. Isa na lang ang terminal ngayon at malapit lang ang lalakarin para makalipat ang ating mga pasahero from one terminal to the other.
Yung pong malapit na lalakarin na ginoong sponsor, gaano kalayo po yun? Yung malapit maaaring malapit sa isang bata, pero sa isang nakatatanda, malayo. Kaya gaano ba kalapit yung malapit?
60 meters po, Mr. Speaker.
60 meters.
60 meters.
Pwede na po sigurong papurihan sila dyan kung naputol yung 700 to 60 meters. See what happens when there is action taken. Yan ang sinasabi po natin kanina. Basta asikasuin, magbubunga. Huwag na natin hintayin yung emergency power dahil hindi yun ang solusyon Makita muna natin ng Department of Transportation na ginagawa lahat yung mga basic requirements so that the narrow streets and limited streets that we have are utilized to the fullest. Talk about LGUs. We would like to mention Mandaluyong is very efficient in their local traffic management. San Juan is very efficient because we pass through all of these side streets. Makati is very efficient because every corner you know that there is a traffic enforcer who will allow you to pass and help you get to your destination. So if the local government units will all work and be inspired by our very industrious secretary, I'm sure we will have a big improvement in the traffic flow in Metro Manila. Could we get a commitment on that? At tinitiyak ko naman sa inyo, dahil nga dito tayo nagpupunta araw-araw at umuwi ako sa Maynila, alam ko po ang katotohanan. Kaya maski matapos natin itong budget na ito, we will continue nagging on these issues if we don't see action being taken.
Mr. Speaker, nakita niyo naman na 3 months pa lang, nabigyan na ang solusyon ng common station natin na kung 6 na taon na. Diyan natin nakikita that if you're really sincere in your effort to help government, something will happen. Kaya yan po ang sinabi niyo, nagpapasalamat po kami dyan. At you can have the assurance of the Department of Transportation that they will continue to dedicate their time and effort in the solution of our problems.
Yung pong Dasmariñas line, ano po ba ang bagong timeline ng bagong Department of Transportation Secretary? When do we get the Dasmariñas line going? Considering what you have just said, that they are still negotiating on right-of-ways and purchasing of land?
Construction will start next year, Mr. Speaker.
Alam po ninyo, just to remind everyone, you don't need emergency powers when government is decided to go through a certain area for a playground, for a public market, for a railway. Yan po hindi kailangan ng emergency power. Babayaran lang po yan under our powers of the state, giving the owners who are refusing. They can always expropriate. Eminent domain principle, as a principle, can give the government access and control of whatever areas that are needed to fulfill the basic requirement of a new railway for Dasmariñas in Cavite. Kaya hindi po kailangan ng emergency powers yan. Kailangan lang talaga masisipag na mga abogado ng Department of Transportation to buckle down to work and get all of these requirements done.
I agree,
So kailan
Mr. Speaker.
po natin maasahan para po naman ipamalita namin sa Maynila na meron ng pag-asa?
Next year po, mag-umpisa na.
Hindi naman po magpapasagasa ang sekretaryo ko, hindi...
Hindi naman, no, pero
Hindi po.
Kung sakaling yun ang intensyon niya, at least meron ng sasagasa dahil gagawin na.
Aawatin ko po siya sapagkat hindi dapat nangangako ng ganun. Kapag ka hindi naganap, dapat tinutupad. Di po ba?
Opo, Mr. Speaker.
Tsaka yung emergency powers, gaya po ng aking nasabi na rito, paulit-ulit naman natin tinatalakay. Kanina si Congressman Edsel ay nagbigay ng kanyang pananaw. Ang aking pananaw po sa emergency powers, double-edged sword. It can really work for the worst and disadvantage of the people and the country, or it can work. But so far, our experiences on emergency power are the following. The emergency powers demanded and grabbed by the former President Marcos. Ano po ibinunga noon? Alam na natin. Hanggang ngayon, pasan-pasan natin yan. Emergency powers demanded for and given by Congress then by President Ramos when we had a problem, a crisis on electricity. Ano po ang bunga noon? Hanggang ngayon, pasan-pasan natin. Napakamahal na kuryente. Pinakamahal sa Asia. Isa sa pinakamahal sa buong mundo. Dito po, sa ating bansa. Emergency powers po ang nagdulot niyan. Humingi ng emergency powers si Pangulong Aquino. Binigay po sa kanya. Under the Freedom Constitution, marami po siyang desisyong ginawa under her emergency powers. Nabago po ang ating saligang batas. Nabago ang sistema. We already had an effective parliamentary system. Bigla tayong bumalik dito sa bicameral system. Yun po ba'y nakabuti? Palagay ko hindi. Sapagkat ano naririnig natin ngayon? Bumalik tayo sa parliamentary. Nandun na tayo Kung wala po nung emergency powers, hindi po na madali ang pagbabagong yaon. Natalakay, nagkatulungan ang lahat ng isipan, malamang, hindi na po binago ang sistema. But Congress was abolished and a new system was installed. Why? Emergency powers. Isa lang po, emergency power na nagamit ng tama sa aking kaalaman. And correct me if I'm wrong. President Arroyo declared an emergency situation and gave herself emergency powers. That was when the government was threatened with a power grab coming from certain misguided elements of the military. In 1 week's time, she was able to neutralize all the plotters and normalcy was restored. To me, that was the only time emergency powers benefited the country as a whole and all of us in general. Otherwise, emergency powers on a basis ratio of 3-to-1 did not work for the benefit of the Filipino people, and it could again work against the interests of everyone. Kaya palagay ko, dahan-dahan tayo dyan. Bilisan natin ang reaction, hinihingi ng mamamayan sa traffic conditions. Alisin natin lahat ng mga iligalidad. Parusahan natin ang ayaw magtrabaho. Marami pong magagawa ang ating masipag na sekretaryo. Pero dapat ay patuloy natin paalalahanan. At umasa siyang ang inyong lingkod ay patuloy na magpapaalala sa kanya kapag ka nakikita namin hindi siya sinusunod ng kanyang mga tauhan. Dahil sa ngayon, yung mga vehicular tunnels na pinuna natin, nabigyan ng bahagyang ilaw. Ang hindi ko po maintindihan, bakit hindi pa bigyan ng maraming ilaw? Bakit ilang ilaw lang ang nilalagay? Lumiwanag ng bahagya. Nagtitipid ng wala sa lugar. Yung mga halaman, inaalagaan. Yung ilaw, hindi inilalagay. Hindi po natin masasakyan yung ganong klaseng hindi pagsunod sa kautusan ng tamang pamamahala. So we wish him well. We wish the department all the best. We want them to succeed. Because we want us to succeed in removing one of the main anchors of our national economy, and that's the traffic condition in Metro Manila, in particular Cebu and other urban areas. And please attend to the problem and growing problem of the habal-habal in the provinces and now being introduced in the city of Manila. Ito po yung mga motorsiklo na ginagamit na ngayon as a means of transportation. Umaangkas na lamang po yung pasahero at ginagamit nila bilang kanilang paraan dahil sila nabibitin sa MRT, natatagalan sa bus, nagmomotorsiklo na lang. Yun po ba'y dumadaan sa kamay ng LTFRB, LTO, all the regulatory offices of the department?
Wala pong, hindi po nagdadaan sa national government. Ito po ay sa LGU kumukuha ng permit.
Sa LGU. Pero siguro pwede bigyan ng guidance ng national office na itong mode of transportation na ito ay, although practical, but if not properly regulated, it could be dangerous to one's life. And the commuter's desire may be overtaken by accidents that should not happen at all if they are given the proper direction and control by the department concerned. Kaya pwede po bang hilingin namin bigyan ng pansin yung mode of transportation na ngayon ay kinakapitan na ng marami sa kakulangan ng mas modernong paraan.
Makakaasa po kayo, Mr. Speaker.
Nung isang araw po nasa probinsya ako, nasa Kabisayaan ako, may nakita po ako rong isang tricycle sa highway. Naku, akala ko isang kulumpul ng tao. Pero tumatakbo. Yung pala may motorsiklo sa loob at merong mga kahoy lang na inuupuan, tinatayuan ng mga pasahero. It was a tricycle, but it was able to load about 14 passengers. Can you imagine a tricycle with 14 passengers?
Nagpapakita lang po ng creativity ng ating tayong mga Pilipino.
Opo, pero ang napipintasan dyan, siyempre, ang ating pamahalaan at pag nagkaroon ng malaking sakuna, masisisi na naman ang ating gobyerno. So we need to take note of all of this. Through our ingenuity, we are looking for solutions. But the solutions lie in the shoulders and the hands of the Department of Transportation. Inihiwalay na natin po yan sa communication dahil gusto nating mag-concentrate sila sa transportation. Inaasahan po nating tutupad sa tungkulin niya ang bagong sekretaryo. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Representative, my good friend, who is very eloquent in defense of the truth, or his side of the truth. But in spite of his eloquence, this representation remains expecting results from this dialogue. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Ariel Casilao for his interpellation, the party list Anak Pawis.
The Honorable Ariel Dilao is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Magandang hapon po sa ating kagalang-galang na sponsor. Una sa lahat po, nais ko pong i-manifest, bagamat yung ibang mga katanungan ay naitanong na ng aking kasamahan sa Makabayan Block, na si kagalang-galang Emmy D. Jesus. Dahil po ako po ay kinatawan ng Anak Pawis Party List po ay mga manggagawa, magsasaka at manggagawang bukid at urban poor ang kinakatawanan nito, nais ko lang pong ulitin at nais ko pong marinig yung eksaktong commitment dahil hindi po malinaw ang sagot kanina. Hinggil doon po sa dapat bayaran, no, na may Supreme Court decision na, non-execution of the Supreme Court decision on the illegally dismissed workers ng MRTO. Hindi ko lang po malinaw na napakinggan kung may naalat na po na pera na nagkakahalagang 221 million para doon sa mga pamilya dahil para po sa kabatiran ng ating ginoong sponsor, mayroon na pong mga manggagawang sinabi na ng Supreme Court na illegally dismissed, and the LRTA is solidarily liable in paying their back wages, separation pay, and all other benefits. Meron na pong mga manggagawa na beneficiary dapat nun ay patay na. Ngayon po, meron na rin pong mga malubaang karamdaman o may mga sakit. Kaya po pinapatanong nila kung sa kasalukuyang formulasyon po ng budget ay may naitalaga na po ang Department of Transportation. Alam ko po na sa pamumuno ni Kalihim Art Tugade ay hindi niya papayagan na mapasawalang bahala ang kahilingan ito ng ating mga manggagawa.
Mr. Speaker, kung ito po ay may desisyon na ang ating Supreme Court, ay makakaasa po ang ating mga manggagawa na talagang bibigyan ng just compensation. Sila po.
Nais ko pong makuha ang categorical commitment whether it is reflected on the 2017 budget because sa nagdaan pong mga administrasyon ng DOTC, hindi po pinansin ng dating kalihim ng DOTC na si Secretary Abaya na maglagay na ang karampatang pondo para doon sa payment as instructed by the Supreme Court.
Ito pong, kung sakasakali pong wala sa budget, ito po ay pwede po nating i-request sa DBM, lalong-lalo na kung may utos ang ating Korte Suprema. Kaya wag pong mag-alala ang ating representante galing po sa Anak Pawis dahil ito po ay kayang gawa ng paraan. At hindi lamang po dito, karamihan po ng mga government agencies na merong ganitong problema ay talagang napapakiusapan po natin DBM because this is a commitment of government to the people who serve them.
Thank you for that very reassuring words, Mr. Sponsor. And in fact, one of the survivors and the beneficiaries is in the hall right now wanting to listen the categorical commitment of the department with regards in achieving social justice. It's justice for them, Mr. Speaker, if the department is giving us the full guarantee that the funds will be allocated and will be released, and the department will help in ensuring in convincing the DBM to allocate such fund. Now, my second point, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, nabanggit na rin po ni kasamang Emmy kanina na dahil nga po nakakalungkot dahil ang serbisyong transportasyon ay isang batayang serbisyo na dapat ay pangunahing nasa kamay ng kontrol ng ating gobyerno. Kaya lang po dahil na ipasok ito sa mga PPP, mga private-public partnership, at noong naipasok na po, yung mga manggagawa nga natin ng LRTA ay naging empleyado na ng LRMC. At nakakalungkot dahil regular sila supposedly sa gobyerno, dahil nga pribado ito, may separate na batas na pinapasok natin sa employer-employee relationship. Ngayon, sa pilitang pinirmahan nila, pinapirmahan sa kanila yung 6 months tenureship nila at makatapos ang 6 months ay talagang nanganganib na ang kanilang kasiguruhan sa pagtatrabaho. Kaya po that resulted to the 44 illegal dismissal which nag-umpisa po sa mga kuro-kuro at gawa-gawa lamang reklamo at complaints. Kaya po, this manifestation of this representation would like really to be strict on the oversight function of the DOTR, especially the LRTA, with regards in ensuring the protection of our workers. Dahil ang ating Pangulo po, si President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, nangangako na tanggalan na, babasagin na ang iskemang kontraktualisasyon. However, in the department, it seems that the private partners that the DOTR is being engaging are really hell-bent in pursuing contractualization, especially in the collection service and even in other line of work of the LRT and MRT. Ngayon po, ang dalawang huling katanungan ko po ay itong signaling system ng MRT. Hindi ko po nakuha sa mga dating budget briefing ng DOTR kung ano na po ang status nitong kontrata para dito sa upgrade ng ating signaling system. Dahil alam ko po, bilyon-bilyon po ang pinondo dito sa nagdaang 2 taon. Ngunit alam naman natin ngayon na ang kinatawang ito, bago pa man hinilal bilang kinatawan ng anak pawis, bawat punta ko po dito sa Maynila, dahil ako yung taga Davao, wala po akong ibang inaasahang moda ng transportasyon mula sa Pasay papunta dito sa Quezon City, kundi ang MRT. Mula sa airport, sasakay ako ng bus papunta ng MRT EDSA sa TAF. At ilang beses ko na rin pong na-encounter itong mga incidental na mga pagtigil ng tren. At alam ko mahalaga ang papel ng signaling system dito na napondohan na sana na magkaroon ng upgrade. Ngunit sa tingin ko po at hindi po ako sigurado kung nagkaroon na ba sa katuparan ng upgrade na ito.
Maganda ho katanungan ng gentleman from Anak Pawis. Actually, nung dati po, ang problema po natin ay kung i-upgrade natin, papalitan natin to signaling system dahil lang may mga bagong dumating na trend. Ngunit ngayon po, I am happy to tell the honorable gentleman that this is now in the process of upgrading. Ngayong taon po, ina-upgrade na.
Magkano po ang budget na hindi ko po kasi maikumpirma sa allocation ng 2017 NEP ng DOTR? Specific po, nais ko lang malaman ng kinatawang ito, ang specific na budget para maikumpara natin sa mga nagdaang alokasyon kung ito pa rin ba ay ipapaloob sa isang private partnership contract.
Nasa 87 million po ang budget nito.
PPP or
government procurement.
Government procurement.
Government procurement.
Again, it is a reassuring words because if we shell out from our own pockets, the government will not be forced to make it into a loan or a scheme that will magkakaroon ng papel ang pribado, and lalo pa ang magiging kawawa na naman yan ang sisingilin ng ating mga mananakay. And for the last point, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, ito pong phase out. I have manifested this in the pre-plenary that hopefully the DOTR will take a serious study on the implementation of the jeepney phase out. Alam natin na sa usapin ng roadworthiness, sa usapin ng air pollution, ang MBUC na pondo po ay dapat naglalaan yung Department of Transportation dyan para doon sa mitigation. Unfortunately, in that 2014 and 2015 COA report, there has been a problem in the utilization of certain percentage, the 30% allocated for the MBUC. Ngayon, ang ginagawang may kasalanan ay ang ating mga kawawang operator, mga small-scale operators and jeepney drivers. This representation would like to manifest that for them, for the government, it is our obligation to help them rehabilitate their units. If we consider brand new units, minibus or whatever mode of public transportation, it is the obligation of the government to assist the association of drivers, the operators, to provide in an accessible, most credible and accessible ways or means for them to continue with their source of livelihood and income. That will be all, Mr. Speaker, at maraming salamat sa ating kagalang-galang na sponsor.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Deputy Minority Leader from the party list Co-op NATCO, Representative Anthony Bravo.
The Honorable Bravo of Co-op NATCO is hereby recognized to interpellate the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Will the distinguished sponsor yield to some question from this representation?
Certainly, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. First, I would like to acknowledge receipt of the report requested by this representation through the Committee on Appropriation and distinguished sponsor from the Department of Transportation relative to tax and non-tax revenue, earmarked revenue of budget accounts, and obligated allotment and utilization of continuing appropriation for 2015 and 2016 of the Department. This will surely shorten my time of interpellation since the report, as I've gone through, is already comprehensive and self-explanatory.
Thank you,
May I then
Mr.
proceed
Speaker.
to my next concern, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. This concern is in fact had been raised in the Committee on Transportation deliberation during the deliberation on emergency powers. And the committee keeps on reminding the concerned agency or attached agency of the department relative to this issue. The concern that I want to raise, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, is about the issuance of driver's license in the car plates, which is now still, I think there is a problem on this. What is now the status, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, alam nyo, marami talaga nagreklamo dito sa mga issuance ng car plates at saka yung mga lisensya. Hanggang ngayon, wala pa. Pero kailan lamang ay meron akong narinig na balita na meron naman pong natutuwa. Dahil meron siyang isang driver, merong traffic violation, tatanggal sana ng plaka, walang plaka. Pagkatapos huhulihin, kukunin lisensya, walang lisensya, kaya hindi nahuli yung tao. Pero ganun pa man, Mr. Speaker, ang departamento ay gumagawa ng paraan para bigyan natin ng solusyon nito. Alam natin meron tayong TRO, alam natin malaki ang problema natin. Ang LTO ngayon ay naglaan ng 400 million para sa pagprint ng ating lisensya at pagkuha ng ating plaka. In fact, dahil sa mga problema natin, ang kinakausap na ng ating sekretaryo, Tugade, ang APO, yung APO po na under kay Secretary Andanar para mag-print ng ating lisensya. At kumakausap na rin sila ng ibang kumpanya para mabigyan ng solusyon yung ating plaka. Kung ating pong iisipin yung nangyari, ilang taon na po ito. Pero dito po sa bagong administrasyon natin, ang iniisip nila, pabayaan muna natin problema ngayon, bigyan natin ng solusyon at ngayon po ay mukhang malapit na magkaroon tayo ng plaka at mga lisensya.
Thank you very much for that candid answer, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. I'm asking this, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, because I'm very much concerned on the safety of our riding public. We have already problems on colorums, fake driver's license, how much more with just piece of paper for driver's license and temporary car plates, which can easily be tampered. So that's why I'm very much concerned, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague. Another concern, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague. What is now the status of the computerization system of the LTO?
Well,
may I proceed further? When we secure driver's license, we are paying 67 pesos and 63 centavos for computer fee. Is it worth paying this amount, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor? Where does this money go, distinguished sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, this computer fee of 67 pesos is supposed to go to Stratcom because of services rendered. However, in the last few years, Stratcom has not been paid. In fact, the funds or the share of Stratcom is supposed to be remitted to Stratcom is now going to the National Treasury. Before, it was on escrow. They had a problem with ownership. The LTO has stopped paying them. But now, instead of putting it on escrow, it is going back to the National Treasury. So it is again part of the problem of Transportation Department and LTO on how to source this fund. And I think I can say that we are still lucky that Stratcom did not stop their service. Otherwise, there will totally be no driver's license or even paper driver's license. There will not be any new registration, and we will not have any record of whatever happened in the past as far as the records of cars and driver's license are concerned. May laki po ang utang ng ating pamahalaan sa Stratcom.
So, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, paying this amount of 67.63 means it's still worth paying it.
I would think so, Mr. Speaker.
So what is now the relationship between Stratcom and LTO? If the contract between these two entities has expired already?
Yes, well, Stratcom is still the software manager and data provider for LTO. You are correct, Mr. Speaker, that it has expired already, and they have an agreement that it will be renewed on a month-to-month basis. But the Secretary is now looking for another provider so that in the next 3 years, we can phase out Stratcom and we can phase in this new service provider. I think the direction of the Secretary is such that we will have a new provider in the next 2 to 3 years.
So the timeline is within 3 years?
Yes, Mr.
Speaker,
Speaker.
distinguished sponsor. So what will be the scheme of the arrangement? Will it just be the same of previous arrangement with Stratcom, or will it be leading to the system that will be owned by the LTO in the future?
Mr. Speaker, the system will no longer be OO, at the very least, that we will own the data that is in it, and the source code. The problem now with Stratcom is that while we have already an agreement with them, we do not own the source code. And the Secretary, I think, has finally convinced them to give us the source code for this. And rest assured, Mr. Speaker, that whatever arrangement we will have with this new service provider, if not the government, that this will be a better solution for the Filipino people.
So the source code that you are telling us will be given already to the Department of Transport, or LTO for that matter, by the Stratcom?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And when is the timeline of the turnover of the
timeline?
source code?
I believe is before they will be paid in full that we have the source code, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. And the good sponsor is assuring our public that such timeline will be met by the LTO. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Last concern. This is about the traffic situation along Commonwealth. We are aware of the construction of MRT 7. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Early in the morning, the problem is we lack personnel, the traffic enforcers. I would like to call the attention of the good secretary, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, to address this because early in the morning, if you travel along Commonwealth, the buses are already picking up their passengers at the middle of the highway. There should be more traffic enforcers in the area, even as early as 4 o'clock in the morning.
We will take that into consideration, Mr. Speaker. And even if LTO, Department of Transportation, is lacking personnel, they are doing everything to make sure that the problem in traffic enforcers are augmented not only by the local but also by MMDA and other government agencies.
And we are assuring our riding public that are having a route along this area that from now, if not from tomorrow, there will be immediate action by the department. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
With that assurance, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. I'm cleared, and I will be expecting much from the commitment. That ends my interpellation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Danilo E. Suarez of the 3rd District of Quezon for his interpellation.
The Minority Leader, Danilo Suarez, is recognized to interpellate the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. I had the privilege of having coffee with the good secretary early this morning. We had a conversation, lasted for about 1 hour and a half. And most of those discussions I will take up in this plenary, distinguished sponsor. Number one, we have an agreement with the good secretary that color coding will be implemented to remove at least 20% of vehicle in major thoroughfares of Metro Manila. The color coding will be implemented and will be removing what we call the what was going to be removed? Ito mahirap na lang tumatanda, nagiging malilimutin. We are going to remove the windows of exemption. Kasi dati po, pagdating ng certain hours, ibinabalik ulit natin. Ang classic example is today. Today is Wednesday, 5-6. Hindi po dapat pwedeng tumakbo sa lansangan ang i-ending ng 5-6. But we have windows. Pagdating po ng 10 o'clock hanggang, I think, certain time in the afternoon, ay inililip natin. Pwede ho sila ulit tumakbo. Ang amin pong usapan ni Secretary, there will be a lifting of windows. Meaning, 24 hours po ang prohibition ng ating ending number. Am I correct there, distinguished sponsor?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
So, pwede ho natin sabihin that with that measure, 20%, again, as I will repeat, considering 1, 2, 3, 4 represent 5 days, so 20% ng vehicles yung mawawala. And we will leave to the wisdom of the good secretary what he will do on Saturday and Sunday. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, I would like to ask this is the proposed common station. I think most of us here will be affected by this. In the 15th Congress, we came up with a congressional resolution that there will be one station that will be used to service commuters using Line 1, Line 3, and the proposed Line 7. During the previous administration, it even went to the Supreme Court. An adjustment was made on the congressional resolution. In that particular proposal, a commuter coming from Commonwealth, coming from San Jose del Monte, coming from Fairview, coming from Quirino Avenue, before they can take a connection to Line 1 and Line 3, they'll have to walk 700 meters. Am I correct in that statement, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not privy to that resolution passed in the last Congress. However, under the new scheme, it will no longer be a 700-meter walk. The Department of Transportation has now reduced this with the new common station to 60 meters.
60 meters na lang, wala na po yung 700 meters.
Wala na po yun, Mr. Speaker.
And will that yellow lane, yellow circle represent the train that will be coming from Line 1?
Mr. Speaker, kung makikita po natin, yung green po, yan po ang ating LRT, Line 1. Ang yellow po ay ang MRT 3 at yung pula po ay yung bagong Line 7. Ito po ay kukonekta na po, itong dalawang ito. At doon po lahat magkikita-kita sa ating common terminal.
So there will be an assurance, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, that ina-assure po ng bagong kalihim ng transportation na mawawala po yung inconvenience ng mga commuters na maglalakad ng malayo. Dahil sa ating pong allegation, binago po ang alignment para mapaboran ang isang business sector. Yun po ay nawala dito sa bagong istasyon na pinopropose ng bagong kalihim. Tama po ba ako ron?
Tama po yun, Mr. Speaker. At talagang ito pong concern ng ating minority floor leader ay talagang sinasapuso po ng ahensya. Dahil sa dami-dami at milyong-milyong mga pasahero, lalo na yung ating mga matatanda, na maaaring mapaiktuhan sa paglalakad ng 600-700 meters. Kaya we assure, Mr. Speaker, that there will no longer be a long walk. This will be reduced to 60 meters, Mr. Speaker.
I just would like you to emphasize to the members, distinguished sponsor, the passenger of Line 1 is maybe about 400 to 500,000. Am I correct? Line 3 is almost the same, 450. And the proposed Line 7 will have more numbers. I think it's about, maybe about 500 to start with. So we are talking here of a scheme. And we will be proud to say that Congress plays a major role in the solution of this problem, that we will be helping at least on an increasing number in counting 1,500,000 commuters a day.
That's correct.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, I'm somewhat worried about this column that I read this was last Monday. It says here, in January of 2015, after wangling billion peso subsidies from Congress, as you are aware, all of these major rail are subsidized by the government. Abaya and MRT3 General Manager Roman Buenape doubled the fares. Still, the rail line declined. In July 2015, they broke up the maintenance into 7 subcontractors, including a cousin and top election campaign contributor of Senator Trillanes. De La Cruz Global EPCOM retained upkeep of only the station, and President Duterte denounced these anomalies in his campaign speech last May. In August 2015, Abaya and Buenape began closed-door talks for Busan to take on a 3-year maintenance for 4.25 billion to start in January 2016. Behind Busan was Eugene Rapanot, LP Ilocos Sur, who allegedly had brokered a 3.8 billion purchase of new coaches from China. With a 5% kickback, Busan is to maintain the trains, tracks, power supply, and station, overhaul 54 of the 73 Czechoslovakian coaches, and replace the signaling system. This is very alarming. We don't know the veracity whether this is true or correct, but according to the good secretary, he has accepted the resignation of Mr. Buenape. Am I correct there?
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Speaker.
Well, that will be very comforting that these allegations will be over. On the issue of the Coast Guard, distinguished sponsor, you yourself is very much aware of maritime and navigation. During the 15th Congress, we had a very sad maritime disaster wherein a certain vessel sailed even with an indicator of a typhoon signal. Thus caused its sinking somewhere in the Sea of Mindoro and caused human life. May I know whether the Coast Guard now, do I maintain relation with Pag-asa in coming up with a report, especially when there are LPA that are being projected?
Mr. Speaker, yes, the Coast Guard does have a relationship with Pag-asa. They are very much aware of the weather because of their mandate of safety of life at sea. And in fact, on signal number 1, no ships are allowed to sail in the area.
Well, in that particular instance, it was signal number 2, Your Honor, and that caused about, I think about 1,000 lost their lives in that particular disaster. Sino po ngayon ang pwede magsabi na no bottoms will be allowed to sail? Is it Pag-asa? Is it Coast Guard? What authority will be emanating from?
Mr. Speaker, going back to the question of the Honorable Minority Leader, dahil po doon sa signal number 2 doon po nagkaroon ng policy change ang Philippine Coast Guard. Signal number 1 na lang po ngayon na hindi na pwedeng lumabas. At ang Philippine Coast Guard po ang nagbabawal na maglayag dito sa mga barkong ito.
In close coordination with Pag-asa?
The Philippine Coast, yes. They asked for the signal in Pag-asa, and the Coast Guard decides to whether or not to let the ships sail.
Mr. Speaker, I just would like to recall my younger days. Nung araw po, kukunti pa ang may relo. Sapagkat mahal po ang relo. Sa amin po sa lalawigan ng Quezon, ang relo po namin ay ang train. Pag dumaan ng train, alam namin, yung unang daan, alas 9 yan ng umaga. At pag yan ho'y bumalik galing Bicol, alas 4 ng hapon. Yan po ang aming oras. Ang train ho ay hindi na umaandar hanggang Kalamba na lang. Gusto Gusto ko lang malaman, may pag-asa pa ba tayo na buksan ulit ang train papuntang Bicol?
Mr. Speaker, sa ngayon po ay meron po tayong budget na inilaan dyan. Unfortunately, ito po hanggang Kalamba lamang. Dahil napakarami nang aayusin natin. Mag-widen tayo ng track, we will improve it. Ang dami nating mga tulay na inaayos. Pero yan po ang direksyon natin. Na ito pong mga tren na ito ay makabiyahe po muli hanggang sa Bicol.
So wala pa pong programa ang tanggapan na buksan muli ang biyahe ng train?
Ito po ay bukas at sa nakaprogram po sa atin ngayon ay improvements hanggang Calamba po ang nakaprogram.
If I may suggest, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, tayo na lang po ang gumagamit ng narrow track. Baka po naman kung tayo ay mag-upgrade ng ating train, siguro pwede natin pag-usapan na humingi tayo ng isang kumpanya na papayag ng PPP. Isa-subsidize po natin, but we will be using a wider track and it will be more comfortable travel. Yun po naman ay suggestion lamang.
Tayo po ngayon, Mr. Speaker, naka-standard track na dahil po sa improvements na ginawa sa ating railway.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the minority, as there being no more members who would like to interpolate the proposed budget of the Department of Transportation, I move that we terminate the period of interpolation to the Department of Transportation, including attached agencies and corporations. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
on behalf of the majority, we join the minority in terminating the period of interpolation on the budget of the Department of Transportation, including all its attached agencies and corporations. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, the budget of the Department of Transportation, including its agencies and corporations, is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of the budget of the Anti-Money Laundering Council.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the 2nd District of Albay, Congressman Joey Sarte Salceda, to sponsor and answer questions, if any, on the budget of the Anti-Money Laundering Council. So move, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we move to suspend.
Session suspended. Doon pa sa gitna sila sa Todari. Money laundering. Washing machine mo, no?
Okay lang. Small budgets with no, they're very powerful.
Session resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Minority Floor Leader Danilo Suarez from the 3rd District of Quezon for the resumption of his interpellation.
The Honorable Danilo Suarez is hereby recognized to resume his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This representation moved to defer the proposed budget for AMLA. I'm withdrawing my earlier motion with some questions to be answered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Will the distinguished sponsor agree, together with their principal, that there will be a meeting with the leadership of AMLA and its mother agency, with the leadership of the House, in making sure that henceforth AMLA will never be used again for political purposes?
I think, Your Honor, it is... yes, Your Honor.
Okay. With that, Mr. Speaker, in behalf of the minority, as being no more members willing to interpolate or raise questions on the proposed budget of AMLA, I move that we terminate the period of interpellation. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
On behalf of the majority, we join the minority in terminating the period of interpellation on the budget of the Anti-Money Laundering Council. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there an objection to the motion? Hearing none, the interpellation and debate of AMLAC is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend the consideration of House Bill 3408.
Is
So
there an
move, Mr.
objection? Hearing none, the interpellation and debate is hereby suspended.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we call the roll of members.
Roll call of members.
Roll call of members. Honorable Representatives Abad, Abaya, Abayon, Bellanosa, Abu, Abueg, Asharon, Acop, Acosta, Costa Alba, Adiong, Adbincula, Agarao, Agabao, Aglipay Villar, Akbar, Albano, Alcala, Alejano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Petaleon, Amante, Amatong, Andaya, Angara Castillo, Antonino, Antonio, Aragones, Arbizon, Arcillas, Arenas, Atienza, Aumentado, Bagao, Bagatsing, Bagilat, Banal, Barbers, Barsaga, Patawil, Patocabe, Bautista Bandigan, Belaro, Belmonte Feliciano, Belmonte Christopher, Belmonte Ricardo, Benitez, Bernos, Bertiz, Biazon, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondoc, Bordado, Bravo Anthony, Bravo Maria Vida, Rosas, Bulot Begtang, Cagas, Calderon, Calix Orbiano, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Hari, Casilao, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredinil, Catamco, Cayetano, Celeste, Seráfica, Ceriles, Chávez, Chipeco, Cobanco, Coliantes, Cortés, Cortuna, Cosalán, Crisólogo, Cuba, Quaresma, Cueva, Dalipe, Dalog, Daza, De Jesús, De Venecia, De Vera, Defensor, Del Mar, Del Rosario, De Rosa Montalia, De Maporo Abdullah, De Maporo Khalid, Duabit, Durano, Di, El Lago, Enverga, Erice, Eriguel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Eusebio, Evardoni, Ariñas, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Ferrer Luis, Periol, Pascual, Florendo, Flores, Fortuno, Fuentebella, Garbin, Garcia Gwendolyn, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Albano, Garin Richard, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gachalian, Heron, Go Ana Cristina, Go Mark, Gomez, Gonzaga, González Alexandria, González Aurelio, González Fernando, Goriseta, Gulyas, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hopper, Haloshos, Javier, Ko, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lagman, Lanete, Laugan, Lasatin, Leachon, Lee, Lim Kai Chong, Lobregat, Lopez Benhar, Lopez Carlo, Lopez Manuel, Loyola, Macapagal-Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Manalo, Mangawang, Mangodadato Suharto, Mangodadato Sahid, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariño, Marquez, Martinez, Matugas, Meliana, Mending, Mercado, Mirasol, Montoro, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Carlo, Nolasco, Núñez Malañaon, Ominal Ocampo, Olivares, Ong Edwin, Ong Henry, Ortega Pablo, Ortega Bini, Pacquiao, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panganiban, Panotes, Papandayan, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Primicia Sacabas, Kimbo, Radasa, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Relampagos, Revilla, Roapuno, Robes, Rocamora, Rodriguez Isidro, Rodriguez Maximo, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Romualdo, Roque Hari, Roque Rogelio, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sahali, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Salon, Sambar, Sandoval, Santos Recto, Sarmiento Cesar, Sarmiento Edgar, Sabillano, Sema, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez, Si Alvarado, Tambunting, Tan Angelina, Tan Milagrosa, Tan Cherny, Tejada, Tebes Tianco, Ting, Tinio Tolentino, Treñas, Tugna, Tupas, Durabinataman, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Unico, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Uy Barreta, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velarde, Velasco Lord Alan J, Velasco Catera, Veloso, Vergara, Villafuerte, Villanueva, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villarin, Biolago, Yap Arthur, Yap Melesio, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Ronaldo, Sarate, Subiri. Speakers present. Mr. Speaker, the roll call shows that 268 members responded to the call.
With 268 responding to the call, the chair declares the presence of the quorum. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the approval of the journal of the previous session.
Is there any objection?
Dated, journal number 32, dated October 4, 2016. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we begin consideration of the budget, the Special Purpose Fund. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. We resume with the budget deliberation.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the distinguished Chairman of the Committee on Appropriations, Congressman Carlo Alexi Nograles of the 1st District of Davao City, to sponsor and answer questions, if any, on the Special Purpose Fund. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
The Honorable Chairman of Appropriations is recognized to continue the sponsorship.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Majority Leader, we're ready to answer any questions by any member of Congress with regard to the special purpose funds, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Congresswoman from the Kabataan Party List, Sarah Jane Elago, for her interpellation.
The Honorable member from the party list, from the Kabataan, he is by recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. The lump sums in the SPFs, or the Special Purpose Funds, have been subject of much scrutiny in the past years because of its lump sum and discretionary nature, given that as the recipient department or the agencies have not yet been identified, the specific projects, the programs and activities for which these are allocated are not yet identified during the budget preparation and legislation. Now, for my first question, there is a 16.5 billion increase in the budget of the BSGC, or the budgetary support to government corporations, from 131.8 billion in 2016 to the proposed 148.2 billion. Can the distinguished sponsor detail to us, Mr. Speaker, one by one, the reasons behind this increase?
Subsidy o OPP yan.
Okay, sana 2017.
Grand total. Kasi from DOH nilagay sa BSBC.
Ito ba BSBC?
Yes, sir. BSBC.
Yan. So ito yun, ha? Okay.
Kasi wala siya sa
National,
wala siya sa
we'll go through it one by one, Mr. Speaker. National Dairy Authority, 189 million. National Tobacco Administration, 386 million. Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation, 2.5 billion. Philippine Fisheries Development Authority, 224 million. Philippine Rice Research Institute, 561 million. Sugar Regulatory Administration, 1.4 billion. And I can go on and on, Mr. Speaker, but if the distinguished gentlelady from Kabataan Party List would just refer to the BESF, it's there, Mr. Speaker, accounted for and itemized per government corporation.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Kung sa BSGC meron tayong 16.5 billion increase, mas malaki naman yan sa allocation to LGUs na nasa 69 billion increase mula sa 485 noong 2016 hanggang sa 554 billion ng 2017. Ano po ang rason sa napakalaking increase na ito? At saka hindi ba ito tila na pamalit lamang natin sa tinanggal na bottom-up budgeting o sa BUP? O kung hindi naman, anong pagkakaiba nitong ating allocation to LGUs at ng ating bottom-up budgeting? Can the good sponsor give us the breakdown of items under this allocation to LGUs?
Sa ALGU, for assistance to LGUs, we have Metro Manila Development Authority, 2.1 billion. Share in tobacco excise tax pursuant to RA number 7171, 14 billion. Share in tobacco excise tax pursuant to RA number 10351, 2.460 billion. Share in the utilization and development of national wealth under RA number 7160, 4.054 billion. Share in the gross income taxes paid by all businesses and enterprises, 56 million. Share in value added tax pursuant to RA number 7643, 9.3 billion. share in value-added tax in lieu of franchise tax pursuant to RA number 7953 and RA number 8507, 3,950,000. Prior year's obligations, 422 million, share in the 2% special privilege tax pursuant to RA number 7156, 41 million. Barangay officials' death benefits, 50 million. Local government support fund, 34 billion. Special share of the LGUs, 200 million. Mr. Speaker.
Ang increase, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor dito sa ating allocation to LGUs ay hinggil o bilang suporta doon sa mga binanggit ng ating distinguished sponsor na mga batas. Tama po ba?
Yes, all of this has legal basis. There are Republic Acts as stated and as cited by this representation, Mr. Speaker. So makikita po natin kahit ito po ay tinatawag na special purpose funds, lahat naman ito ay may basis sa mga batas po natin at ina-allocate po natin ito dahil po ito ay nakalagay po sa ating mga batas.
Yan po ba yung mga bagong batas na ngayon natin pinapatupad simula sa taon na ito o simula sa fiscal year na to para magmerito o para magkaroon tayo ng 69 billion na pagtataas, partikular sa budget ng ating allocation to LGUs? Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor.
Well, the budget for allocation to LGUs in 2016 was 57 billion, Mr. Speaker. And this next year, 2017, we've allocated 67 billion. But this is basically the increase attributed. Ano bang question niya? The 69 billion increase being alluded to by the distinguished gentle lady is directly attributable to the internal revenue allotment, Mr. Speaker, which is automatically appropriated under the law.
Now let me go to my next question, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker. We also note that there is a considerable deduction in the debt interest payments from around 57.9 billion from the current 392.79 billion to 334.87 billion. However, given the weakening peso, hindi po ba makaka-apekto ito sa level ng ating debt interest payments? How sensitive is our debt interest payments to fluctuations or certain fluctuations in the foreign exchange? Mr. Speaker, a distinguished sponsor. Ang debt interest payments po ba, ito bilang isang automatic appropriation, saan po manggagaling ang ating ipangpupuno sakaling kulang ang budget na nakalaan, again, given the weakening value of the peso? Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor.
Based on our macroeconomic parameters, budget sensitivity, Mr. Speaker, for every 1 peso depreciation, our revenues increase by 9.2 billion. But the disbursements increase also by 2 billion for a net budget balance effect of 7.2 billion pesos, Mr. Speaker. Positive every 1 peso depreciation.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, so sinasabi niyo na hindi naman po sensitibo ang ating debt interest payments o hindi gaanong maapektuhan ito ng kasalukuyang estado?
In fact, Mr. Speaker, strictly speaking, every depreciation of the peso would be good for the budget. Kasi yung magiging epekto nito sa revenues, mas malaki po ang effect kesa sa effect sa ating disbursement. So ang net effect natin, pag every 1 peso depreciation, is nagkakaroon pa nga tayo ng 7.2 billion positive effect sa ating budget.
And now let me proceed to some questions regarding the unprogrammed special purpose funds. Ito yung ating mga standby appropriations. It can be noted that there is another 3.5 billion proposed under the unprogrammed funds for the BSGCs or the budget support to GOCCs. Saan po balak gamitin ito sakaling magkaroon tayo ng pagkukunan ng pondo para sa mga unprogrammed funds na ito? At bakit may bahagi pa sa unprogrammed funds na mapupunta sa BSGC? Gayon meron ng malaki na increase sa ilalim ng programmed funds ng SPF itong budgetary support natin sa GOCCs. Noong 2016 GAA, zero ang nakalagay dito sa ilalim ng unprogrammed funds, pero ngayong taon, tayo ay maglalaan ng 3.5 billion kung sakaling tayo ay may makuha, may mapagkunan na pondo para dito. Again, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, bakit may bahagi pa sa unprogrammed funds itong BSGC, samantalang may lampas na pagtataas na 16 billion ito sa regular appropriations?
For unprogrammed fund, Mr. Speaker, the budgetary support to GOCCs in the amount of 3.5 billion is specifically allotted for the Philippine Import-Export Credit Agency. So, isa lang po ang GOCC na paglalagyan po nito in case the unprogrammed fund is used under the conditions for the usage of unprogrammed fund. Isa lang po ang GOCC na magiging beneficiary, the Philippine Import-Export Credit Agency.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, ang GOCC ba na ito ay meron ding appropriation nakabahagi doon sa ating program funds?
It's unprogrammed fund, Mr. Speaker, so the good gentle lady knows that unprogrammed fund will only be used if we have excess revenues. But yes, kung sakali man gagamitin natin, it is specifically for Phil Import-Export Credit Agency.
Mr. Speaker, similarly, in the unprogrammed funds, there is an item for support to foreign assisted projects in the amount of 7.9 billion or a 6.4 billion increase from the current 1.5 billion unprogrammed appropriation for the same item. Can the distinguished sponsor give us the breakdown of this 7.9 billion proposal for support to foreign assisted projects under the unprogrammed funds?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it will be for the Philippine Rural Development Program as additional funding in the amount of 1.020 billion for MOE and capital outlay of 6.427 billion for a total amount of 7.448 billion for the Philippine Rural Development Program and the Cordillera Highland Agricultural Resource Management Project Phase 2 in the amounts of 125 million for MOE and 340 million for capital outlay, or a total of 466 million, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, maaari ba kayong magbahagi tungkol dito sa ating Philippine Rural Development Program? At magkano ulit ang ilalaan natin dyan na halaga sa ilalim ng unprogrammed funds?
For MOOE, it's 1.020 billion, and for capital outlay, it's 6.427 billion, Mr. Speaker, or a total of 7.448 billion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, saan natin ito ipapatupad? At
anong tipo o saan tayo kukuha sa partikular ng pondo, saan natin plano kunin ang pondo para dyan sa foreign assisted project na yan. Ito po ba ay mapapatupad sa lahat ng rehiyon, sa mga probinsya o sa mga pili lamang natin mga lugar sa ating bansa?
By the name of the item, it's support to foreign assisted projects. So therefore, it will be sourced from loan proceeds, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsors, saan natin muli itong planong maipatupad? Kung sakaling ang ating mga loan proceeds ay magkasya or magkaroon ng signifikanteng halaga para masuportahan itong Philippine Rural Development Program.
Counterpart natin.
At tatanungin ko na rin ang ating ginagalang na sponsor kung saan natin balak utangin kung sakali itong ating Philippine Rural Development Program Fund.
This is a loan from the World Bank, Mr. Speaker.
So this will be a loan from the World Bank.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for your response, distinguished sponsor. Now I am asking these questions. Yung mga detalye po na yan ay yung mga hindi natin makikita sa agaran sa ating mga budget books. At ang panawagan natin, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, ilang porsyento po ba ng ating pambansang budget ngayon ang lump sum? Ang kinatawan po na ito ay nakatanggap ng mga sulat ng mga panawagan hinggil sa pag-exercise, pagtatanggal ng ating mga lump sum funds, pwera yung ating mga contingency funds, mga calamity funds na ginagamit para doon sa purpose na hindi talaga natin masasabi kung kailan natin gagamitin. Ngunit tayo ay naninintigan na ang mga pondo, lalong-lalo na mga lump sums na very vulnerable, talagang vulnerable sa korupsyon at sa political maneuvering ay mapaliit natin at talagang ma-abolish na. Para talagang masigurado natin na ang kaba ng bayan, ang halaga na binabayad ng ating mga mamamayan, ang pondo ng bayan ay nagagamit sa mga serbisyo at sa interes ng ating bansa.
Yes, for total new appropriations, Special Purpose Fund accounts for 21.91% of total new appropriations, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, yan ay yung special purpose funds lang natin, pero hindi pa kasama yung mga particular na lump sums natin sa iba't ibang ahensya.
Yes, only the special purpose funds are categorized as lump sums, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for your response, distinguished Mr. Speaker. Before I yield the floor, let me again express or reiterate the Youth Party List belief that the Congress should exercise items in the budget that are lump sum and discretionary in nature, as these funds are vulnerable to corruption and political maneuvering. With that, I end my interpellation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the representative from
Thank
Kabataan.
you, Honorable Sarah Jane Ilago of Kabataan Party List. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move to recognize the distinguished minority leader, Congressman Danilo Suarez of the 3rd District of Quezon.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor,
Honorable Danilo
I
Suarez is
listened
recognized.
carefully to the question raised by the distinguished lady from the Makabayan block. And those questions were my questions. And were briefly, correctly answered by the sponsor. So with that, the minority, Mr. Speaker, will raise no more questions on the proposed budget for the special purpose fund. I move to terminate the interpellation. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
On behalf of the majority, we join the minority in terminating the period of interpellation on the special purpose fund. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the debate and interpellation of a special purpose fund is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we close the period of interpellation on House Bill number 3408.
Is
I
there
so
an
move, Mr.
objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Magsususpend tayo. Magsususpend tayo. Nasa loob pa tayo ng 3-4. Move for a brief suspension, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended. Session resume. Suspended.
Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker,
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I reiterate the motion of there being no other member who wishes to interpellate the sponsor. I move that we now close the period of sponsorship and debate on House Bill number 3408.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate on House Bill 3408 is hereby terminated.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that the gentleman from the 3rd District of Quezon, the Minority Leader, Danilo E. Suarez, be recognized to take his turn to speak against the House Bill measure.
The Minority Leader, Danilo Suarez, is recognized to deliver his speech en contra.
Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, for approval before us is the 2017 national budget amounting to 3.35 trillion. This amount is 11.6 higher than the previous year. Scrutinizing the budget, the Department of Interior and Local Government, Department of National Defense, the Philippine National Police have increased their budget pursuant to the President's comprehensive campaign against illegal drugs and criminality. The budget for public infrastructure is around 900 billion, commencing the golden age of infrastructure as claimed by DBM Secretary Benjamin Juknok. 40% of the national budget, or 1.345 trillion, is for social services, which includes the constitutionally mandated highest agency to be given a budget, education. Almost 30% is dedicated to economic services, which includes the Department of Agriculture, and the rest of the pie goes to the general public services, 20%, and debt service and interest payment at 10%. While the budget allocations reflect the current administration priorities, we are concerned with how the money will be spent and how the government will implement specific programs in line with national development. The first 100 days of the current administration focused on the war against drugs. This campaign garnered our president high trust rating. It is clear that the drug problem is a priority concern. However, running the government involves other priorities. While there is no reason to question the competence of the cabinet secretaries, we emphasize that the President is the chief executive. However, we wonder, when will we see the President transition from a crime fighter into a general manager of the country, fulfilling the development and execution of every department's long and short-term plans, and embracing the role of a balanced chief executive. One of the major problems is the traffic situation in Metro Manila, which is felt by the public every day. A study from Japan, International Cooperation Agency, JICA, stated that we are losing 2.4 billion pesos a day due to the traffic congestion, almost equivalent to 0.8% of the GDP. If not immediately solved, the same agency predicted that traffic could result to a loss of 6 billion pesos a day in 2030. This productivity of business and industries are affected by the traffic congestion because traffic now is more stressful than the work itself. More importantly, it affects our social basic unit, which is the family, by reducing bonding time with loved ones. The JICA prepared a transport infrastructure roadmap for Metro Manila, which was subsequently approved by the National Economic Development Authority and acknowledged by the MMDA. However, there was no specific and concrete plan identified to resolve the overwhelming and worsening traffic. Vague answers were given during the plenary interpellation. We don't know whether the acknowledgement of the JICA strategy equates to its adaptation. This traffic problem begs for an immediate solution. Just this morning, the minority speaking with Transport Secretary Tugadi made a significant headway in coming up with an initial solution to reducing the volume of vehicles in the streets. Secretary Tugadi agreed to lift the window period of the number coding scheme. While this may impose a level of inconvenience to vehicle owners, the benefit of decongesting roads to 20% mandate our cooperation. For the current administration to achieve its long-term goals in 6 years, its program should be geared toward its progressive realization. The approach should not be focused solely on illegal drugs, but should encompass other national issues such as the very apparent Metro Manila transportation problem, unending poverty and hunger, inadequate disaster preparedness and effective flood control, the most sought-after tax reform, criminality, widespread corruption, and substandard and inadequate military supplies in government facilities. Hence, the Executive Department should keep in mind that the budget that will be decided should cater to all issues and all sectors. While the leeway given to the President, government agencies should remain transparent in their implementation, similarly, we should be vigilant and prudent as their plans unfold and come into realization. We, the legislative branch of the state, have oversight functions, and I urge everyone to fully exercise this power. The minority is willing to exercise this oversight function during the session break, and we welcome the operation of the members of the majority for us to evaluate the performance of this administration, cabinet secretaries. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we open the period of amendments and consider the committee amendments, if any.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The period of amendments is now open.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move that we proceed to consider individual amendments, if any.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, for purposes of orderly proceedings and pursuant to parliamentary precedents, I move that a small committee on individual amendments relative to House Bill number 3408 be created to receive and resolve all proposed individual amendments, if any, of the House members.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. A small committee on individual amendments on House Bill 3408 is hereby created.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the following be elected as members of the small committee on individual amendments on House Bill number 3408. Representatives Carlo Alexi Nograles, Rodolfo Fariñas, Maria Carmen Zamora, Daquila Carlo Coa, and Danilo Suarez.
Is there any objection? The members so named are hereby elected to the small committee on individual amendments on House Bill 3408.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the members be directed to submit their individual amendments, if any, to the Committee on Appropriations on or before Monday, October 10, 2016.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. All members are directed to submit their individual amendments, if any, to the Committee on Appropriations on or before Monday, October 10, 2016.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now approve House Bill number 3408 on second reading, subject to the amendments approved by the small committee, if any.
There is a motion to approve House Bill number 3408 on second reading. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 3408 is approved on second reading, subject to the amendments to be approved by the small committee, if any.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adjourn the session until 4 o'clock Monday, October 10, 2016.
The session is adjourned until 4 o'clock Monday, October 10, 2016.
Congrats, boss. Congratulations.